the gravy, please.
Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show as we start a brand new week together. If you're listening live, it is Monday, the 24th of July. Hard to believe. We are rolling right along. Super P and Cam Solo, your early interns today. They're getting show prep ready, getting things going for the guys. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. Busy week on tap, and we'll get it started. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. So let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and over to my right, Bullet Head, Coach Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
I'm on fried egg on Helms' forehead.
I know. Got a little sunburn. Got a little sun.
It was a good weekend, but it didn't start off good. I'll tell you this.
Oh, no.
Friday night, I got some kind of food poisoning.
What?
It's Greg laughs at that.
No, I said, oh.
Yeah, I know. I was concerned, and he was.
It really was a strange reaction.
I'm concerned he's
So
smiling.
your rump's as red as your head.
No, it was the other way. It was this way, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
It was bad.
You know what you think it was? They got you?
Well, it'd only be one of three things, and I don't know. I don't know if it was some kind of.
Maybe it's been a virus.
And everybody's screaming. It could have been, but I'll say this: within seconds of me taking about, I don't know, 20 bites, it was on.
No.
Really?
Yeah, and it was rough.
That's almost like somebody set you up.
Well, and look, it was one of those things too where everybody had kind of done their thing for the night on dinner, and I was excited about what I was going to eat because I thought, you know what, I hadn't had this, and nobody else likes this.
Oh, but they lucked out.
And I mean, yeah.
Hey, what's
they
wrong
sure
with
did.
Daddy?
And I don't do it quietly. Like I can't.
It's violent.
It's violent.
Violent and loud.
It's violent and
Crying
loud
and crying.
and there were some tears just because of how hard it
Yeah,
was.
you can't help it.
But Amanda was like, I think the neighbors may have heard you.
Oh,
wow.
really?
And,
You're that loud. Everybody wants. Everybody's
was
going to
rough.
know.
It was rough.
Traumatized
Now,
everybody.
once I did that, I got a shower and I went to bed.
Yeah.
I was like, I just can't.
I'll do it.
Did you
Brush
curl
my
up
teeth
with-
about 6 times.
Did you curl up with your knees to your chest?
And I didn't feel bad after, other than I just felt like, you
So
know.
it's only one round?
Just one round.
Okay.
Well, I tell you, it was 2 rounds. But it was 2 rounds within
Close.
like 10 minutes.
So probably not full food poisoning, but something didn't sit well with you.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but that's
But I don't know.
What,
I-
have you traced the day back? I mean, and sit there and gone through
think
everything
somebody put
you ate.
Visine in your drink or something?
Have you sat there and gone through the day and just go, okay, I've
Nothing
pinpointed
was
exactly
no.
what it is.
It was
That something maybe a little
You
sour.
woke up next day, no problem.
no problems. No
Right.
problems. And that hence the sun on the face because the kids had a tournament this weekend. And it got
Your cap.
a lot of rain. I did. Amanda got on me. She's like, you're going to have to start getting better about wearing hats. Or sunscreen. How about mix that in?
Well, one of the two.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things, too, because it rained all day Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Like half a day. It didn't rain all day, Helms. It rained half a day.
Right.
And then I got out in it, but it was cloudy, so that's where it gets you.
Oh,
and then,
yeah,
And
sneak up on
yesterday, I was out there just way longer than I needed to be
Yeah.
without anything. So, yeah, a little
Yeah,
red
yesterday
face.
was a little better for where we live as far as the sun popping out and everything.
Yeah,
First
but it
half of the
wasn't that
weekend,
bad yesterday.
Yeah.
stunk it up with that, and then enjoyed this last couple of days
Well,
up
good.
until late last night.
Yeah.
So,
I always find it interesting to go back and go, okay, where did this happen? You know, how did this happen to me? Was it something I ate? And sometimes you can go back and go, oh, it could be that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then you ask the family, did you eat that? No, I didn't. Did you eat it? No. Okay, then that's what it was.
this was either it was either lettuce that was bad
Yeah, that happened.
or it was chicken that wasn't cooked right.
Oh.
Or cooked well.
Oh.
That'd be the only two things.
Ugh.
Mm.
And
Oh, damn.
but
But
that
that's
it had to
all
be one of those
Yeah.
two. Because nothing in that, and here's the thing. Here's the thing that our minds play with us on. This is one of my favorite meals, and I'm done with it.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
I'm
'cause
done
you
with it.
You feel like you got sick
Sometimes I
from
can
it.
work through it.
Yeah.
I have worked through it.
My sister to
Took a
this
minute.
day still doesn't eat eggs, scrambled eggs or anything,
Really?
any kind of egg. Because when she was little, she got
had a
sick.
bad episode.
It probably wasn't that.
I know.
But in her mind, that's what it
that's
was.
exactly where
And
I'm
so
going to
she-
go to every time now. Is that
Yeah.
and one of my favorite?
I mean,
things.
writing
Well,
off
give it-
eggs is a
maybe
big
it'll
thing.
Give it a little time off.
Yeah.
It'll
So you're
work
done
itself
with chicken and lettuce and something
really
else.
something I always eat too. That's what's bad about it.
Yeah, like Greg said, maybe give it some time.
And I keep trying to tell myself, hey, it was just bad lettuce. It was just bad lettuce. Don't think it was the other thing,
Yeah,
because it wasn't that. But I don't know. I don't know.
It being that quick is.
Boy, it was. It was. Hey,
That's almost like there was a foreign substance there.
Yeah.
I was eating.
I know what I'm
I had 20 bites. Okay, 20 bites. And you know what was on the TV? It may have been punishment from God on this. Sweet Magnolias was on TV, Greg. So I watched one episode of it.
Oh yeah, I watched a couple.
Started crying.
And I mean, I looked at
Now,
him and
why
I
is
said,
God mad at Sweet Magnolia?
no, I'm saying mad at me for watching it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Being
'cause-
punished.
Yeah, being punished.
Grown man
that was a
doing
joke. I looked at Amanda and I said, I don't feel good. I said, something's not right. Something's not right. And
Now
the
you
minute,
can't watch Sweet Magnolias because you'll think it made you sick.
the minute I said that, I jumped up and sprinted to the restroom.
So you
Golly.
talking about something's not right in that feeling, and then once it happens, just the relief,
Yeah.
that was a conversation Saturday night. Terry and I went out to eat with some friends of ours, two couples, and we'll do it from time to time. We'll all three get together, all three couples, and just go have dinner together and stuff. And so we were talking about a deep sea fishing trip that one of the dads is going to take his son on.
Yeah.
And I was like, how do you stop from getting seasick or whatever? He goes, oh, I don't. He goes, I know what's going to happen.
Oh, my.
And I just embrace it. And I'm like, the feeling, though, because you can't do anything to get it out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can get sick
get off that
and
boat.
get to the edge of the boat and do your business. He goes, but it continues. And I'm like, so you're just going to fight through it. And he goes, I know there's precautions that I can take. But we started talking about that sick, nauseated, dizzy, equilibrium's off kind of feeling. And he goes, there's not a whole lot you can do once it starts. You can go down below and say, I'm going to sleep or something and be knocked out, but then you're not fishing on your fishing trip you paid so much money for.
Exactly.
That's what he said.
Kind
He
of the
said,
point.
I always fight through it because I paid so much money for it.
Yeah. I just throw up and cast a rod while
But
I'm
that
running.
became a conversation, and I remember going deep sea fishing when we were down in Pensacola with the show, and your dad, Greg, was on our boat, and I couldn't get sick in front of him.
That's funny.
And Don Juan took something as a precaution, and it knocked him out, so he slept for like 8 hours down below. He said, man, I'm gonna go down below and get me a nap. And I can't remember. I said 8 hours. It was the majority of the trip because it was just a go out early one day thing and come right back.
I think it's a common thing, but do you know, I've gotten seasick before, and I tie it back to, and this is the way, again, our mind works, and maybe this is a common thing, and I'm just an idiot, but as long as I can see land, I'm good.
Well,
I can be as far out and waves just hammering us up and down. As long as I can see the land, I'm good. But the minute I can't see it, that's when it gets ugly.
Gone.
And I don't know if that's a mind thing or that's just a real thing that everybody deals with, but that's me. Like if I'm ever on those trips or out there, I'm like, hey, just give me to some land.
Yeah,
give me
some
look at
land.
And then and I don't care how far it is away. As long as I can see it, I'm good.
Yeah,
Huh.
good
It's a
night.
weird deal.
But I bet you Friday night, back to your situation, once you were able to take care of it, the relief and the comfort.
Once I got out of that shower, I was like, oh, glad that's over with.
I bet.
Daddy's going to bed.
I'm out.
And
See
it
y'all in the
takes,
morning.
and as violent as I do it, it takes so much energy out of me.
Uh-huh.
Plus, you don't have anything on your stomach now.
You're exhausted. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Hopefully no one's been eating this early.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too, with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Foxx Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're off and running. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. We'll have a A lot of weekend recaps, which we're kind of sitting back doing a little bit of that right now here on the kickoff hour. Cam Solo and Super P, your early interns today, getting their degree in common sense. Okay, so look, the movie Oppenheimer and Barbie were big talks, going into the weekend.
You were excited about Barbie. I remember
I
that.
just couldn't wait, man. I was just so excited. But the at least as of right now, the numbers are out, and it looks like Barbie has won the box office ahead of Oppenheimer. And it just says a lot about our country. And I think you might have something here, Greg, where a lot of folks are confused. All right, was this a kid movie or is it not?
I'm
or,
curious
or
to
what?
see the reviews on that. I'm not sure what this movie is.
I know it's very confusing, but apparently Barbie has done well, not just in the U.S. but worldwide. It dominated the weekend box office, earning $155 million, beating expectations from some of the forecasters that only had it making about 90 or 110. But it beat that. And
I don't see me seeking out Barbie to watch.
Yeah. Overseas, it pulled in about $182 million from 70 markets, giving the movie $337 million worldwide. And this is what's kind of crazy is this makes it the biggest domestic opening for a movie directed by a woman. They got to put that in there.
What's that got to do with anything?
And then it also
I don't know.
Officially is the biggest debut of the year, surpassing the Super Mario Brothers movie and every Marvel movie released this year thus far, with that $155 million opening weekend domestically here. So it won. Oppenheimer brought in about $80.5 million for a distant second place.
And that was the biggest for a left-handed person to ever have.
There are a couple of factors. That the forecasters for that only predicted about $50 million for two reasons. They said it was a serious subject matter, and it was 3 hours long. And so those two going in,
tough.
yeah. So it brought in 50.
Just my initial
80, excuse me,
80.5.
80.5.
Oppenheimer or whatever. That would be something that I would watch at home.
Yeah.
Probably. I'm not going to go to the movies.
Right.
3-hour movie on some. I expect it's going to be a little slow.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Sound of Freedom continues to do well. An independent produced film starring Jim Caviezel. It earned $20 million ahead of Mission Impossible. It brought in $19.5 million, and then way on down in fifth place, Indiana Jones brought in about $6.7 million. But Barbie won the box office, and that's the update today going into the weekend.
Was it good or not?
Yeah, I tell you, I really loved it. It was.
Barbie got a movie about Barbie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I just can't do it. I can't sit through that. But look. It's not for me. I mean, good night. I have no daughters. I'm.
Well, is that?
All my boys.
I just read an article. Help me understand this. What does PG-13 mean?
Now?
Yeah. No, I don't mean as far as like what to get away with.
You
but
can't
what is
be under 13 without an adult.
Okay, okay, that's what I thought.
You
Because
gotta
I'm
have an
sitting here
adult
reading
with
it. I just pulled up an article, and it was is it good for kids to watch?
Okay.
And it says it's rated PG-13, but in the article they say 11 and older. So which one is it?
Well, it should be 13 and older according to that.
That's what I thought, because that's what I thought PG-13 meant. You need to be 13 or older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I wrong on that?
That's
No,
you're
it just
right.
means you have to have an adult. To Greg's point.
And rated R used to be 17 and older.
Well, you
Is
messed
it
that
not
up,
now?
didn't you?
Is it not now?
I don't know.
PG-13 is the new R.
I agree with that.
But
yeah.
but when there are R's now, because when we were kids, you could go to an R.
It was 17 and above. 17
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah. But if not, you had to have a parent with you.
Yeah.
But we would sneak into it and get thrown out.
Sure.
The different ones.
What
And
do you-
also,
they
there
came
come the
in-
guy with the flashlight.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all get out of here.
You're like, gosh almighty, y'all be quiet.
Dadgummit.
Y'all hide.
It said
We're almost to the
recommended.
nude scene.
Greg.
There's kids.
Yeah, that's a good.
Y'all
point.
gonna act like y'all want crazy, stupid kids.
Please look at this.
I
Do you
know.
see his face?
The lean he's got going on too.
I know.
Speedy
Hey, if he had something to drink, he'd take a pop.
Speedy got caught looking at the women's underwear section in Sears catalog.
Could you? I'm begging you to start using other names, please.
You remember that story he told?
You see, look, this is good. This is good. Oh my goodness,
Honey, you seen my Sears catalog?
Yeah.
I think Calvin's got it.
Cal, right?
Tell you what, nowadays you'd be
I do have a
thrilled
bone-
if you
I do
I
have
just don't understand why an article recommend is breaking
That
it down
doesn't
for
make any sense.
kids and
Oh,
it
11
says
up. Well, it's
recommended for
PG-13.
11 and older.
Yeah.
But it's PG-13. That makes zero sense.
even though the 11-year-old can't come. But whatever.
I do have a bone to pick with my mom talking about you Calvin
about
and
that
whatever.
story.
No, had nothing to do like that. But Reese and JC found themselves up in Huntsville this past weekend, and they went by and saw Nana and Granddaddy, and they were going to go by and see them and sit with them for a little bit and hang out with them. And apparently, my mom was into storytelling.
Oh,
and
no.
and
That's never
she,
good, is it?
no, and she got into telling stories about little Calvin.
Oh, yeah. That's always good.
And I talked to my dad later that evening, just checking in with him. Hey, how you doing? The boys come by. Yeah, we loved, but of course your mom, well, she has some great stories for him. And he just kind of giggles. and he just kind of giggles.
Yeah,
and I'm
Mom was
like,
in rare form.
I'm like, whoa, what? So last night they get back and they come in the house, and that's the first thing. Hey, tell us about such
You're
and
going,
such.
"Oh,
I'm
bring
like,
it on."
oh, come on.
Bring it on.
Are
bring
you
it on.
serious? Oopa Loopa.
Yeah, come on.
And so I've got a little bone to pick with Mom.
Mom had a little fun at your
She
expense.
did.
Well, it was a great opportunity.
I mean,
you weren't there to cut her off
Yeah.
or deny anything.
No, I
Perfect.
wasn't. She just she had the room is what she did.
She had a captive audience.
Dad,
They
this
taking
really,
notes,
So
probably.
when you were a sophomore in high school, did this really happen? This is how Nana described it, and I'm like, oh, really? Okay.
I would have just said, well, your grandmother's, she's a little older than she used to be.
Right.
Her memory's not quite
that's
right.
not really how I remember it happening, son.
Yeah, or
but thank you.
Not how I'm going to tell it.
Right.
But
Yeah. And Reese, your one-liners. Let's stop doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just say.
Oh, I bet they love it.
I had a good old time. Huh?
Yeah.
Mine don't know when to stop. Like, Braden has good one-liners. Caroline does too. But there's a time where you cut that off. Like,
Yeah.
I've had enough,
Right.
kind of thing.
Dad,
Like,
did you really?
I'm laughing, but stop.
Did you really get carried to the front door? What? What? All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Bubba. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a frequent listener, well then, you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the kickoff hour, so the Good Time Gang is off and running. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 30 minutes from now. Your interns today, Super P and Cam Solo, are both here, and they are getting show prep ready, answering phones, and the whole 9 yards. So thank you for being with us today. A busy week ahead. And this portion of the program is brought to you by buyraycon.com/Bubba. You know, we've been talking about these great earbuds for quite some time now, and why pay a high price of some of these big name brands when you can have the same or better quality with the Raycon wireless earbuds? Got out, did a little bit of yard work this past weekend, had them in, and it was nice. I actually put on Def Leppard, if you want to know. Def Leppard Essentials, and just let it scramble.
Is that what you're doing?
And is that okay?
Oh, I love Def Leppard.
And I did. I've noticed that you know, with the lawnmower going, and I got weed eaters and blowers and all this kind of stuff. I just for some reason I tend to go towards classic rock because I can hear it real good.
Sure.
You know, with all that loud equipment and stuff like that. But
You get all fired up and pumped up.
sure. But right now, Raycon is offering buy now, pay later options if you need that option. It's an easy and free return guarantee as well. And check this out, from their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would for some of the other big name tech brands. So check it out right now. You can get an extra 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to save 15%. And if you own a company, buy them for your employees, your colleagues. Maybe you got someone's birthday, some grandparents, teachers, or whatever the case. Maybe a special friend. Get them some nice buyraycon.com/Bubba earbuds. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. We are, as I said, off and running on this Monday edition here of the Kickoff Hour. We've talked a little bit about the box office and some of the movies out this past weekend and how they did. As well as looking back at some busy weekends. And as you can hear, Helmsy is just ripping pages.
I'm just getting stuff done.
Good night.
Hey, here's another one.
Rip it.
All right.
And?
All right.
And?
This past weekend I saw this article out about Jamie Foxx, and I thought, oh, he's finally.
I know.
Jamie Foxx breaks his silence.
Oh, yeah. He went to hell and back.
Yep.
Ain't that what he said?
Yeah. And he said, I'm on my way back. And he said, had a health scare. And I thought,
anyway,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to tell us what happened. And he never told us.
I know.
It's like it's a big nothing.
Basically, you got a headline and then you got a statement, but he never says what it was.
I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how how coming back was such a big deal. I went through something that I thought I would never go through, and I'm thinking, okay, here we go. All these rumors are going to be put to bed.
Yeah.
He's going to tell us what happened. No, he really didn't.
He didn't tell us.
All he did tell us.
Is he ever going to tell us? I wonder.
All he did tell us is that he's there were some rumors about the fact that he had some type of stroke and he was he was on deathbed and all this kind of stuff. He kind of alluded to the fact that was not the case. That was a little exaggerated, but that's really about as far as he went.
No details.
No details.
Just he had some type of incident and left it at that. But the statement went to hell and back.
He said, "I didn't want to. I was very private because I didn't want you to see me with tubes running out of me and trying to figure out what was going on." He thanked a number of people, his family and others, but he's 55, right at our age, and he said he had not kept fans updated on his medical situation until now because he didn't want everybody to see him like that. So even though I think really the update was, I'm okay now and I'm on my way back and I can't wait to be back full, but he never really talked about what happened.
Yeah, he kind of talked around it a little bit.
Yeah.
Favorite Jamie Foxx movie? Go.
Ray.
Yeah, it's good.
I never saw that one. I never have seen it.
Well, I liked it because I liked the music part and all that. But he was really good. He had him down pat.
Yeah.
Did he play Ali or not?
No, that was Will Smith.
That was Will Smith, yeah.
But was he in it?
He did a boxing movie, I think. I just can't remember what it was. Seems like he did a boxing movie. What was the one? No, that's Will Smith. I'm sorry.
There was one where him and
Django. Now
that is
Django
good.
Unchained.
That's one of your favorites.
Oh, I love that one. That may be my favorite.
He was in one with Robert Downey Jr. Where he was that artist that was on the street. Is that right?
Yes, and he was
Soloist.
his friend.
Soloist. I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong. Just guess.
Yeah, what happened? Was it a comedy that him and Robert Downey Jr. were in? When Robert Downey was going across country with, he had to get who was in there with him? They had to carpool. The flights got canceled. He got thrown off a plane or something. They end up. I don't
know. I don't know. Thank you for that, Greg.
May have.
White House Down was okay.
It was.
I never saw that.
Did y'all see Day Shift?
No.
That one? No, didn't see that one.
I haven't seen him. I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched that many of his movies.
There was one that was on the other day, and I'm trying to find the name of it right now. And it had to do with it was more of a military movie where they had
Jarhead.
No,
he was in Jarhead.
Was that it though?
But he wasn't when they were in the desert.
Yeah, no. I know what you're talking about.
He was in Jarhead.
This one was more of them going over and trying to investigate a bombing. Where I guess a suicide bomber killed a bunch of folks, and he and a group went over to try to invade, and it was really good. It had, gosh, I'm the worst. Oh well, because somebody's probably
he was
screaming
good
at
in
it
Any
right
Given
now.
Sunday.
Yeah, what's the one with?
That was a good movie. He did.
Gerard Butler when he was the murder. Somebody murdered his family, then he gets put in prison on purpose to get everybody back. And Jamie Foxx is the prosecutor. What is that called? Oh crap! I can't remember.
We're acting like we're
it.
acting as if he passed away, but because he won't tell us anything.
Right.
I mean,
The Kingdom is what I'm thinking of in
I've never seen that.
in 2007. Gosh almighty. It's got Jennifer Gardner in it too. Gardner,
okay.
Yeah. But anyway, there's your update on Jamie. He's done a lot. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he has.
He has done a lot. What is some of the biggest names now? Mark Wahlberg and Will Smith come to mind. You know, the ones that can go back and forth where I sing, I act, I sing, I act. You know.
Well, now Mark had one little.
He's not going to give you the Mark Wahlberg.
He's not really a singer.
Hey, I knew that.
Right.
I knew the minute you said it.
Well,
he was.
but
Now, hey, I do.
No, he had like one record.
I give you
right,
that.
but I'm just saying that's when I didn't know him.
Justin
as an actor.
Timberlake. What do you think about that?
Different.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Definitely
didn't know him as an actor. I knew
Justin
Marky
Timberlake
Mark
was more of a singer than he was an actor.
but I knew Marky Mark as a singer before he was ever
that
an
one
actor.
song.
Well, but that's singing.
I told you he's
But
not
if
going
you
to
look
allow
at his
you to do
career,
that.
his career is not as a singer.
Right, but that's how he.
You do the
That's
story.
how he was discovered.
Yeah.
He
What
started
happened?
out.
I've seen him tell the story.
Night.
His brother was
I've
already.
seen it too.
His brother was already famous.
Right.
in New Kids on the Block.
Yeah.
And Mark was the youngest of all of them. He got in trouble.
Yeah.
And their mom said, take him under your wing and get him into music to get him off the street.
He has to tell
and
this
he
story
even wrote,
every time.
He even wrote the song. His brother even wrote the song. for him.
It's built in every time.
But then he became an actor
Yeah.
and never did any music
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Now, unless you call Still Dragon from the movie Rockstar. But that wasn't his voice. So.
Yeah. Well, that is a good documentary talking about their whole family and how and really to this day how things are ran with their restaurant and how hard it is to and we know how hard it is to make it in that world.
The business side of it.
Yeah.
That's good.
That whole family
do they have
has
that
done
series
really
anymore?
well.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
The
I
mom
don't know.
died. I know that.
Yeah. His brother on Blue Bloods is really good. But what his
Donnie.
brother who was she married to?
Yeah,
That,
Jenny McCarthy.
there you go.
But now I will say his brher was a musician and an actor.
So you allow that?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
You just don't allow
still
the other.
tours.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. When's the last time Mark Wahlberg sang a song?
Well, no, it's been a minute. I give
No,
you that, but I'm just saying he
50
was.
years.
Would you agree though that he was first known as that?
He
Did that- or
was.
He
but
made
that
his
was
name.
not but he's not. You go down and go, oh yeah, he was that singer. He was an actor.
Right.
You got combos. He don't even qualify for a combo on that.
You don't. So you're not.
All he
giving
said
him
was
that.
"Feel it, feel it." That's all he said. You can't count that as singing.
I think Justin Timberlake and I would be good buddies.
Do you?
Yeah.
He's a really good actor.
Yeah, he is.
I'll give him
Oh, I
that.
love Justin.
I do. I like him.
Good night.
He's a legitimate. Was actually a musician. I mean, you got a lot of hits out there.
Right.
Unlike Feel It.
But I'm just saying Mark would be in that category, girl.
I guess
It is. I know you don't
barely.
like it,
He would barely.
He would be on the list. You have to
Apparently,
give him
but
that.
you will never hear. Hey, Mark, guess who's touring this
buddy.
year?
You don't like
Marky
the list.
Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This could be the start of a break-in.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Or the end of one. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The $5 cravings box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a chalupa supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 cravings box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get shows, movies, and more than 70 live channels, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same networks you love like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, MTV, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And Philo's unlimited DVR lets you save all your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your own schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, when you make the switch to Philo, you could be saving hundreds of dollars a year on your cable bill. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? And with Philo's free trial, there's no risk to check it out for yourself. So think outside the box and stay inside your budget. Signing up for Philo takes seconds and will never make you listen to hours of cable company hold music. Before you know it, you'll be on the couch channeling comfort with all your favorite shows. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today. That's philo.tv/cutthecord.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, we are. Oh, good night. We are back and running. Thank you so much for being with us. 866 We Be Big. It just continues in the commercial break. We are bantering back and forth. Those of you that can see us but not hear us during the commercial break, you know that we were quite entertaining, or we were entertaining to each other, I should say.
I'm just glad they couldn't hear it.
I mean, all right.
That's kind of ironic.
Yeah,
it really was. What you just said, they don't realize how ironic it was.
No. But
feel it.
Helmsy brought up something in the break. I wish we could play music this hour because I would. You don't
You
think I'd have
love
been coming
Marky
back?
Mark the Funky.
No, buddy.
Well,
You're the one screaming.
Grammy
feel it, feel
Award
it.
winner.
I just wish I could have come back with that song. So you mentioned something in the break that hit a point with Greg and I because we have older kids and have been through it with our wives. And you said you experienced something with Amanda.
Well, I have. It's constant, and I'll have to tread lightly here. And if she's up and listening, I will be in trouble.
Love
for
you,
this
Amanda.
one. But anything for the show. And so I don't know. Braden and Caroline both played in a tennis tournament this weekend, and it was good to have everybody as a family out there, whatever. So Braden was playing, and I needed to string one of his rackets while he was playing,
right?
Because if he had broken strings. If he breaks those, he's got to. So I'm in there stringing. I went upstairs and was stringing racket at this place, and I could barely see, but I would look out as I'm stringing the racket. Look out. So I come out and I said,
"Feel it."
I said, "How'd he do that first set?" Well, he's clearly upset. He lost the first set. And I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Well, when I was stringing the racket, I was kind of watching. I said he looked like he was playing pretty good." Yeah. He screamed at the end. He's mad. He lost the first set. I think it was like 3-6. I said, okay. Well, then one of his buddies walks up, and he's up like 4-2 in the second set, 3-2, something like that. He said, how's it going in the second set? I said, well, he's up this set, but I said, Amanda said he lost the first set. He looked at me, and he goes, he didn't lose the first set.
Oh.
He won the first set. Then yesterday, the reverse. Caroline and Braden are both playing, and I spent a ton of time with Braden the first day, so I wanted to watch Caroline more the second day. So I was down there watching her, and then I come back up. She was wrapping up her match. I come back up. I said, how's he doing? Well, he won the first set, 6-4, playing well. Energy is out of the roof, smiling. He lost the first set. And I'm like,
win and loss.
What are you? Are you not paying attention? And so there's several
times. Or do you
times.
realize which number means what? Right.
Well, that's another thing. And see, she'll get confused too on that. And I'll even say a lot of times, the score you think it is, there's no possible way that's going on with what I'm looking at and watching the way they're doing the score.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's going on over here? How's that mind actually working? That kind of thing.
Now you went too far.
Watch
Well,
out.
I mean, it's amazing.
He turned into bullet head.
Both of them, both times she had it wrong, and it wasn't even kind of close.
Well, a lot of times,
thought.
and especially moms, they're worried about the babies. But like I said, Lisa used to cheer in a football game for a tackle 30 yards down the field. The other team had gotten, and she's cheering the tackle. I'm going, that's what just happened was not positive for us.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they
she'd
tackled
stand there,
him.
yeah, they got him. Yeah, 30 yards later. It's not that good.
Oh, Terry did the same thing with sports, baseball being the worst. And this was early on. So I'll say this, she's better now.
Yeah.
But either one of two things would happen. Hey, how's such and such happening? How they doing? I don't know. I was talking. What do you mean you were talking?
Yeah.
I was talking to such and such.
Oh, look,
another
he was
mom.
on base.
And so I missed what happened. So that was one. The other one was this one. Hey, how did he do this last at bat? I'd be here with the show or something. They'd be in the wood bat tournament in Atlanta, and she was there for the whole week with him or something. And
you were on stats.
all the boys, and at different times. And it would be like, hey, how'd he do? Oh, man, he had a great hit. I mean, a good hit it hard, great hit. I'm like, that's awesome. And so I had him going, like 3 for 3, and then so after the game, they call me, and it'd be Tyler, J.C. Reese, whoever in the car. Hey, man, how'd you do? 0 for 3. What? Your mom said you hit the ball hard. I mean, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, I mean, I hit it hard, but it went straight to the shortstop. It was a ground ball.
Lisa was the same way.
Whatever.
She would cheer that. She would cheer
like,
if Taylor just hit it, even if it was an out, she cheered the hit. And I said, that's not a hit.
No,
he's out.
No. And so she got better with that, but that was a lot. I'm talking about a lot. So finally I learned, hey, when you get there, let me know what dads are there. And then she would tell me, and I would just text that dad, hey, man, keep me updated if you don't mind.
That's what
Let me know what's going on.
Yeah.
But now Terry's like a little assistant coach. She'll get on somebody before I ever have a chance. She's learned.
She's learned. She finally got it figured out.
I just don't.
I think,
just,
Amanda, because y'all don't have, I mean, in those tournaments, unless I'm wrong, they're not posting the score.
Well, they have a scoreboard on their court.
Can she see it from where she
Oh,
is?
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
That
She's
makes
given.
it worse.
Yeah.
then.
Oh, yeah. She's given.
All right, I thought she could kind of get lost in it
Oh,
and not.
no.
No.
Now
Okay.
you can get lost in it because there are ways to. What they'll do is so you have home and visitor and you move it up. But a lot of them won't just stick with home and visitor.
Right.
Every time they do a changeover, they'll change it to whatever side. So if it's 4-3 here, and this person is going, the 4 guy who's been playing over here, they're going to swap it, and so that can confuse them. But all you have to do is watch how they're doing it after the first changeover. Then well, that's how they're scoring.
Yeah.
But the funny thing for me is, she gives so many details about why he's won or lost that convinces me.
Yeah.
You know,
then you find out
his energy's good. He's smiling. He's fist pumping. He clearly won that set. And I'm like, yeah, but he didn't. Like the way they just did the score there, that's not right, Amanda. And my favorite was when she was like, "Oh, he's mad and frustrated and clearly lost." And I'm like, and Jake's like, "He didn't lose.
He didn't lose at all.
What are you talking about?"
She had a little trouble reading the body language.
So I'm just like, it's
good stuff though,
and it's constant. And I know Maddie's driving her nuts, running around too, and. Then you got Caroline down there playing. You're wondering what's going on with her. And then you got people coming up and asking questions and talking to you hadn't seen in a while. So I get there's a lot going on. And she's just happy to be there supporting them.
Sure.
Yeah. Also, one time, Terry, she sent me videos. She sent me videos of JC batting. But it was the video was between his pitches that he was receiving. And I think, sometimes when it's real sunny, you can't see real good. And so she had it backwards. She thought she was hitting record when he started to hit, but she was actually stopping the record.
Oh, okay.
So everything was between pitches. So about the time the leg kick of the pitcher, the video stopped.
She thought
and so I was like, well, heck, I saw what he was doing in between pitches.
Yeah, I got that.
Got that.
I love that you went ahead and sent it to you.
Yeah.
I got it. Critique that. But
Got it.
Way to get in there quick, son.
Right. Also, when you're sending me a 3-minute video, go and let me know how the bat what happened, so I don't have to sit through the 3-minute video.
That's true. You get the answer.
But we've gotten better over the years. That was early on.
Funny.
It could be struck out, popped up, base hit to left field. Let me know, and then send video. Not here's his at bat. So I just got to sit through 3 minutes and not know what's going on. But like I said, that was early on. Things are better. And Amanda, she'll pay attention.
She'll get better.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I've got a Rick and Bubba one in my car right now.
I don't mind
ready
you
to go.
trying it on if you'd like to do this live on the air, Bubba.
No, I've got the Rick and Bubba ones too, and they're fine. They look good, far as. But I mean,
but
to
that
really
don't
get
stretch
that,
on your end.
You're looking
I
for
don't have
a
to keep
stylish
pulling it all
black
the
one or whatever. Is this coming from tennis coaching on cold days?
No, this is just when it's cold. Period.
So outside of hunting, you don't want to wear hunter orange.
Yeah, I don't wear a hunter's orange one when I go like outside when I'm not hunting.
Right. So you're looking for something.
I'm
else.
looking for warmth.
Outside of hunting.
I never have got me one of them good Russian hats, like
you don't wear that.
like Will Ferrell's wearing in Elf, when he's out on a date,
Don't do that.
and then you flop them down. I like when you flop the ears.
So
down
this is a
Don't do
sign that you've reached the age when you've just given up.
Well, when I'm cold,
if you'll wear that,
when I'm cold, I want to be
I
warm.
think these new ones that have the big ball on them, that people have gone crazy over.
That's the old ones.
Yeah, they're making a comeback.
come
But
back.
they look
I like the ones
see,
with
they
the big
like
ball.
the style that because it has a little gap in it.
Yeah.
I believe now you wouldn't have that gap, but I believe you could
But see,
wear one of
those used to fit. Yeah,
And
that's
they
what
went
I'm
out
saying.
of
style, and everybody went.
They're
All you
coming
could find
back.
was like the Zach Brown ones. You know.
they're
they're
you can't
coming
wear
back.
you can't
The
wear
ball.
the Zach Brown one. That's out.
No, see that one you can't wear.
You can't wear that one.
It's just not.
No,
that's out.
What are y'all talking about?
Bubba cannot wear that thing.
That one's out.
That one is
That would shoot
out.
off your head and hurt somebody.
The ones with the ball on top are back because
Where
I
do
got
you see
one.
those at?
Well, Godspeed has got them because I got one of
They're
theirs.
back.
Well, no
There's
wonder I
some
haven't
brands
seen
that are
it.
extremely expensive.
Yeah, that's the reason why you haven't seen it. Yeah, it's like the other night we had this story about this man who got trapped in the gym and they shut it and locked him in there. And I
Because
said,
he's in there working out.
I said, how about this? This is one thing Bubba never has to figure.
That's right.
We'll never hear Bubba call and go, guys, they've locked me in the gym.
That's
Yeah.
right.
But see, you can do what I love to do.
Radio Shack. Maybe.
I love to. I've got. I can get you one of those.
You want to try this on, Bubba? I'll sacrifice it if you stretch it. I don't really care.
I'll try it on. I mean, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
long-term.
those are the kind. Now those are the stylish, cool ones. But
You know,
yeah.
the ones with the ball on them too usually turn up at the bottom, so you get like 2 layers over your
Oh yeah,
ears.
yeah.
You know,
It's
you're
a flip
really
up,
warm.
like we had when we were kids.
Yeah,
That's a cute little thing there.
You don't like it?
I mean, look,
That's kind of a skull cap.
Yeah, it's just like a beanie.
It's a good one.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
This starts
Oh, that's
out
you.
good.
It fits too.
You know, I want to.
We'll pull it on down. Look.
Boy, that's a lot of head in there.
Tell you what. That is a lot of head.
Daddy calls me pumpkin.
It'll work its way up.
Good night. That thing's stretched out.
I need that big one.
I ain't
All
gonna
right,
tell
what
you
about
that
this
looks
one?
like.
It's almost like you want to say to the great pumpkin, why are you so blue?
Bubba, this is your typical black one.
Try
like
that
you'd see
one.
a robber wear.
Oh, yeah, that-
Okay.
Oh yeah. The cat burglar.
Boys like that.
That's what we call the cat.
Put on the cat burglar. It still looks a little small.
Oh, this one ain't no way.
Oh, forget it. Forget it.
That's better. It's
Yeah.
closer
But
than I thought.
your ears are being
I
exposed.
won't
Yeah, but
smoke
don't
it,
forget.
though.
There
Rick,
you go. There you
Look,
go.
but here's the deal.
You can get those. At
There's
Academy.
no room in the top. Most people have a little leeway. Whatever he puts on, it looks like it's painted on his head.
Most of them I have are not even close to this. They all sit way up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think
You look like a longshoreman with that one.
he
on.
sure did, didn't he?
Cat burglar.
Yeah.
You know, look, hey, Greg Foreman, so everybody look right. That's it.
Quick, act like you're busy.
So I want to find one of those with the ball on top because I know they're.
they've made a comeback.
I'll get you one of those.
Yeah,
I'll get you one.
Is it a different color ball? than
I
the
can't.
thing
I
itself?
can't remember.
What color are they?
They're blue, I think. Blue and gray. I think.
Crimson.
Yeah.
I want you to wear that around because then people think you go there and work out.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
Look,
please,
guys.
please wear it.
Let me tell you one.
That's what I want to see.
I got a lot of gym T-shirts. I love to wear.
One of my favorite things. Let me tell you, you're all over it. One of my favorite
They
things.
make you take them off.
Listen, one of my favorite things. I'm talking about when I was at my fattest. 305, whatever. I loved wearing gym shirts around.
Yeah.
And just watch everybody look at you. It's CrossFit. That was my favorite. I love it. Yeah, they still won't let me wear it. Hey, man, I want to get one of those shirts. Now we're good.
We don't have them that
Well,
size.
I tried using the cover off of a little barbecue grill we got, but it was that wrong. It was that plastic stuff.
It's that meal, dude. 15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. As we roll through a brand new day on a brand new hour, and we got a brand new week. So we're going to look back over the weekend. Weekend stories are available. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast dropped over the weekend. Letters from you, the audience. This will be a podcast series that we'll be doing. And if you want to see installment number 1 or hear installment number 1, it is out there now. Letters from the audience as we walk through a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff here at the Rick and Bubba Show and a lot of Rick and Bubba history. Rick and Bubba interns Super P and Cam Solo take phone calls today, earning their degree in common sense. That now a superpower, also helping Eddie Van Adler, who joins us now on the YouTube experience. You can watch it live and archived there at the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they're here. They've given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. It can be found at rickandbubba.com. And right there's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Let's go.
My heart is on fire.
Bubba, there's Gary Wright, who his other big hit was...
Oh, gosh, Rick. I haven't had enough caffeine yet this morning.
Bubba,
Gary Wright. Gary Wright.
You know these musical trivia questions are waiting on you.
I give.
And you've been taught this over the years. You've been taught this over the years. I mean,
what was it? Gary Wright. That's
Dreamweaver.
No, Dreamweaver.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good.
Welcome
How are
in.
you?
Well, we got a lot to cover from the weekend. We'll recap that, stories within the show and from around the world. We had the big movies out this weekend. Bubba, you and I saw one of them. Bubba will give us a review on that, and we'll talk a little bit about the movie Oppenheimer, which came out over the weekend. And I know Blondie, was it Barbie?
Barbie.
It did real well, and so I didn't see that and hope to not see it. I hope I can avoid that. But anyway, so we'll unpack that on the show today, and talk about. I wanted to ask something about one of the things that we have talked about on this show. Really, it's surprising how much we've talked about it. It really is. We talk about there's certain protocol for certain things, and one of the things that we've tried to talk about over the years is proper etiquette in a public restroom.
Yes.
And I had an experience over the weekend that I apparently was a little gray on. I don't know whether I feel free after this person's behavior, that maybe I just didn't understand that was accepted. Which really, I guess, would be good news in a strange way. But or was this person out of line? So we'll discuss that on the program today too. When I told Sherry about it, she seemed a little aghast and couldn't believe it. And,
wow!
And then when she eventually stopped laughing and wiped all the tears out of her eyes, she said, "I'm not sure that's
pretty good.
I'm not sure that's allowed." But anyway, so we'll, and it's a topic that's always a winner here. I mean, it'll
it's guaranteed.
Huh? Well, yeah, I'm not concerned about that at all. So we'll talk about all those things on the program, and of course whatever you bring up. I don't know. Talking about on the serious over the weekend, and I sent y'all something about it. I was at church yesterday, and I had one of the person in our Sunday school class come up to me and said, "Do you realize there's a coup taking place in Israel right now?" And I said, "No, I was not aware of that." And then, of course, I sent you all the text that I got from someone who tries to update America when Israel needs our prayers, saying that there was a coup event that was taking place in Israel. But when I went to look at the news, all they were talking about was Netanyahu getting a pacemaker.
Yeah, so I didn't see it either.
I was like, was there a coup attempt or not? So I don't know. Some people were reporting Barack, who was the former prime minister, that he and some ex-generals were trying to overthrow the current. Did they call him a prime minister? Whoever's in charge.
I think they did.
Is that their title?
Term,
and I mean, like, democracy was at stake, but I couldn't find any other coverage on it. So I don't know. Did that happen? Is that happening?
I have not seen one shred about it.
Yeah, so I don't know, but there seemed to be grave concern about it for a little while yesterday. Then it kind of went away.
He was wanting to trade land for peace when he was.
I remember
minister.
that, and he was they gave him. They remember they got rid of him.
I think he tried some of that and it didn't work out. So
right. So anyway, I don't know. You saw one one statement was this is one of the biggest issues facing them since 1948, and I was like, well, that's quite a statement.
Wow.
But anyway, I tried to find additional information on that, but I didn't see it, and I don't see it in the prep today either. So I don't know whether that was an exaggeration or this is one of those news sources that can't be trusted. I don't know, but we'll see. But at one point yesterday, it seemed to be like real intense. Then I couldn't find anything else about it.
Right.
So,
well, we have that, and we have some lighter moments today. I don't know if you have seen the ESPN reporter who faints doing his stand-up before the soccer match.
No, but
Rick, he goes down like a pine tree.
Yeah, those are always so. And I understand that real close to home, that the Mountain Brook goat was finally captured.
Yes. I saw people holding him down.
Right,
so,
and the last footage I saw of his glorious run through this very, very upscale part of Birmingham, Alabama, as of I think yesterday, he was still appearing.
He was.
And I saw
he's making his round.
Yeah, my favorite's when he'll roll through like English Village over there or something. That's hilarious. But I guess you're not going to beat him in the abandoned hospital standing on the second floor.
No, I mean that is. I mean how. I don't know how they climb anyway. You see them in the oddest places. How they get on top of barns and stuff. No. But wow, did he get decleated there by it?
Yeah, that was that was one of the attempts to capture the goat, and then they finally did. Our neighborhood finally ran him up. This guy was not successful.
No.
Yeah. But
you're right though. My favorite was people from their porch just. Videoing the goat walking down the sidewalk. There it goes. There it goes.
There he goes.
Goat on the loose.
There he goes. But understand he was finally captured.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To David. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how are y'all this morning?
Getting after.
Well, I tell you, you can't even have ultra pure water. My goodness. So I have a little history with the Rick and Bubba Show. I played baseball against Speedy's son. Rick, I've run into you at Shades a few times. I went to school with Adler's younger brothers.
Oh, wow.
Wanted to tell y'all I hate the TuneIn app and the podcast.
Now, why is that?
If I had a nickel for every time it was 4 in the afternoon and I heard something I missed on the radio and started to dial y'all's number, sitting there waiting, I'm like, my goodness, boy, they ain't answering today.
So you're that guy.
Yeah, that's all in your mindset. You always know what time of day you're listening.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course, I look outside, it's 5 in the afternoon, sun's going down.
You're like, man, I got to get in on this. Wait a minute. What the? Yeah, so that's great. Thanks, man.
Appreciate what y'all do, Phil.
And I want to say this because, when he says Shades, he's talking about the name of my church is Shades Mountain Baptist Church. I don't want you to think I'm hanging out someplace called Shades. Okay, but drinking the pure water.
That's correct.
I'm drinking pure water.
It ain't
hanging
Slim
out,
Shady.
Hanging out with shady guys.
He played. What did he say? He played ball against
Speedy. I guess one of my boys.
I guess he's seen you show your rump in public.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He didn't say that.
You're that guy. I heard
He
about
didn't
it.
say that.
In other words, he's seen Speedy in action.
Yes.
I know you got a remote. That's not my fault.
Well, it kind of is.
That's not my fault.
You talking about the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall?
Yeah.
Who's ready to go?
11-1, baby.
Hey, Greg, 11-1. The Birmingham folks go see him down at Hendrick.
That's right. Get you some Papa John's pizza.
All right. Let's go to Cindy in the great state of Texas.
Hey guys, how are you?
Calling deep from the heart of Texas. Go ahead.
I'm pretty proud of y'all. I'm originally from Montevallo, so I listen to y'all every morning. Been out here for 13 years. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Look at here.
All right.
You said something a while ago that I think just kind of slid by everybody, and I just hollered.
Oh, no.
You said sugging.
Yeah, you know about a sugging.
Yes. Does everybody else know what a sugging is?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. He said that was South Alabama, though.
Yeah.
We didn't call it a sugging up
I thought
in
it was a
Central
type
Alabama.
of syrup.
Well, it is. No, it is South Alabama. Like I said, I grew up in Montevallo. Y'all know where that is.
That's right.
But my grandparents lived in L.A., and every time we would go down there and stay with Grandmama, it'd be cold. She'd say, y'all put your sugging on before
That's
you
right.
go outside.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
The sugging.
Yeah, Bubba, I'm like you. I thought we had suggum syrup on biscuits.
I've actually.
What if you wore your sugging to get some sorghum?
Of course, I tell my kids, and they look at me like I've lost my mind, but you know.
I have actually made. That's what I call them now.
Cindy-
I've gone from toboggan to sugging because I like it.
Deep in the heart of Texas, how do you hear the show?
Well, I listen to it on TuneIn.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so but
Yeah,
you're listening
but I'm
live,
kinda
so you
like
can
the
actually
Absolutely.
we get live on TuneIn as well, so you can call in at the right time on TuneIn.
Yeah, but I'm kind of like the guy before. What's so crazy is, you know, I'll be at work or somebody will say, hey, do y'all have a recommendation for electrician or whatever? And I'll tell them to Google it. And they'll call me back and say, I don't need an electrician in Birmingham. I don't think they're going to come to Texas.
Well, you never know. Cindy, good to hear from you. 866 we
Keep
be
wearing
big.
that sugging.
Lisa in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Lisa, go ahead.
Good morning. I have a wonderful story about sizing. I asked my husband for some plain cotton panties for Christmas one year. He goes in my closet, looks at my pant size, which at the time was a 12, goes to a specialty store, tells the lady he needs some white cotton panties in a size 12. How many pair? 3. She never looked at them. Nicely folded, beautifully wrapped box. On Christmas Day, I opened the most beautiful box under the tree, and there is this pair of panties that's about 2.5 feet wide. And at the time, I weighed 145 pounds. Needless.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you know what?
Did we lose her?
We lost her.
Oh, we lost her.
Come on.
He thought he'd done something good.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. As we make our way back, we'll unpack things from the weekend. We'll get your phone calls in today. So two movies they even tried to promote together that opened up this weekend. I'll ask this other question later after we get into how movies are doing. Is the Indiana Jones thing not doing well? It seems to have like just vanished. Like it was like everybody was talking about it. It didn't seem to have a whole lot of staying power. But
No. I mean, it's a busy movie time right now, and you got a lot of these blockbusters rolling out.
Distant fifth. I think it brought in like 6.7 million.
But it had some good weekends leading up to this, right?
I don't think it has performed like they kind of thought it would perform like these would. You know?
Yeah.
Wow, Indiana Jones. I mean, all this kind of stuff, wrapping up the series, all that. Pretty big. That's a pretty big franchise there, the old Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's your big one.
May have kind of run its course.
Yeah. But anyway, so Oppenheimer Oppie, I'll let Bubba just unpack it. I went to see it too. I really appreciated your heads up. That was very, very important, and so be sure and give people a heads up on that too. I was able to kind of just look down at the floor. There's a couple parts in the movie that, as usual, are not really necessary, and you'll have to weigh out whether the historic significance of this story is worth a couple of moments of discomfort.
Yeah, it's there, and what Rick's referring to. There's two scenes of nudity that probably could have been left out. In my opinion.
Yeah, well, they they absolutely could have been.
But they're there, and you need to be forewarned about that. But the Oppenheimer movie, which everybody knows is about Robert J. Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, and this movie dealt more with the political and social aspects of him before and after the bomb, more than the technical issues they were dealing with the bomb. Now, there was some of that, but if you've seen the movie Fat Man, Little Boy, which was kind of the gold standard on this story up to this, it dealt more with the technical issues of what was going on in the laboratory. They did not cover that I remember in Oppenheimer. It's 3 hours long. You have to have plenty of time. The tickling the dragon scene that you had in Fat Man and Little Boy, where they almost blew the camp up. So it was historically very interesting, and from what I have read, it's fairly close. There's a couple of names that have been changed. Oppenheimer never consulted with Einstein about Teller's computations that it possibly could ignite the atmosphere when they went off. Although that was done, it just wasn't done with Einstein. Right. So, yeah. But the hearings are historical. What happened to him, his communist connections in the past and after are well documented. And you see a really well done movie, I think, with the exception of the nudity scenes, that show a very complicated man who's dealing with very complicated subjects of science. I thought it was interesting. They did brush by in the beginning when he was talking about stars and how they collapse on themselves and how they become dark space, what we now know as black holes. And the people who really carried that research forward credited him with being one of the key motivators in coming up with all this theory to begin with, which now we have been able to see in action with some of these new telescopes. So from a science standpoint, it's very interesting. From a history standpoint, it's very interesting. Obviously, it's done extremely well. There's a lot of jumping around, which is what we see in the movies now. So you do have to kind of to balance some of that. But I thought it was very good. I enjoyed it. Now, again, total disclaimer, I have skin in the game on this, so to speak. My dad was in World War II. He was in the Philippines and would have been, what I'm told, in the second wave going into invade Japan. And based on the way that the Japanese had fought during these island hoppings as they went along, they had a casualty rate, even with a second wave, of about 50%. So I have, concern there, obviously, and I'm glad they dropped the bombs. I'm glad they did it. I'm glad they brought it to an end. Now, it was real bad for people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but it probably saved Japanese lives overall, and we know it saved American lives from not having to invade. So I am from that school of thought. You're going to see that argued and weighed out in the movie, and we're still debating that today. So, but that's kind of where I come from. So I enjoyed it, Rick. I give it 3 slices of pizza. I am going to go see it again in IMAX, which this was shot in IMAX to begin with. So I'm interested in seeing the effects and how that all plays out. But it is long, folks. It's 3 hours.
Hey. Yeah, and probably the mistake that we made is I had gone to see my in-laws. That was the majority of our day. So Sherry and I literally drove it's not far, it's an hour and 20 minutes, so it's not like a huge drive. But we had driven an hour and 20 minutes there, spent the day with my in-laws for her birthday, my mother-in-law, who also has Alzheimer's like Dad, so we have Alzheimer's on both sides of with our parents. And so Sherry's mama's birthday was yesterday, so Saturday we went to see her and spend some time with her and to give her dad a break and that kind of stuff. And so probably, it's not the kind of movie, let me just give all of you a heads up, don't go into it fatigued because it's going to require a lot from you.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's going to require a lot from you. If your wife, men, if you are in the school that your wife has a history of looking at a movie saying, who is that? What's that person? Who is that? Why are they important? Then this is going to be a rough ride for you because there's a lot going on. To Bubba's point, now it is mammothly long. It is long.
Three solid hours.
It's like two movies, in my opinion. I would have probably been ready to give it a higher score than I will if it just ended at the explosion. Well, because once we got to the test, I think the movie, in my opinion, for me to enjoy it more than I did, and I did enjoy it, would be if it ended at the Harry Truman scene.
Right.
And by the way, that same actor that played Churchill and looked nothing like himself in the Churchill movie, he's Harry Truman in this movie. To me, the movie, in my opinion, could have ended there, and then they put the rest of it up on the screen about his trial and everything. But you're basically got, like Bubba said, you have one full movie up to the testing and the dropping of the bombs, and then you have another full movie about the political aftermath of going after him. I mean, if it weren't for Robert Downey Jr., I don't know I'll make it through that last part. I mean, it is.
But you do see the complexity of the man.
Oh no, yeah,
and the fact that he, on one hand, loves theoretical science.
Yeah,
he doesn't like getting his hands dirty, and then he is given the job of building the greatest invention scientifically of mankind up to that point.
Yeah,
and we'll talk more.
Yeah, I'll talk more about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, check those out.
Congratulations, baby.
You're welcome.
100% cotton. But the problem is, see, all these weird sizes, it's hard to follow all this.
I know. She thought they were bed sheets.
That's right.
What do you get bed sheets for?
Yeah, well, the question is, do you take them back?
Tell me, I need a report. Tell me something.
You need a report here, but we're going to update your reservation. We'll refer back to your reservation. Now, you told me for religious reasons you don't shower? Is that what you said?
No, I did. I shower every day.
Today. So what did you say?
I said you kicked me off because of religious
we all
reasons.
have showers. You can't complain that we have odor. Seriously.
No, I did not say that. You said you were giving me my stuff back.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
My wife is here, and we can ask her. Okay.
Wow. So
what about when he said we don't have odor and that guy made the fight?
Oh, yeah, that's the best part.
Look, like we said earlier, you either stink or you don't. And nobody's going to not think you stink or you do. So the point is, when they complained and said they stink, evidently they did. Because if not, then the flight attendant would have went, no, they don't stink. So evidently they stunk.
Because there's the accusation of stink, and then there's a confirmation of stink.
They said you got to go. You do stink.
Yeah,
like
an example being if Greg and Bubba said, hey, no offense here. Hey, do you see the guy back in the back? He stinks. And then we said, no, we've been back there. He doesn't stink.
Right.
Then they'd be like, okay, well, then that's just me, maybe.
Yeah, when the pilot
but
and
if
the crew
everybody
goes,
yes, it is official.
Guys,
we have a problem.
Guys, do you realize how far you have to stink to be removed from a plane? I mean, that's a long way.
Talk about your family.
Can I just clarify? This is not my family, Greg. It's not my family.
And I'll back it up.
Where were you in Miami?
I didn't know y'all were Jewish.
Okay.
But I will back this up. Adler doesn't stink. He just looks like he stinks.
Okay, get the get
But
that
he doesn't.
graphic
If
off
you
the
see
screen.
Adler, you think he might.
Exactly, but he doesn't. He really doesn't.
Get the graphic off the screen that says Eddie Van Adler kicked off plane. Okay, that's incorrect. That's on Blaze TV. That is incorrect.
Yeah.
Okay?
So what you're saying is,
Why were you headed to Detroit?
That wasn't me or my family.
Greg, what you're saying is Adler doesn't bump, but he has the look of bumpage.
Yeah, like if you saw him across the room, you go, that guy may stink. But when you get beside him, you go, well, he actually doesn't stink.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you
That's
so
a
much for that compliment, buddy.
It is.
Wow, the kindness in this room is amazing.
They do have your same last name.
It's just the same last name. Might I add, the name, I'm not German in blood or whatever, but the name is German. It means eagle, literally, in German. So to me, that's strange that there were a Jewish family with the last name Adler.
And their first name was Yossi, Y-O-S-S-I.
That was his first name.
Yossi.
Yossi.
Old cousin Yossi. He's great.
That must be translated smelly eagle.
But I got news for Yossi and his wife. If everybody's pointing and saying you stink, you probably stink. Whether you smell it or not.
If the captain of the plane says, I can't fly this plane because of this odor, you need to get off.
Yossi's bumping.
Your bumpage has grounded a plane.
Yeah.
All right,
Adler.
I'm gonna go to this
Not
again.
me.
It's not
Yossi
your cousin.
Adler.
Get the graphic off the screen.
We didn't
hilarious.
we didn't see what the family looked like, so we don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
there's a
He
picture
does
of him.
look like somebody that would bump a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was in that.
Bumplestiltskin.
He's a little earthy.
But let me say this, because I've wondered about this. I think, from what I've gathered, that when I stink, I can smell it.
I can smell
when
I stink.
Yeah, like if
Especially my
you
feet.
if you've been
occasionally,
Not if you're a full-time stinker.
Yeah, if you do it
That's
all
the
the
key.
time, you
That's
probably
the
don't.
key right there.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're a full-time bumper,
And you're used to it, and
You
that's
go
all
nose
you
blind.
know.
What is it? I'm sorry. Is it up?
you go nose blind.
Yeah, you
Who's
talking
in
about
blind.
Bumplestiltskin?
There they are.
There you go.
But let me ask you this.
That's hit or miss.
Rick, those people that I got mad that day at the buffet didn't look like they stunk, but they stunk.
Rick,
So that's
watch him. I don't guess we can do it, but watching him, we heard him a minute ago. Watching him talk makes it worse. Makes his bumpage go up to me for some reason. I don't know. His attitude.
Wait, hold it. You talking about bipness or bumpage?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Oh, bipness is sky high.
But he's claiming
Now, I
they
don't
threw
know.
him off because he's Jewish. Is that
In
what
his
he's
that's
saying?
what he's saying.
I don't know
No,
how
Why
I
would
would
you
act
throw
in this
somebody? I
situation.
guarantee there was other people that were Jewish that were on the plane too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I did have the Hanukkah on his head, though.
Right.
Hanukkah.
That's not what it's called.
Pretty sure it's called a Hanukkah. Okay.
So good.
They celebrate Hanukkah, Rick.
It'd be yarmulke, but yeah.
Maybe he
I'm
hadn't
speaking on
watched
your
that.
behalf. I'm doing your bit. Sorry. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. All right, so helixsleep.com/Bubba. How about a customized mattress? Look, when you get ready for a mattress and they don't last forever, why don't you, the next time, if you didn't do it the first time, why don't you have the folks at helixsleep.com/Bubba customize the mattress for you? And you said, well, is this a hassle? Right there, I'm looking at baby brother Greg Burgess. The fact that he did it tells you it's not a hassle.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's nothing to it.
I mean, how long did it take you?
Just tell them what you feel, what you like.
Yeah. So
Huh?
do you like to sleep on your side, your back, your
That's
stomach?
the easy answer.
Combo. What about firmness of mattress? How long did that take?
None. I mean, 2 minutes.
You a medium guy?
Medium.
Medium. Some people like really firm. Some like really soft. Some like
I don't
medium.
like it too soft.
Yeah. So they'll customize this. Also, they have options for big and tall. They have options for children. You know, let them know if it's going to be for a child, maybe their first big girl or big boy bed.
That's right.
Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Use our URL. You'll get 20% off. They're going to send this mattress right to your door. Greg, you just open the box and it comes out.
Yeah, and that's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. And then if you don't like it within 100 nights, they fully refund you. So there you go. You got everything to gain, including a great night's sleep. You got nothing to lose. helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba and I are reviewing Oppenheimer. And Bubba, I'm going to state, too, with you, I'm not in some dilemma concerning the dropping of the bombs. I have looked at that and weighed that, and if the people who were destroyed with the bomb or made very sick or traumatized from the bomb, if they are looking to blame someone, they should blame their own government. And I've said that over the years. I wish these things didn't have to happen, but the fact that these two bombs dropping ended World War II, the fact that Japan is an ally of ours now, and we no longer have to fear them. We no longer have to fear Germany, even though they were defeated before the bombs were dropped. But and that's covered in the movie too. Is this even necessary? But I think you're right. Those that knew the Japanese, they knew that they were not going to surrender. As a matter of fact, they didn't surrender after the first bomb.
Well, they didn't.
Yeah,
and
right.
There was a second, and according to other reports, there was a third ready to go shortly after.
Right. So it did what it was supposed to do.
I want to point this out too, for as surrendering, even after Japan officially surrendered in Tokyo Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Not all fighting stopped. Not
Right.
all Japanese soldiers surrendered that was on these islands. I mean, there's literally thousands of islands around the Pacific. Do you realize the last official Japanese soldier to surrendered in 1974?
Wow. I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, and it goes back to
hung
this.
in there a while, didn't he?
Sherry and I got in the car after, and we were discussing the movie, and she agrees. I said, look, this is the way I see it. I wish war was that it wasn't necessary. I wish that people weren't evil. I wish we weren't depraved. I wish we didn't try to take over the world. I wish we could all get along and sing Kumbaya. But we don't. And so if I were the person in charge, just like Truman said, and I had enemies of our people and our country that wanted to kill us, take us over, take away our freedoms, and they declared war on us, then at that moment I would use everything I had to end the war as swiftly, and I would break their will to continue that desire. And I think when you don't do that, that's actually more wicked than actually saying, I have the ability to stop this right now. I have the ability to save thousands of lives.
American lives.
And I have the ability to break the will of the people who are trying to attack us, to break their will to continue. I have the ability to do that, so I'm going to, and I'll end this swiftly, severely, and anybody else who wants to come after us will have to really think hard about it. But I think when you don't do that, that's worse. And it's almost like picking a quick death over torture.
There's writing and there's documentation about Harry Truman making the decision to use the bombs. And he was having a discussion with his Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State asked him, he said, what will you tell the American people at your impeachment hearing in 1946? And he said, what are you talking about? He said, when they find out you had something that would have saved probably 500,000 American lives that died in Japan trying to clear that island out, they're going to impeach you, and you're going to have to give an account.
Right.
And he said that is probably the moment that he said, we're ending this.
Yeah, and I won't tell you the great line that Truman says to Oppenheimer because it's worth you experiencing yourself, but it was a great line.
Well, look at you holding back.
Well, you know,
Wait a minute.
and you could probably go find it because it is history, so I don't. And a couple of things I will tell you about. It is long, but one of the things that I will probably warn you about, we've already warned you about. There are two scenes that they're questioning Oppenheimer about his relationship with women that could have been avoided. I talked to Bubba about it before I saw it. He warned me about it, and I just looked at the floor. You know, it goes back to the book by Brent Crow, called Chasing Elephants. And he took this on about how do we as Christians handle entertainment, movies, and things like that when we know that trying to find one that doesn't have anything in it we oppose is going to be quite difficult. So how do you measure that? Now, you can certainly take the point that says I will not go see anything that has a certain rating. That really doesn't hold up either because you wouldn't have seen The Passion of the Christ because it was rated R. And the thing that he said, and which I applied to this, which I thought was quite good, is he said, does it have a redeeming value? Is there something in it? Like Saving Private Ryan has language in it that certainly we are called in Scripture not to participate in. But in it has a lot of violence in it too. But Saving Private Ryan is a story that has a redeeming value of our nation's history. I kind of looked at this the same way. Plus, I had a warning, so I just looked down at the floor because these scenes are not very long. and they're brief, and I just stared at the floor till they were over because I did the reading, and then I asked Bubba. He told me, and so I was ready, and I just didn't look at it. But just know if you can't really make that work, then you probably shouldn't see it. The thing I would also warn you about, and Bubba, and I don't know if you got exposed to this or not, the doggone movie preview of this new Exorcist movie.
Oh.
Did you get exposed to that?
Are we having another?
What's it called? What's it called? It had something to do with The Exorcist. I was so it is the most terrifying movie trailer I've ever seen.
Whoa!
Let me tell you something. It's worse than anything in the movie. I mean,
Really?
it is. I can't. I wouldn't go anywhere near that. Good gracious! But I have to warn you, the preview is so bad. I too started looking down. I was like, I can't.
You got scared.
It was terrifying. I'm talking about absolutely terrifying. If you're sitting there and you're ready to watch any of these movies, and all of a sudden the trailer comes up and there's two girls that get abducted at the beginning of it, you get up and go, you leave. Go out to the snack bar till that thing's over. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
Nice.
So I just want you to know that's one of the scariest movie trailers I've ever seen in my entire life, and you don't want anything to do with it. It's horrifying. They're taking, The Exorcist, which, was terrifying, and now there's two girls that apparently get.
I don't think I saw that.
Oh,
preview.
Bubba, they get abducted, and where they've been.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, it is not good. But we're glad you didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't think
it
I
was
saw
terrifying. I was like, this is worse. But yeah, and then the other thing is, it's just that doggone movie's long. That's a long.
She's a
long,
commitment, huh?
That's a commitment.
But I was
and it won't let you relax. You got to be paying attention, or you don't know who people are.
I was
and what they're doing.
surprised because Betty is not as big a fan of history as I am.
Mm-hmm.
And she really enjoyed it and stayed with it. It was to the point we and another couple, we had to go have dinner after it and talk about it.
I don't know how you had
and
any
talk
day
about
left.
the details.
Yeah, I don't know how there was any day left.
Well, we started early.
I ain't never been in the theater that long.
Yeah,
that's a long time to be on
at lunch. Stand up at one.
Yeah, it was. Ooh, it's a long one. But I mean, the acting is very good. It's a very intriguing story. If you could drop those two scenes that, like we said, are not necessary. But I will tell you this, because of the length of the movie, the trailer I had to go through, and the scenes I had to look at the floor and stare at the floor, I can't give it 3. I'll give it two slices.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be one of those rare movies. We have these that come along that's going to do good at the box office, and it's going to get a lot of critical acclaim. So it'll probably win a lot of awards too.
Definitely.
And the acting was good. I thought they did a good job with that.
Bubba said the sex scenes bother him so much he's going to watch them in IMAX.
I'm gonna have to.
Oh my goodness!
What a view!
Yeah, I got to tell you,
the way you put it, that it doesn't sound real good.
It was funny because you should have seen it in the text. Bubba gives me the warning, and I said, "Thank you, Bubba." And he goes, "I'm going to go see it now."
That's so good. Can't wait to see it now, man.
I'll have to duck again.
Everybody look down. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anyway,
But the way he was arguing, he really doesn't think he smelled.
No, he
right.
doesn't.
He really
and
doesn't.
that may be. No, I know. Well, I better be careful.
Rick, they would have
In a
been taken off the
land
plane.
far away at a time that has no specifics. There have been people that think that deodorant and antiperspirants are bad for you.
Yes.
And they think it's better to go au naturel. And I know that people have had to come to them and say, I heard you say the other day you don't do this, but you're the kind of person that it's okay because you don't stink. You're incorrect. We do smell the body odor, just so you know. And they were surprised. So I guess you can get to the point where you see every time I've stunk, I knew it.
And they say,
but you're right. If it's your lifestyle, though, maybe you don't.
No, you
get
become
numb to it.
Yeah.
They say it takes a while too. Like that stink
Yeah.
has been there before even you would notice your own. So it's got to be, once it gets to that level, you can smell it. Other people can smell it.
Strangers smell it though before we do normally.
That's what I've heard.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can see that.
It's kind of like the dog peeing in the house thing.
Yes.
If it's a normal thing and you're just used to it, the minute somebody else walks in there, they
Rick.
notice.
No, you're right. I've walked into
pot it
houses.
up. Let's hear him
Yeah, I've
talk.
walked into houses with pets, and I say, and it's surprising people can't smell it.
Right.
But you're right, they can't.
Yeah.
They were asked to get off because passengers.
I'll go back for you.
Yossi Adler, along with his wife Jenny and baby, were wrapping up their vacation in Miami and heading back home to Detroit last night. At least, that's what they had planned.
All of a sudden, as soon as they took us off, they closed the gate, and then they said, "Oh, sorry, sir. Some people complained that you had body odor. We're not letting you back on."
The Adler family briefly boarded their American Airlines flight before they say they were asked to get off because passengers were complaining about their body odor.
That's not my family. That's not my family. The Adler family. It's not them.
It does sound bad here in the name.
I don't care for this story.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Pro Bowl now is before the Super Bowl, which I think that's, I just don't watch the Pro Bowl. It just does not interest me in the least.
The format's got kind of weird, too. I don't.
Well, of all the sports, and I love American football, it is my favorite sport. I think it's the greatest sport ever invented, but it has the worst All-Star game. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't. The sport doesn't lend itself to it. It's just not. It doesn't work.
It doesn't.
So anyway, but they're trying to do some fun things around it. Now, unfortunately, I think a mascot, Bubba, has paid the price. Have you seen this story?
Rick, I did see where we had a New York Jet get a little over-enthusiastic. And look, if you're a Jet, you probably feel this way about the Patriots. They've owned you for the past,
Of course you do. I feel this way about the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't even like the Jets, and I wish I could tackle the Patriots mascot. I wish I could tackle Tom Brady.
Yeah.
If I could get through his offensive line, maybe you could, because he doesn't look that hard to tackle. You just can't get to him.
Right. Well, they had like dodgeball games yesterday. They were doing all kinds of fun stuff for them, and then they were signing autographs as well. And this is when Jamal saw the Patriots mascot and stopped signing autographs and ran over and jumped on the mascot.
I'm gonna go knock this mascot out.
Oh, he's really running. Oh! Yeah, he really hit him hard. He hit him hard. He really hit him hard.
Mascot's hurt, Rick.
I love
that. Here's the grape lady.
I love
right
that
now.
the mascot face is smiling.
Oh yeah. He can't, you know he can't. You know he can't breathe. You know he can't breathe.
Here it goes again. He really.
Oh, Rick, he launched into it.
He decleated him.
Well, sadly, that sent the mascot to the hospital.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up that happened.
Yep.
It did, and he was asked about it. He was shown the video of what it looked like when he did it, and this was his reaction.
Listen to his reaction.
They're not happy with me right now. The NFL is calling my phone, blowing me up, saying that, I put him in the hospital, so I got to go check on him, make sure he's okay. But do I regret it?
Do I regret it?
I wonder.
That'll probably get him another $25,000.
Yeah, but the mascot did check out. He's okay.
Do you think he'll be ready for the Super Bowl? Or we're going to call him the backup?
I don't know. Okay, I've heard this story now twice. Are there no specifics about what happened to the guy?
No, it just says.
Why did he have to go to the hospital?
It just says here that the mascot, I guess he maybe got banged up a little bit, and so they took him just to make sure he was okay, and he checked out okay.
He's
just sore.
Got the back of his head.
That's
got a
what
good
I was
bump
thinking.
on it.
I was thinking his head. Guys, this is twice now. This is twice now where professional athletes don't understand that mascots aren't real, and that inside these costumes they're not in bubble wrap.
No,
they don't have armor on. Phone calls 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to chime in on this conversation. Super P's ready. All right, so Bubba, you were anything else on that? We gave the Oppenheimer review and warnings. Bubba gives it 3. He's going to see it in IMAX. I gave it 2 just simply because it was long. There's a scary trailer, and then you had to look at the floor during some of it.
Scary.
Don't
do the demons horror.
Hey, let me tell you, you don't want to see it. It's the scariest movie trailer I've ever seen.
I don't like it.
The history there is incredible. What was accomplished, the money that was spent was astronomical, but the building of Oak Ridge, Hanover, Washington, Los Alamos, how it all came together, it was really incredible. And like you said, it was long, but it was good. I was not as familiar with the history post-bomb and him losing his security clearance.
Right.
So that was very interesting. And again, if you go and you fact check it, it is very close to history. There's a few little twists there that they threw in for Hollywood creativity, but overall it was I thought a very good movie.
And I think you're going to see Matt Damon get a lot of accolades. I thought he was great in it, and of course.
And see, you know who he was compared against? Paul Newman, who played Groves in Fat Man Little Boy.
Yeah,
so,
I thought he did a good job, and of course Robert Downey Jr. was great in it too.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's and he saves the second half of it. Well, the thing that gets you is you start seeing in it. There's so many that are current big time actors in it, like the guy that played Freddie Mercury in the Queen movie. Mm-hmm. Like I'm sitting there going, is this guy just going to be a guy who stands around in the background? I mean, how can an actor as big as he is right now have such a small role? But then he kind of comes to the forefront there at the end. I mean, you could tell by looking at him going, he's going to play a role somewhere. He's just too big an actor. Right now, I just keep seeing him in the background, And I noticed that Josh from Drake and Josh, he's kind of he got a secondary role in this though, but he's staying lean.
He is okay. Good.
Yeah.
Drake, not so much.
Not so much.
He's in the news for other reasons.
So and I saw that. How did the numbers come out over the weekend?
The numbers, Barbie actually won at the box office.
That's what I went.
155 million. Beating expectations for about a 90 to 110 million debut. Overseas, it's doing well too. It had a total take for the weekend of about 337 million. Oppenheimer would be second. And what was the number on that, Speedy? About 80 million?
Yeah, 80.5 million. And they were expected for it to be about 50. And so
both of them outperformed the expectations.
Yeah.
Sean in Huntsville. Sean, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Good morning, guys. Hey, I think that movie trailer that you're talking about, I saw it on streaming, just the commercial for it. I think it's the same one you're talking about, and it is very scary. And I think it's the new version of the Evil Dead movie from way back when we were kids.
I don't know what that means.
Never watched The Evil Dead.
I never saw that.
I missed it.
I'm almost certain, because I was terrified, that when I looked up hoping it was over, that I saw the word exorcist on the screen. Something to do with The Exorcist. Like it's part of that series. But there's no doubt that's what happens. But they take it to places that even The Exorcist didn't take it.
If you were a little kid, you'd have never got that right out of your mind. You remember when you were a kid and something scared you and you go home and lay down?
Greg, y'all have heard me tell the story 1,000 times. My whole life was turned upside down by The Exorcist because they had because I was terrified of anything remotely spooky as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that was a good thing. I think I had a spirit
Wasn't
about
in
that.
the ghoul.
I didn't want anything to do with any of that. Didn't find any of that to be fun or joyful.
No.
And they finally got me where I would quit, getting in the middle of the night and get in bed with my parents by telling me it was all fake. I've told y'all this story. And then I'm in there playing with my Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars, and Dad doesn't see me. And they're sitting there all playing cards in the kitchen, and I'm playing in the little connection den right there. And Dad sitting there, he goes, I'll tell you the thing that scares you about this movie is that could really happen. And I thought, holy moly.
Well, that did it then.
Who said
Rick,
that?
I'm glad you held that for me. I don't remember you telling me. So
I thought, who said that? And then that would just put a rain of terror over me.
Yeah. That must have really got you, because to Greg's point, you would have ran in there and scared Greg.
Well, I didn't want to put that kind of pressure on my baby brother.
If you didn't speak of it, it wasn't real.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve in Wisconsin. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I wanted to ask you about the Oppenheimer movie. I was invited by some of my grandsons to take them to that. So I got online and looked at a review. They talked about the nudity that y'all mentioned, but it also said it had like 9 F-bombs. So was that accurate?
I don't remember. I didn't count them, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be language in most any movie you go to now, unless it's
it was
F-bombs and atomic
There
bombs.
may have been a few in there, but it was not so many that I came out thinking that was an issue.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Stephen, I'm not justifying any of this, but, just like Sherry and I talked about, because we had a major discussion about whether we were going to even go see it at all. And one of the things Sherry said, she said, if we were going to see like Hangover, or some, movie about partying and Raising Cain that was riddled with sexual scenes and language, and it was even a comedy or something like that, she goes, the historical significance of this movie and the accurate portrayal of these people and all that. I'm not making excuses for it, and everybody has to make their own way. But that is different than you went to see some crude comedy, TNA kind of thing. It's not that. It's a very, very serious historical moment in the world. Yeah. And with that, there's going to be portrayal of people, that are not people of God. They're not, followers of Christ and things like that. And so it wouldn't surprise me. But I'm like Bubba, because of the way the movie is done, they didn't hit the way they hit if you're watching just some movie, that you're like,
I think
this has no significant value of any kind. Why am I watching this?
Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of military people involved in a world war. You're going to have some extreme language. The only thing I was trying to think, maybe General Groves used some language like that at one point when he's trying to convince one of the scientists to come out there, and the scientist is like, "Well, what's the big deal?"
Probably,
They've got
some frustration.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was in the wrong thing. They've got websites now. You guys know you can look this up, but it looks like there's about 8 F words and 5 scatological terms as well. So.
And I read all those, going before too, to try to get some indication of what was
What's a
out there.
scatological term?
You don't want to know, Fred.
You don't want to know. I have
now, this is the opposite of Mr. Skin, right?
Right.
You know that one?
Is that the thing?
Craig and Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
So my wife and I, we went to see the Barbie movie. She wanted me to go with her. Had to do a belly flop just to make sure I still had my pride. Anyways, that movie there is like The View, just playing dress up, constantly smashing men, patriarchy bad, matriarchy good. It just
same old.
It's terrible. Yeah, it's I wouldn't advise taking like your daughter or anything, any nieces or anybody to see that, because it's based, they wouldn't get it, they wouldn't understand. So it's all towards adults, So just like you said, same old. It was terrible.
Yeah, I'm always leery when Hollywood takes what you can get fooled into thinking you're going to a children's movie because they use toys and children's things, and you think, oh, I'm going to take my daughter to go see a movie about Barbie, and you get there and you're like, okay, this is not appropriate for children at all. Why did y'all make the subject about Barbie? And now all of our little daughters are in here, and I'll tell you why they do it, so they can get your daughters in there and indoctrinate them into a worldview. That's why they do it.
Yep. And get that ticket price at least once.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Naturally, It's Clean is really being received quite well out there by you, the audience, and the wives here. They love it. Like I said, Sherry told me the stain remover, the best she's ever used, and she just told me the toilet cleaner is the best that she's ever used. And she said, you won't be able to speak to that since, you don't have to clean toilets around here. Well, I would do it if I needed to, of course. But Sherry said the fact that it is specified for that, she said, our toilets have never been cleaner. Now, so if you are looking to naturallyitsclean.com/Rick Bubba, I don't want you to be thrown off by the name and the fact that it is eco-friendly. Look, we should be good stewards of the earth. There's nothing wrong with that. But naturallyitsclean.com has just researched these plant oils is what it is. These are botanical oils that are designed to naturally clean. But the company, this is not some woke company that's involved with all the the indoctrination into some sort of socialist view out there. That they're not climate. They're not part of the climate cult, I guess is a better way to put it. They just said, look, our product is clean. It's eco-friendly, but more importantly, it does the job better than the competition. Now, if you'd like to just say, well, I'd just like to have a sample of all these different cleaners they have, why don't you go with the Essential Starter Kit? It's got 4 of the most popular products in there. It's got one of their top-selling items, too. And we'll get you 15% off for a limited time when you go to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. That's naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba, and you'll get 15% for a limited time off the Essential Starter Kit. Naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba, and get the products headed your way, and let's hear your reviews. These are mascot suits because, Dante, what's his name, the heavyweight champion?
Wilder.
Well, that
That's
punch.
right. Remember he punched. I forgot about that.
That punch. Guys, this is two this is two mascots that have been drilled. Folks, there's human beings in there, and they're not. It's almost like there's a sign in your mind that either A, they think they're really cartoons, and cartoons can't be hurt, or B, they think the costume the human being's in has more protection than it really does.
Yeah.
Rick, it says here that he was looked at on location, later sent to the hospital. It was a painful attack, according to the Patriots. The person in the costume was advised to get X-rays. So I don't know. I guess they're checking him out.
Wait, the story here says they did check him out. He's okay. Just sore.
I got to see it again.
You want to see it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did. He did.
But I'm with y'all because his body was up high.
He came off the ground. Watch him
leader. I like to
no, he's dancing. He turns around.
Oh, man. Let me see if I can slow it down.
Don't forget, the mascot's dancing to the crowd and has no idea what's about to happen. He turns right into him.
Look, it's blind. He never knows he's coming. Yeah. Look at that.
That guy wants to do that to Tom Brady. See, look, he's totally in the air right there.
Yeah.
Puts all of his weight on him when he falls.
Look how his back hit. Look how his lower back hits right there.
Boom.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
Here's the question, Ray. Here's the question. Like you just said. Watch. Boom. Oh. All right. He's in a mascot suit, but there is a human in there. No way you do that to somebody not wearing a mascot suit.
That's right.
So, I mean, why would you do it?
Did you see the other mascots run over see if he's okay?
Well, the Jaguar has to help.
Imagine him doing that to someone just standing there. You know?
No, you wouldn't
Guys,
do that.
he's fine.
I think
If
he does
everybody-
it in an NFL game. He's fined.
At targeting.
Think about that a minute.
Hey, man, you okay now?
A defensive player.
All the mascots in the AFC East ought to come to his help. Where's the dolphin at?
Okay. See, because
Where's the Bills at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. We're all trying to think
I
who
can't
else
breathe
in
right
there.
now.
Greg, look, we're all trying to think of who's in their division right now. But on the fly.
I have no
That's
idea.
it.
Oh, man, that hurt. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah. Well,
Gotta leave a mark.
again, what y'all saying, if whatever you're doing, whatever violence you have in mind, whether it be a heavyweight champion who wants to punch somebody in the face,
that didn't
what is this guy, DB? What is he?
Yeah, I think so.
A DB who goes and anything, I think y'all hit it. If you wouldn't do it to a human being standing there, you probably don't need to do it to a mascot with a human being inside.
Yeah, because he's in there.
Yeah.
Right. If you want to thump a mascot's head, I guess we'd be all right.
Yeah.
But even thumping a human being would be annoying, but it wouldn't hurt them.
No. But that was a full-on decleater.
Yeah. Anything you wouldn't do to a person outside of a costume, you probably don't need to do it to them inside a costume. Y'all, you remember the Dante Wilder?
When he punched
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Y'all,
He broke a rib on that guy,
It
didn't
hurt
he?
it.
It was bad. That guy did not get to leave the hospital, right? He had to actually stay and be.
And I'm with you. I think in their mind they think that is really a cartoon character, and I'm punching it.
Right. He thought that there's no downside to taking out a cartoon patriot.
Yeah.
But he didn't realize there's a real person there.
Well, he seemed like he felt sorry about it.
They're in the AFC East, and it's the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Bills, and the Jets.
Oh, my.
By the way, the Wilder thing was a broken jaw.
Oh, my gosh.
Even better.
Yeah. is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Super P, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba interns earning their degree in common sense. Common sense now is superpower. We'll get to more phone calls from you coming up. A new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, dropped over the weekend. How'd you like that? Letters from the audience. I'm getting great feedback on that, and that'll be a series. So we'll do several podcasts. They're reading letters from you. We should have plenty of them to go, and answering the questions that you have from the letters that you sent to us on a variety of topics. A lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, Rick and Bubba historic moments, how the business works, all of it there. So you can, some questions about faith. We've covered some of that as well. If you haven't seen the new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it's available wherever you get podcasts right now. All right, so we have some updates from the weekend. Bubba, we did some movie reviews last hour. Now, this ongoing saga with Greg and puppies.
Everywhere I go, people ask me about the puppies.
Yeah, the combination of puppies and grandchildren at times give us a version of Greg that none of us recognize. We don't know who this person is.
You're talking about the longest 8 weeks of my life,
right, Greg?
But,
it's like the same way we felt when we saw our mom and dad when they had a daughter 10 years younger than us.
Yeah,
I was like, who are these people? And then the ongoing thing with grandkids. But you're that. So. Now, I want to make sure I have this right because I know how bad it is because you came over to me and went ahead and gave me the information so I wouldn't have to look for it.
Yeah.
And from what I've gathered, you and your wife raised 8 stray puppies.
Mm-hmm.
People adopted them.
Yes.
Y'all keep getting updated on how your puppies are doing.
Yes, we get reports.
And you went for a visit
we were invited
to your
up,
puppies?
Yes. The first two,
golly,
Daisy and Dolly, and they took 2 of them. Look how big they are.
Look at them.
The way they were. You remember how little they were?
Yeah.
Well, they took 2 of the females, Daisy and Dolly, and we went and saw them.
You went to visit
Kevin
the
and
stray
Peyton
puppies?
Bishop. Kevin and Peyton Bishop. They live in a center. Oh, and by the way, she made homemade Butterfingers. Had them for me. Really good.
Homemade Butterfingers?
Yes. I was supposed to bring and share them with y'all. And
I just want to know, did you go to visit 2 stray puppies that you adopted?
Rick, you see me there.
Guys, that's
what
nothing
day was
like
this?
Millie.
Friday. No,
that's nothing like
no.
Millie.
Those are good-looking dogs.
They really
are.
are. Every one of the puppies is. I mean, I hate to be trash. Millie looks better now. She's got her weight back on. But
they look like
'cause she got
Romberine,
real skin.
Romberine,
They do like.
whatever.
I mean, they're colored. They're silver colored, which there were 3 that color, and
Still got
then
some blue eyes.
the white ones had that same gray silver on their spots, except for Georgie. But anyway, that's the Daisy and Dolly. And again, I told Lisa, I said they're not going to remember anything about us. They were puppies. But now and maybe they're just over friendly.
No,
but when Lisa sat down in the floor, they just attacked her.
Don't do
Rick.
So you're telling me you think they wouldn't attack a random stranger that walked in their house who sat down in the floor and said, "Let's play"?
Kevin and Peyton said probably not. But
wait a minute,
They grow up so fast.
Are you trying to suggest these puppies remember you?
No, I didn't really think that. But they at least they didn't hide. But they probably
Look at those long legs.
Yeah.
Those are going to be some big dogs.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember the picture of Greg with his grandchildren last weekend?
Yeah. I thought it was
This
the
looks
same.
eerily similar.
Yeah, it does. It's the same picture.
The only
Same
difference
smile.
is
Same
eerily
No,
similar.
the only
Same
difference
shirt,
is
same pose.
the dogs actually participate in the picture.
Oh, that's
They're
right.
looking straight ahead, and my grandkids won't.
Right.
You can't get all 4 of them look straight ahead at night. It looks like the Supreme Court.
So what time did you get up on Friday morning to come to work?
2:30.
So you've been up since 2:30. Okay.
in that picture?
Yeah. You get home and you go to visit puppies that you've given to other people.
Yeah, it's just right up the road.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have went to Kentucky. To see Tom.
Right. But
Sorry, Tom.
Well, that's just a long way.
It is.
Greg, but you realize you've opened the door now. Now
Yes.
these other families
Well,
and these
Lisa,
other dogs are going to say, "Why aren't my grandparents visiting me?"
Well, I mean, that Lisa may set us up a trip. I don't
Right.
know.
But
it went
they call
really
it the
good.
Fur Baby Tour.
And it went.
I can't say it.
And they're
No.
It's funny, the pictures, all of them seem to be long-legged.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard they've taken them to vet. Some say they look like they got lab in them. Some say they're Weimaraner. Even got one now. This can't be possible. If that's the case, she's got all kinds. I know the dad was none of these. They say something that have an extra claw on their back foot is Great Pyrenees. Have you ever seen one of them?
That's a big dog.
You got to admit, Millie kind of got high class.
I mean, I don't know what
she
her-
didn't just pick any man.
No. But I don't know.
She got her some sugar daddy.
Rick, compare the two. Look, the puppies are looking right at the camera. Look at the grandkids.
Same smile.
Of course, that's for the
Same
grandkids.
smile.
That's as close as you can get.
Yeah.
As far as looking at the camera, if
Golly,
Merriman
that
just
owns
dropped her
me.
hands a little bit.
But the
Give me the voice you gave.
Greg actually is like cleaned up and looks better in the dog picture.
He does.
it's almost like he gave a better effort for the dog.
Well, he hadn't been
No,
swimming.
we've been out swimming.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
there you go.
Give me the voice you gave the two little puppies. Hey, did you say, "Hey, Daddy's
Did
here"?
you do some baby
none of
talk with
that.
him?
Did you?
Don't lie.
Baby talk.
Don't lie.
Greg, Lisa will tell.
No, I don't remember.
Rick Burgess and Greg go see his puppies. That's what's coming today for me.
Yeah.
But they got a great setup. They even got their own bedroom. They got a great yard in the back to play in. You got a dog house that I could live in.
Oh, they grow up so fast, don't they, Adler?
Oh, don't blink.
But they got I know it. They're just all of a sudden there they are.
Don't you blink, Greg.
Do you think it was sad that Greg left seeing his puppies play and he played cats in the cradle?
Yeah.
They
get old quick when you're counting by
cradle and
seven.
a silver bone.
You wish you'd have kept one now?
No.
Well, Greg, I go back
No.
to this thing about, and I don't want to get grotesque, but people that are in the know claim it is possible that Millie had multiple men.
I never saw except that one on camera that
and I don't want to speak,
and I've never seen him again.
I don't want to speak ill of Millie and act like she's loose or whatever. But I mean, it's
Sure.
But I understand. I could be wrong about this, but some people are saying biologically that animals have the ability.
I don't know. Yeah, I've heard that.
For
too.
there to be multiple eggs that could be.
I guess that would explain Elvis because he looked nothing like
Right.
any of them
Yeah.
at all.
Right.
I mean, he didn't favor any of them.
Right. So, I mean,
Georgie's
I don't
a
like
little
the
borderline
thought
too.
of what I'm saying, but that's what I keep hearing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, and
I'll tell you this: it was a wide variety. You saw 'em.
well,
We had 'em.
well, your puppies alone may validate that that scientific.
Yep. There
Greg
you go.
must
Proof.
be doing something right.
I just noticed that Pace brought Rex from Toy Story in the picture. I didn't notice that.
Well, yeah, Greg, of course. Whatever it takes to get the picture done.
So, Rick, as we continue down the walk of hey, what will you do for your animals? We have a King Charles cockapoo named Ruby
Wow,
Sue.
that's a long time.
And you got to be careful saying it, honestly.
Hey, you better slow down.
But she is going to get to play with one of her siblings today. Matter of fact, I think she's 1 year old today.
Buddy.
And she's going to have a play date with one of her siblings.
Rick, I'm sorry, buddy.
From a science standpoint, I am curious to see how she will react and if she acts like she remembers it.
See, I was doing the same thing, Bubba, with them remembering Lisa, and I mean, it looked like they did.
See where the show's
They
going?
went crazy.
Huh?
Yeah.
You can tell.
Look, Bubba.
We know that
Looks like a stuffed
we
animal.
know for a fact as men age that the lowering of the testosterone is a fact.
Yes, we're seeing that today.
Right. It's. I mean, we've
But
got.
now, Rick, I've always liked dogs. Of course, when we were growing up, if you got 4 years out of one, that was like that was an old dog.
Right.
Yeah.
They just didn't live long then.
Yeah. So Bubba's family's
Between
playing
vehicles
play
and the
dates.
stemper.
Play dates.
Play
He said
dates for
play
dogs,
date.
and Greg's going to visit dogs that have been adopted.
Yeah.
And doing road trips. So it's this is that distance I feel from time to time, like when Bubba's talking to his ham buddies, and I feel kind of like that here on the outside. It's all right. To each his own.
But like I
each his
say,
own.
but one common thing, we did get those homemade Butterfingers. I know everybody would love that. In fact, I believe they're coming to the Golden Ticket season at some point.
Oh,
Maybe-
really?
Maybe everybody will get an
So
opportunity
you
to get one.
You didn't bring them today, though. Huh?
No, I forgot.
Yeah.
Just didn't make it.
Doggone it, Greg.
Not many left.
And Bubba needs one.
I know it, Rick. We were just talking about it.
Right. It's a somewhat healthy snack. If it's homemade, it's different than store-bought
Got
homemade.
peanut butter. in it.
Right, of course. Then,
That's good for you.
But yeah,
especially if you're trying to gain weight.
I just went ahead and threw myself on the bus, got it over with. So
Thank
y'all
you, Greg.
Have you fun.
Thank you, because I was going to get that picture. Somebody was going to send it. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Y'all realize that
hurt.
It's like somebody hit you with a wrench.
That's Milkshake City. Here it is. Here it is again. Here it is again.
Look at Rick.
Yo.
What's so bad is that was
it was
kind of planned. It was set up. I just didn't know it was that hard. Good night.
Yeah, that is a heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
A heavyweight champion, and he does a crow hop and punches you, which you don't even get to do in boxing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he did.
Rick,
the guy can't breathe.
Yeah, you know why? When your jaw is broken,
he probably nearly knocked out.
Look, when your jaw is broken, you're really, really hurt.
That guy's really hurt.
Did you see that? Hey, this guy may not have solid food yet.
Yeah.
I mean, you're on milkshakes. Okay, I mean, it affects your life in a big way to have your jaw broken.
That's a pretty tough way back.
Guys, heavyweight champions shouldn't punch people in costumes.
No, Rick.
In the face?
Right in the face.
Right here. Y'all,
that hurts. That hurts.
You can't. How did he think that was okay? I mean, I think I could have deduced that one was not good. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Now at this point too, like I just want him home. Like, this is ridiculous. He's not a criminal.
Leah Smith's son Julian Adame is a student at the University of Redlands who was traveling in Japan when he was arrested nearly 9 months ago. Smith says the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo told her it started during a night of bar hopping.
He's being woken up in another bar that he doesn't even remember going to and being told that he broke a lamp and he has to pay $1,000.
Smith says her son got scared and tried to run off to get help.
The police officer had grabbed his arm and it snapped back and hit the officer in his chin.
She says he's now facing a charge for obstruction of the performance of official duties, and he's pleading guilty, prepared to pay a fine. But Smith says the case keeps getting pushed back.
And it's just not fair. Like, it's a simple case. Let's just get it done.
Adame was traveling on his own after completing a study abroad program. A spokesperson for his university tells us we are aware that Julian Adame remains detained in Japan. We have been in contact with local and international law enforcement agencies in Japan to ask for status, express our concern, and offer our assistance. Adame's friend Kate Emmons planned to meet him in Thailand after his trip to Japan. Instead,
I actually flew to Japan to visit him.
She went to see him in jail.
We just looked at one another and cried and just basically wept for 10 minutes.
Months later, Emmons and Smith remain determined to bring Adame home. Smith says the embassy in Tokyo is forwarding letters from her son. One of them reads in part, "I love you so much and think about you all the time. I'm scared and want to come home."
Wow.
You break a lamp in bar, you in big trouble.
Let's review what really happened here, not the cleaned up version.
Yep.
He got on a bender in a bar, tore up some stuff, and when they tried to get him out, he punched a police officer. That's why he's in jail.
Correct. No, he was pulling his arm back, and it accidentally.
That's those stories you tell your mama.
Yeah.
Rick, it's never
Mama,
good.
We've all been there.
Mama,
we know how it went down.
I didn't hit the officer. He was like pulling my arm, and he pulled it back, and it like shot.
Right up into his face while I was making a fist.
It hit him right in the face.
That's why he's in jail.
Rick, whenever you're woken up in a bar,
That's
when I woke
good.
up, where'd you wake up? Well, I was being woke up while I was in a bar, sleeping.
Well, look,
That's
it's
usually doesn't end well.
It's never good to pass out anywhere that you're not in your home. If you're determined to pass out,
you're right.
But not only
good.
outside your home in a foreign country, not good.
Let's talk about the decisions that were made, and y'all have hit them. Decision number one: I'm going to take a year off and travel abroad.
Yeah.
Okay. So that that can happen. People do that. I'm going to go to a foreign land. Okay. Good. I'm going to go to an Asian foreign land where where you can eat off the streets and they believe in everybody acting. They don't really like a lot of acting up. Okay.
Don't be acting the fool.
Right. That's right.
Up in here.
So I'm not going to be on a bender in my hometown. I'm not going to be on a bender in another city in America. I'm going to be out on bar hopping and on a bender in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's not good. You really open yourself up to some bad things.
I believe he's lost face here, Rick.
I drank so much, I don't even know where I've been, and I'm breaking things.
Rick, that sake will sneak up on you.
Yes. And then when they wake me up, you'll get up, you're sleeping in bar, you might go. You broke a lamp, let's talk about it. And then I get up, and instead of just going to the lamp, apologizing, and saying, I'm sorry, whatever damage I did, I was drunk, I will pay for it, or my family will pay for it, most likely. 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Looking ahead, upcoming events from themanchurch.com. Coming up this weekend, Emmanuel Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, Blake prime time. Blake will be there to help that church get kicked off as they move forward with the Rick and Bubba discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. I'll be in Austin, Texas on August 4th. Lord willing, I'll be there with City Reach Church. It'll be the first time I'll get to talk to those men. They'll have some of our curriculum ready to go for them to plug into small groups as well. They're in Austin, Texas. August 6th, First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. They've been doing the men's discipleship strategy, and they'll have their next man church, Scott Goroski. And this week, we may be hearing, I'm going to tell you, Speedy, reach out. Goroski said he's ready for another What's Eating Scott Goroski.
All right.
So we're going to try to reach out to him, maybe have him on this week again, get an update from Goroski. But First Baptist Starkville, Mississippi. I was there on Friday in beautiful Starkville, Mississippi, the home of 96.1. Had a great time getting ready for the Man Church Conference 2024. That's going to be one of our dates in Starkville coming up in March of next year. And I was there on the ground getting all those details there at the facility. On the campus of Mississippi State University. So we'll keep listening for those tickets to go on sale this fall. And then West Mobile Church, there in Mobile, Alabama, West Mobile, Tim Ashley speaking to them on the 19th of August. Brian Gunn will be in Hickory Hill, or at Hickory Hill Baptist Church in Westville, Florida, on the 19th as well. So we got a couple of those. Todd Jones, Bubba, goes to East Heflin Baptist Church in Heflin, Alabama on August the 20th. And I'll be at Indian Springs Baptist Church in Indian Springs Village on the 20th as well, kicking off their discipleship strategy. So there's a lot going on. Check those at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So, Speedy, you said you had a bone to pick with me. What is this about?
I do.
Yeah, how, I'm sure I'm innocent.
Well, looking back on July 13th podcast with Major Scott Husing, we were discussing a number of different things. One being his book that is a bestseller,
Right.
and then we went into Save the Brave, his foundation, and then Ride for the Brave, which started in California. Day one was on Tuesday, July 18th, and we talked about it's a 9-day bike ride across the country,
right?
To bring veterans together for the ride. There's multiple stops.
Not hearing anything I need to apologize from yet, bub.
Awareness.
all sounds like a good cause to me.
Yeah, there's so much good in this ride.
Right.
Veteran awareness and so many other things.
If you think I'm going to apologize for being there for veterans, that's going to be a tough one for you.
Right. And then day 7, which is today, if you're listening live, July 24th, it's a Monday, in Alabaster, Alabama, it's the day 7 stop. And you had mentioned, with it being the flagship, and so close to Helena, and the fact that my neighbor Brian is who brought us all together, a veteran, and that I need to go make an appearance.
Yeah, absolutely. I stand by that. And am I supposed to apologize for that?
No. And we all laughed.
And
chuckled, and you just thought it was such a good one.
I did.
And
don't you think Speedy needs to be there tonight, Bubba? Am I the only one?
Well, I mean, he is.
Rick, I heard you promise him when I listened to the podcast. You pretty much said he was going to be.
He's the first son of Helena.
Well, when I think about what those veterans have done for Speedy, they're in his own community, and he can't walk across town and be there for him.
And my neighbor
put
Brian
his leathers on.
Is a part of the Regulators,
little tiny leathers,
who is a military-based motorcycle club, and they're the one hosting Day 7 in Alabaster. Have a big part of it, and others are too.
Do you know that Speedy's legs are so skinny, all he has to do is just wrap a belt around him?
See,
got his leathers on.
Super P, don't laugh at this, buddy. You need.
Rick, it's kind of like UAB Stadium guy, but at this event.
Absolutely.
And so Brian had been out on
I
the
bet
West
Brian's
Coast
excited to be
seeing
there.
some family, and went by and saw Major Husing and surprised him where it all started, and they even cut a video, and he sent it to me and everything. And so Brian came back into town, walked down the street, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey man, just tell Rick and Bubba thank you. The awareness that y'all did, the podcast, it's really helping a lot, and a lot of awareness is taking place and everything." I said, and just in passing, I said, "Now when's the Birmingham one?" He goes, "Oh, that's Monday." He goes, "Okay." I said, "I might try to stop by," and he stopped. He looked at me, and goes, "Oh no, You're expected to be there.
So if he hadn't said that, you were just giving him that.
No,
you were
I-
in the middle.
No, I was like,
Little bit of yeah.
Monday, a little
you
bit.
weren't going.
It was small talk. You're right.
Yeah.
And he said, no, you're expected to be there. I mean,
well, good.
That understand Major Husing. He's been talking about it, and it was the Rick and Bubba podcast thing. I mean, it really. He really enjoyed being with you guys, and I really think that what y'all discussed from the military.
Oh, there it is. There's where I get involved. What y'all discussed.
Yeah, what y'all discussed as far as the military, recruiting PR campaign and how that needs to shift, veteran awareness, suicide rate among the veterans, bringing everybody together, and the fact that we're going to be in the flagship market and you need to stop by. All of that is what's being talked about, and so I look forward to you.
So if you don't stop by,
there.
you care about none of that.
And
when I hear this list, me searching for an apology, I'm having a hard time.
And he went as far as to say the regulators are riding down to Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
See, you're from there
today.
You probably need to be there too.
You should. I tell you where you need to hit them about state line.
Right.
Bring it with them.
And they
you can
are
ride B on one of them.
Greg,
come on.
You're awful.
Greg. See, that doesn't help. And so they're actually meeting with Scott and bringing him in on this day 7 leg to get to Birmingham. And it went as far as to say they've shared their location with me so I can track them. And so to where they'll be at the brewery there in Alabaster where they're hosting the event tonight, the rally and all that. And they're expecting tons of people.
I want you decked out in leathers.
So apparently, I'll be there tonight.
Now I will
around
say
5-ish.
How far is this from your house? Not very far.
Oh no, it's not that. Matter of fact, I'd be honored to be there.
How far
now,
the veterans
trying
go
to
for
find
him?
everybody is going to be tough.
That's a great point.
You hear me?
How far do veterans go for you? Afghanistan,
exactly.
Iraq,
right.
Trying to
Here
meet
we
up
go.
with you. And I you're there.
Yeah, and I told them that y'all might even stop by.
Right. Well, if I didn't have to do what I had to do tonight, I'd be there.
Okay.
Let me think if I got a puppy close to there.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good.
That's
so
good.
Yeah. Hey,
anyway,
by the way, you got a text from Lisa. We're going to Kentucky this weekend. Actually.
Oh, there you go.
To see Tom.
Oh, good.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's
Good
funny.
night.
though.
Look at you.
Hey, now where they gonna
that's-
meet? I will tell you this. You a little bit leadership over there at the church at Old Town. Be careful of the brewery.
No, I think that's just who's hosting it. I think it's.
I'm
there's
just
gonna be
saying.
a rally
I'm just saying.
outside.
Hey, 3
caught
max.
up in it.
Yeah,
3 max.
I'm just saying that you just need to be aware.
Okay.
Huh?
All right.
You
now trying to find everybody.
Sound,
That's gonna be good.
Sound guy.
I know.
Watch it. It's leadership.
They couldn't have a better man on the case.
No,
Well,
Bubba, thank
look,
you.
I will say
Did you hear
this.
anything I need to apologize
When
for?
are you arming the mic?
I will say this: the Harleys and the motorcycles, I'm always very impressed by them because they have
loud.
they are. But I've never really been able to pull off riding one, and I'm not going to attempt tonight.
No,
but I'm sure
Greg's already got that solved for you.
There'll be so many of them there that we'll have a good time.
Greg's
So,
got that solved.
We
You
done
ain't gotta-
covered that.
You ain't got to drive it.
not really sure when
will not know.
when I'll be there.
He will not let
Yeah,
us.
that's
But,
my next question.
Well,
What
I
time
mean,
can
like
the
I
people-
said,
What time they gonna be there?
They shared their location tracker with me, and so they should meet him around 12 to 1, and by the time they ride back, they're
Hope
going to
it's
stop a
11
couple
o'clock.
times.
So Helena, Alabama needs to welcome
No, it's in Alabaster. Home of Thompson High School.
Okay.
And
Well, that's right
Taylor,
by Helena.
I need to ask if Coach Taylor Burgess will
You
come
can
by.
run on over there.
I'm going to bring everybody in.
Yeah.
Put him on a Harley.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing everybody tonight.
So I'm supposed to apologize.
Yeah, thank you.
Rick and Bubba.
And I mean no harm. Please forgive me. He gets rough with the officers. Also,
But
says
don't forget he ran.
He
too.
tried to run like he was going to get help. No, you go to the police to get help. The police, we're here. Where you going? We are help. And so then he decides that when the police finally say, don't run from us, I end up hitting one in the face, but I didn't mean to. My arm slung up and hit him.
That is the biggest stretch of the whole story.
So really, this story isn't poor American college boy gets mistreated in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the. How about young American male acts like an idiot?
Yeah.
And is paying a price for it. And now everybody.
Thank goodness they don't have caning.
Oh boy, hey, he does this in Singapore.
I bet he'd rather be caned. He'd be home by now.
Yeah.
He'd have a red rump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get over with.
Have a big pillow to fly with.
Hey, listen. Guys, y'all, Singapore.
No, they don't play no games.
You do this in Singapore, we got bad problems. Just be thankful you're in Japan. Hey, China, not good.
At least
you wouldn't be in China.
At least they're an ally. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
They'll eventually get him out. But
Yeah, Japan will let him go.
The policeman he punched is mad.
But
He's
everything
gonna
that's
sulk a little bit.
But everything that's happening to Julian Adame,
who's acted like Adame,
is his own Dame fault.
Yeah.
Right. This is. Would we want some Japanese student traveling abroad to act up like that in one of our cities and run and punch officers? Wouldn't he be in jail too?
Well, he accidentally ran and accidentally punched him.
Yeah,
totally
I love that I'm running for help. From who?
Yeah, the police said you're there by yourself too. You're going to find your friends.
Right. Somebody helps me with Janae's name? I don't even get a heads up. All right,
work through it.
All right,
Take a
Janae.
stab at it, Rick.
Guys, you don't understand.
Is that close?
Skaugstad?
What is it?
What is it?
Scott
Close?
Skogstad?
Skog.
Skogs?
It's kind of like log.
Skogstad?
Skog.
Got it.
Skogstad.
Janae's right? Okay, got that. All right. Jason Newell is here today, and Jason's back here sitting next to Janae. Skogstad. Also, we have Jason Newell. We have Matt and Tracy Ingerson. Haley and Steve Glosson. Steve having a birthday with us today. Steve, hey! Happy birthday to you, buddy. Joel Boggs is here. Where's Joel in the front row? Also, we got Brad Berry, front row. Morgan Mathis and Patrick Boggs, all in the golden ticket seats today. Tyler, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to ask y'all, y'all had a skit back over the holidays when y'all guys were gone about one of y'all were doing sheetrock or drywall in a house, and somebody almost fell through the ceiling. And I was just wondering what the name of that skit was, where I could find it at.
Is this when Greg fell through the ceiling trying to get the Christmas tree?
Didn't say Christmas Goes Bad.
I think that was it.
What's the title? Christmas. It's on. We ain't got the tools to pull this off, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. It's called Greg's Christmas Tree Goes Bad or something like that.
I think it is.
Okay.
And we think it's on. We ain't got the tools to pull that off.
You ain't got tools to pull it off.
We think it's on that. If you'll search it on iTunes or something around that title in Rick and Bubba, you'll probably find it.
Greg went to
and
cut.
and then if you want a hard copy of it, check the store. We may have it there.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all's time. Love y'all show.
Thank you, buddy. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go to Eric out of the great state of Florida. Eric, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I just wondered if I could hear Buff Moen making that call on the mascot getting hit.
I got to chat. Hey, Rocky, are you down there by the New England Patriot mascot? By the mascot. What's the fellow's name? The DB that's going after him there, Speedy?
Jamal.
Mm-hmm. What's that name?
Jamal.
Jamal's going after the mascot. I got to tell you what, that's Aaron Mill. He must have knocked him 3 yards.
Jamal Adams, Beth.
Jamal Adams with a great play on the New England Patriot mascot, knocking him back 2 yards. Nice touch.
Nice touch.
Let's go to Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Love the show. Listen every day.
Thank you, buddy.
I didn't know if a friend of mine that I grew up with, kind of don't stay in contact with him a lot, but my brother does. He shot what they call a melanistic, an all-black white-tailed deer last weekend in Alabama, just I think near the Morgan City area, south of.
$35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as Team Rick and Bubba move forward. There you go. It's starting to shine. Carshield.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, trying to bring you that peace of mind that you have when your automobile is still under warranty. But then there's that anxious feeling when that baby has no more warranty. You know what happens when they don't have warranty, don't you? You know what happens? Cam, you know what happens? B, what happens? Your checkbook out. Okay? Because that means if you have something go wrong with the automobile, it's going to be you who pay for it. Carshield.com/Bubba, they offer protection plans to take away that anxiety and restore the peace of mind. And they do that, and if it's a covered repair and your automobile has a problem, they'll pay the ASC certified mechanic of your choice directly. Also in the protection plans, courtesy towing options. Yes, sir. Rental car options, so you're never without an automobile. The one I love, 24/7 roadside assistance. So go to carshield.com/Bubba now, and we're going to help you and save you 20% on the plan. Or mention us if you call 1-800-451-7776. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, it's, we talked a lot here on the program about etiquette out in society where we all go, to interact with each other. Now, I did not know what I experienced Saturday night was available to us. There's certain things that we all know happen when we all share a public restroom, and we've talked about that quite a bit.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've returned to the world of public restrooms even in our work life, and it has brought a tremendous amount of anxiety and discomfort. But this one I didn't know was available. Okay, so let's talk about a topic that all men think is funny for their entire lives, and that is wind.
Mm-hmm.
This involves wind.
So we're going there, huh?
Oh yeah, this involves wind. I didn't know we had this kind of freedom, and maybe we don't. Maybe this guy was over the line. I'd like to know, because I know that when we enter into a public restroom, there's certain things that come with that. You're going to, if you're a man, you're going to stand over, with little dividers between you, and you're going to uncomfortably stand there, next to other men in a line.
Mm-hmm.
If you end up next to someone who has to come in for a landing, there's certain things that are going to go with that they can get around maybe, but you're going to get some noise. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah,
There's a lot of audio in there.
Yeah, and there's the proper use of the courtesy flush, these kind of things. And
I notice people sniff a lot to break the silence. They'll like fake sniff, like
I do that.
Right? Yeah.
I'll cough. I'll cough
just to make noise.
Yeah.
In here.
Well, I'll time it.
Yeah. Well, what I'll do if I feel like that there's if I feel like we need to make some room, what I'll try to do is on the initial sit, I will do a flush right then to drown out the sound of whatever.
Yeah.
But
Good
this freedom I didn't know existed. Now we've all had that moment, and apparently this guy during the very long movie. Extremely long movie. He must have had a little bit of air back up. You know what I'm talking about? He was back, and and you're sitting there going, "Well, I cannot let this pressure off in this situation." I appreciate him waiting. I really do.
Well, you could have waited to the bomb scene.
Right. That's good. Got plenty of noise there. But I appreciate him, and I know what that feels like when you feel like you're a balloon and you need to release some pressure. I got that. I didn't know we had this kind of freedom though, and maybe we don't. Maybe I thought that if I go into the restroom toting that kind of wind, that I still had an obligation to everybody else to ease it out and not sit on it. Now, is that not true? Because I'm gonna tell you something.
So he thought once you hit that bathroom door, all bets are off.
He thought that bathroom was the place of freedom. Now there was a lot of us in there because these are the theaters are crowded right now, and
something they're not used to.
So, and I'm not talking about that he took a seat. He was standing. And he had so much pressure. I even saw him lift a leg so he could get so he could sit on it. And I'm talking about a foghorn. I'll walk in, and he doesn't even shut the stall. I walk in and he's standing in a stall and he's lifted up on his other leg. And I'm talking about he is emptying the can. I'm talking about whatever.
He's been struggling in there.
And I'm talking, look, and got on it and just stood on it. I'm talking about stood on it.
Do the Viking. Do the Viking horse.
Thank you, Bubba. So I see him ahead of me, and I see him go into a stall, and I thought, well, that's fine. He's been needing to go to the restroom, and all the stand-up urinals were full. So now we have access to those for a 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So he goes to a 1 and then hocks up on one leg, and I'm talking about. And I mean, he got it. I mean, and I give him credit. There was one that had the consistency of 20 seconds.
Oh.
I mean, no, it was.
I mean, he went holding back.
Are we allowed to do that? Is that? I didn't know we had that kind of freedom.
I mean,
Well,
it was crowded, real crowded.
I think most people try to play it down as much as they possibly can, but there's points where there's just nothing else.
Well, I know he was hurting, and I know that the pressure was extreme. But I didn't. I thought that was a get to the car kind of release. I didn't know that was or maybe the standard walk across the parking lot and what we call the motorboat.
You're right.
You know what I mean? Where you it's just, but I didn't know.
So what did you say?
So all I got to do is get to the bathroom. I can go.
What did you say? Because I know you made a comment. I know you.
He got a wow from me because I was in the stall right next to him. I said, "Hey, wow,
you've been struggling. I bet now you can concentrate on the movie."
There's no doubt the guy dropped 1.5 pounds. I mean, it was
clothes were loose.
So if we get to the public restroom, we're allowed just to get on it.
I guess they figured you're in there. I mean,
I think his body said, "And now we'll have it."
But I mean,
his mind,
I could
he just held it for so long.
The weight was on the right leg. He lifted the weight off the left leg, so he wasn't going to ease it out. He was moving it, and
he must have been in some pain.
Yeah,
some discomfort, as they would say in the medical community.
I took some up to the chest as I was trying to get over to the stall next to him. It's like I felt
did it rattle the divider?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I mean the kind
like a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I wish I could make this hold because it wasn't stopping like that. It was just picture a constant.
Yeah. Like, wow, still going.
It went all the way out. I mean, if there was a ship that couldn't find the shore, it heard the fog.
Like a singer holds a note.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, it was, and I couldn't really get mad because I've been there and I thought, now that feels better.
Yeah, now he can enjoy the movie.
Right. He must have had a wife that's very sensitive to that.
Or he's just trying to be respectful.
But that's my point. Is that respectful? Is that okay?
I think bathroom.
Anything.
We probably would have done it differently, but he might not have had control. That's what I'm saying. It might have just been to the point where he's like, okay, I've got to do something.
It ain't like there's one person here. I got to wait for them to leave. If it's crowded,
what he did, which I think I recognize because I think we all have this feeling. He put, which I respect and thank him for. He put those of us in the theater with him at a higher sensitivity than those of us that shared a public restroom with him.
Yeah. Correct.
He said, if you share a theater with me, I'll stay off of it. Okay, or I might ease. But if you go into the restroom, all bets are off. Once we're in here, I'm getting on it.
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize that kind of freedom was available. I think I'm a little more respectful in there than maybe I have to be.
Yeah. Well, you try. You try to be.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Sometimes things get away from you.
Yeah, I think it's a zone. It's one of those zones where things like that happen.
Well, it's almost like he made it to the tape. You know what I mean? Once he crossed the barriers of this is the theater and that's the bathroom. Yeah. Once he was in, it was like 9 here.
I've waited long enough.
Yeah.
I know the movie's doing well, but an emailer said that was really the sound of freedom.
It really was.
It really truly was.
He basically walked in. He goes, a little more crowded than I wanted, but I'm sorry. It's the best spot I can do.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't be out there by the popcorn doing it.
I took a note. I took a note as opposed to be offended by it. I just took a note. I thought, okay. No. Yeah, all right.
Sure, he'd have liked to have been less people in the bathroom.
Just get to the door.
Right, okay. All right.
And it could be that he didn't know what to
Good
expect.
for you.
That's happened before.
Yeah.
Well, there was weight on the right leg, so it was not a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a horse lifts up a hoof?
Yeah, he made a decision. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We'll talk with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't know if it had made the news. I emailed a picture to Speedy.
You
really
did.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. I'm looking at it.
I have not heard about it.
Look at that.
They're incredibly even way more rare than an albino. I did some research on it. It's unbelievable how few they are. Just wanted to share that with you.
Thanks. We're looking at the
Have a
picture.
good weekend, guys.
Thanks. We're looking at it
got
right
to get
now.
that whole thing mounted now.
It looks like
That
like
would
there-
be strange to come walking up.
It looks like there was an oil spill.
Yeah.
He got in it.
He swam through it.
And he swam through it, and he's up on the shore, and we're cleaning him with Dove.
Mm-hmm.
But look at that.
I've never seen that.
That
I
is
haven't either.
Well, see, that's that thing that can happen in animals sometime, even including big cats.
Uh-oh.
I'm just telling you.
You open that can.
You're exactly right.
Guys, that's just a fact. That's not kind of theory or whatever. Let's go to James in the great state of Tennessee. James, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to talk to you about the government workers and comments y'all had earlier.
Well, can you specify which one it was?
Well, you guys were talking about, for instance, like you guys said that they were going to be getting a vacation, paid vacation.
No, he said that they will be paid, so
Right.
people shouldn't say they're not going to get paid. It's because they will get paid. It'll be delayed pay.
And that was a caller.
Right.
And that was a caller that said that, yeah.
Okay. Well, the problem I've got with that is and luckily for me, I'm not a government employee per se. I'm a contractor in the government, but the problem is even though they're going to get paid later, they still got bills to pay.
No, I understand that. Yeah, we talked about all that ad nauseum.
Tough deal.
And what he was doing is trying to correct some of the misnomers out there. Look, it's a hard thing and it's a difficult thing, but it's not a lack of compassion to talk about the facts of the situation.
I understand that, but the way it came across was it just kind of came across as you guys don't.
What do you mean?
I'm talking callers in general. I'm not talking about just you personally.
Well, we've been talking all week about how we hate that workers that really don't have anything in this argument is caught in the middle of this.
Right.
I know because
we've said that. We've said that over and over. If you're upset about what the caller said, you'll have to take it up with the caller. Yeah. But I think we've been very even-handed about it. We've been truthful about it. We've talked about the good, the bad, and the ugly from it. And we've got to get to a point in our country where we're afraid of truth. And if someone says truth to me and it's something that's, I don't like the way it sounds or whatever, then, you got bigger problems than worried about what a caller said to Rick and Bubba right now.
Absolutely.
Oh, I understand. And like I said, I don't have a bigger problem. I just want Congress to get their act together.
Right, right. Yeah,
We do too. Look, we want them to get their act together and build that wall.
We even said they shouldn't get paid in any situation like this, and if they weren't getting paid, they'd get these things done a little quicker.
I wish Nancy'd let everybody go back to work.
Yeah, they're not feeling the pain that you're feeling and the government workers are feeling. And I think we also need to change based on the fact of what we're seeing with people who are working right now and their pay is delayed, but they're working because why? Apparently they were essential, not non-essential, or they wouldn't be working now. We need to change that definition too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out today if you missed it over the weekend. Yours truly, Rick and Bubba, we go through letters from the audience. And getting great feedback on that. If you haven't caught it, go catch it. And also surprised, I told Bubba, when the show is in its 30th year, and our 30th birthday is coming up in January, when you're working to get to your 30th birthday, and I told him I was surprised how many people, like out and about over the weekend, said they heard things they didn't know who had been listening a long time. But then it hit me. You could have been listening for 20 years and missed 10 years worth of the show.
Oh, yeah.
And 10 years worth of history. True. So anyway, so catch that. To the phones we go. Mary out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Hey, Mary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I wanted to tell you guys about something that happened to us yesterday at Belk in Coleman, Alabama.
Okay.
Decided to take my little girl, who is 9, and my friend Nicole and 2 of her little girls school shopping. And so all of the children's dressing rooms are closed. So there's no option to take your child in the child's dressing room.
Okay.
So, of course, we take them into the women's dressing room with us. There's only one available. The other one is closed. And so we all 5 pile up in the dressing room. We're in there for like an hour. One stays with the girls, the other one. You got 3 little girls trying on clothes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So we're in the dressing room for an hour. There's 5 of us piled in this, 2 moms and 2 little girls piled in this dressing room. My friend runs to get some different sizes, and I tell the girls, y'all stay right here. They're dressed at this time. They're putting their shoes on. I'm going to go hang these up that we don't need. And so I meant, at the little rack that's inside the dressing room.
All right,
Mary,
we got to get to the meat of the story.
Yeah,
I feel like I just asked my wife how her day was. All right, so come on, Mary. Let's get there. We're going a long way home right now.
So,
we got it. What happened?
I hang the clothes up that we don't need on the rack, and I hear my daughter say, "Hey, Mama." At that time, a man opens the dressing room that has been in there the whole time our girls were trying on clothes.
Wow.
He's right next to them.
So is this a man identifying like he's a woman?
Or a man?
Or just...
I don't think so.
Oh, wow.
I think it was, and the more I thought about it overnight, the more I thought, he was silent. Dressing rooms in a kind of store like that, it's not quiet. You can hear people trying on clothes next door to you and stuff like that. But when I said, "Hey, you guys, I'm going to put this stuff up," the door flung open, and I just happened to be standing there because I was hanging them up inside the dressing room because I'm not leaving my kids.
Sure.
And he looked at me and smiled and bolted for the door. Never saw him again.
Oh, wow. How creepy.
So an associate at Belk who was super, super sweet, she saw me, like, the look on my face, apparently. She's like, "Is everything okay?" I'm like, No, it's not.
Right.
A man was in here trying on clothes with these little girls.
Was he trying on female clothes?
I don't think he was trying on anything, to be honest.
Just in there creeping around.
I think so. Because he didn't open the door until I said, "Hey, you guys stay here. I'm going to go hang this stuff up." And I think he didn't realize,
that's
Mom's
creepy.
going to hang them up right here in the dressing room. And so he flung open the door, and there I stood.
Wow. Wow, that's
so
creepy.
You reported him.
Out the door.
You reported him, and what did they say?
Well, I asked to speak to the manager, and I was informed that the policy at Belk is that all dressing rooms are now unisex.
Oh, boy.
And that any man can come in and try on clothes with my 9-year-old daughter anytime he wants to.
Wow, Mary.
So Mama is a little upset, and I thought, I did my Facebook rant last night, and I thought, how can I tell everybody what's going on? I said, I wouldn't be so shocked. I'm in Coleman, Alabama, for goodness sake.
Yeah, well, it eventually gets everywhere, and it, like you said, and thanks for calling, Mary, and I hate you went through that, but like you said, we're illogical now. It's like we've lost just walking around logic. That is just a recipe for disaster, and we can maneuver through these waters without giving in so much on this kind of stuff. We really can.
The whole time she was telling the story, I thought it was going to end like the one you just told. I didn't know that it was going that direction. I thought somebody broke wind on the other side.
did you?
Of the
Greg?
bar.
Greg, yeah,
okay.
a little more serious.
You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
But as she was telling it, that's where I thought it was headed.
Greg, you just mentioned this in the break, and a guy also in Coleman. What's happening in Coleman?
Coleman's on
It's
fire.
Rock the South. Rock the South brought all this stuff, didn't it?
Oh, wow.
All right, Noah, go ahead.
It's happening.
Hey, so this happened in Montgomery. I'm from Coleman, but either way, I was down at a coaching conference in the Renaissance, so it's kind of like a nice place, whatever. But I went to use the restroom, and it's just me in there. So I'm going up to the urinal, whatever, and an older gentleman walks in, comes up to the urinal right next to me. So I'm just using the bathroom, whatever, walk over to wash my hands. I turn around, and he's got his pants all the way down to his ankles.
Oh, my goodness.
Using the bathroom at the urinal.
Like
Now,
a little boy?
Like
a little boy you're potty trained?
Yeah, Zach, same.
Yes. Now this guy's probably 10 years older than you guys.
Oh my!
And he kind of looks like Bubba, but he's about 50 pounds heavier and probably a foot shorter. So that's just, if you can picture it, that's what I'm looking at.
I wish I hadn't. Now my whole day's all.
That's funny.
Now, I'm in my 20s.
Why
I'm
would
in my
he do
20s.
that?
I don't know if this is something that I need to be worried about in the future. Is this what all old people do?
No, usually it's children that do that. Now, a friend of mine did it, but I was telling the guys about it in the break as a joke because he knew a buddy of ours was in the line behind him.
Yeah.
So he got in ahead of him. He was standing there that way with a whole place full of people just to make the other friend laugh.
Now, I will tell you this, preparing you for the future. I've talked to friends of mine that say, and this has been, we've all mentioned this, older men, when it comes to sharing of dressing rooms at gyms or whatever, older men,
they got no shame.
They will walk around naked and they don't care at all, and they will violate your space too.
Well, listen, most of them worked in the pipe shop.
They don't care.
Them places where they shower when they got through at work.
Right,
every day.
Yeah, rather than wrapping the like the towel, they'll throw it over their shoulder.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and ask you how you doing.
But he did mention that one thing. Do you, when there's urinals and there's say 5 of them, and you're the only person there, does it bother you when somebody doesn't space one?
Yeah,
and they'll pick that one right next to you.
Clearly, you're supposed to
give it a little
space.
space. Give it a little space.
We had space. Now, if they're full, that's fine.
But here's the thing, Rick. We've gotten so it shows you how things change. We got the dividers between them now. There was a day when there were no dividers.
No.
And then there was a day when there was one giant trough.
Yeah,
that's right.
We were coming in middle school when we were kids, and we didn't think nothing about you're shoulder to shoulder with people.
That's right.
But nowadays we're done used to the little thing on the side there, the little guard, I guess.
That is
for lack of a better term.
And I think the reason why the older gentlemen in the I guess the bathroom or the locker room act the way they did is because the way they were raised, they weren't dividers even for the toilets.
No,
you just out there in the room.
Yeah.
I guess they just
That's better
used
than
to
that
it.
toilet right in the middle of the floor.
Well, I remember.
How about that?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Come on in.
When the
Urinal's open.
When the coach is breaking down blocking schemes while sitting on it, it's like this even felt wrong then. Didn't it? Robert,
no shame.
Robert in North Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Rick, I just have to ask you, since apparently that was an impressive display of breaking wind, did you not feel the urge to let loose with a stay in it?
Well, he did. He did stay in it.
He didn't let off.
That was a perfect example of staying in it. He never let off of it. Never. Until it was empty. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll do a top of the hour break, and then we'll continue more stories to cover today. And we will definitely work through them. And we'll get to more of your phone calls, too, before the day is over when the Rick and Bubba show continues. When's the last time you shopped the Rick and Bubba store? Go to rickandbubba.com, click on the store, and get you some Rick and Bubba swag.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The vortex, but
did you know it's I think 5 years to the day that we had the last snow event? It was really more of an ice event where we got pinned in here. It seemed like a week. I know it was about 3 days.
You speak of Snowmageddon.
Oh, Snowmageddon. A lot of people trapped in their automobiles overnight for a couple of days. Just a miracle we didn't have fatalities involved with that. But we made it through. I can't believe that's 5 years ago.
I know.
Well, we were talking about it. You know, we love
the Bubba and Greg show on that night.
Yeah.
Remember, we were on the air because we were stuck here. We had nothing to do.
That was so funny. But we have the all the issues that go with it. And Bubba and I were talking about it beforehand. You know, to me, the simplest thing is don't overcomplicate it. Is to simply come to work and be prepared to stay. But I wish that we had a walking distance or just a close hotel somewhere near this thing, and our
it's
plaza
a hike down the road,
and we just don't. I mean, you don't have anything that can serve. Like say, well, here's the good news: we got beds over here. Everybody just go get them a room. Here's all your keys. We just don't have that, so it gets into a. I think I can make it in, and then if you don't, you can't. You don't, or sleeping on what is a really precious cement floor in here with some carpet across it.
Cold
and with nothing under it.
Yeah, and so you have
nothing
to.
But air.
No, it ain't nothing but air under it. And I was just thinking. I think my blow up mattress has gone to college. I don't think I have it. So I don't think I have it. And that, and of course, that.
Well, we need to. We'll run our checklist today as we prepare.
Yeah. So anyway,
hopefully they'll keep the schools at least starting late and keep the buses off, and non-essential people will take a day and.
They'll shut that down just on the threat.
And they should.
After that last time.
Yeah,
I don't blame them.
Yeah, and they should. Yeah, but
that's what snow days are for.
We did this last time, and I told Bubba, and I think some others were in the situation. The Ram 1500, even in Snowmageddon, walked on home fine. My obstacles were people that didn't have a Ram 1500 that were blocking me on the road.
Oh yeah, I could not get out of the city that we're in, Vestavia.
Yeah.
I was pinned. I tried 5 different routes. I couldn't get out. I had to come back.
I got home. It took me 3 hours, but I got home, and but it was just traffic. I mean, you had to go slow, but if you went slow in the vehicle, I mean, the vehicle never slid or anything like that, but it was a lot of people in your way.
But stranded on the highway overnight is not something you're used to, and it's. I still hear from people today that was out there for really some people 2 nighs. And it was that was kind of scary. So best way to avoid that is stay off the road.
Yep.
Let's just let it pass. And look, if we prepare for it, it probably won't happen.
Good, and that would be great. I mean,
I wouldn't forget that snow coming over your shoulder, Rick, during the closed circuit fade. I go, wow, it's really snowing out
because it causes so many hassles, and that are just in and out of your life, and it just. I remember as a little kid thinking it was a big deal because all that meant for me was to sleep late, stay home, and Mama fix me breakfast. But for adults, it ain't nothing but a nightmare.
Y'all forget that I spent 10 hours on a stretch of highway that was 4 miles, and 2 of my kids were with a family that we didn't really know all that well, and Amanda was stuck at the hospital.
Yeah, remember that?
And I had to stay in a hotel room with somebody that we were okay friends with, but I had a 1-year-old baby with me.
I remember that.
So it was, and it was 3 days before we could even get to our house, before we could get up the hill to our house.
That's right, baby. A show that has survived by under-promising and over-delivering. Yep. In our 30th year, basically because people go, you know what, not as bad as I thought it would be. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here, Rick and Bubba intern, Super P, and Cam Solo take your phone calls. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world on all sorts of formats, either live or archived. There's no reason And with today's technology, you should miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's all available for you live and archived every day, Monday through Friday, and even over the weekends. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate you being part of our routine and us part of your routine for 30 years now.
Yep.
Wow.
30th birthday coming up. We'll celebrate 30 years of Rick and Bubba in the first week of January when we come back from our Christmas vacation, which will be here before you know it.
You know, it really is incredible that there was no internet when the show started and very few people had heard of a cell phone.
That is correct.
That's what we're looking at, folks.
Okay, so one of the we want to start this hour. Now, tell me who this reporter is. You don't know how to say their name.
Okay, Rick, this is on ESPN. His first name Shaka.
Shaka?
Shaka Hislop. I don't know how else you would say.
Anybody ever heard of Shaka Hislop?
No. 54. And they're covering, I believe it's a soccer.
That is.
No wonder he passed out.
And Rick, if we listen to this audio live and watch him go down like a
Which one
tree,
is he?
He is the
Tall
guy on the left.
All right, here we go.
That's him talking.
Is it as a box midfielder? Is it behind the strikers usually starts? Yes. But he's not the heir apparent to Benzema. No. There is a certain player at the moment who is currently playing for PSG who kind of suits that role, doesn't he? Obviously, so much speculation about killing Mbappe and about whether or not he's going to Real Madrid this summer. He's been left behind. He's on the naughty step from PSG of Japan.
Still smiling. Oh, and down he goes.
Playing on Pal.
Let's go to a different shot.
Yeah, the bearded guy with the...
Wow, where's Speedy when you need him?
He went down like a tree.
Well, what happened to him?
I tell you what, if anybody passes out at the motorcycle ride, Speedy will be there.
He'll be there.
All right, so
I mean, did he recover?
I'm going to guess this is a lock knee situation.
Either that or a low blood sugar. I hadn't eaten all day. Something I don't know. You never know. I mean, that happens.
I mean, you gotta love it. He kept smiling the whole time.
Well, it faked his partner off because he turned around to look like, "What are you looking at?" and smiling at. And at that point, it was over.
Planted on his partner's shoulder.
I don't know what this says about me, but I want to see it again.
Well, see at least two.
I think that his partner that was talking whenever he leaned forward, like with big eyes. It's like he leaned back like, what are you doing?
Yes. Right. Here's the broadcast audio.
He's on the naughty step from PSG. He's not gone on the tour of Japan.
Wow.
What have you missed? What have you seen? Shaq!
What have you seen?
Shaq.
Is he calling him Shaq?
Now, why is he hollering in the microphone?
That's he did nothing.
I think it's just his free hand.
From PSG, he's not gone on the tour of Japan.
Oh, my goodness.
He is smiling the whole time. He's like locked into a grin.
He was joking.
I hadn't seen
Buckethead, that would be me doing nothing.
He's not
Back,
gone on the tour of
forward.
Japan.
What are you looking at? Up there.
We'll give it to the guy. He does keep smiling.
Put your microphone down.
You and that guy have a lot in common. You
See me
moved out of the
happen?
way when Ryan passed out, and he moved out of the way when his partner passed out.
How about this? I haven't seen that kind of wobbling since it was Thirsty Thursday at the minor league game.
About in 7.
Right. That's
Yeah, we hope he's fine.
They
I'm
said
sure he is.
too early to make a diagnosis, but he was conscious and being treated by medical.
Yeah.
But we have
And
no.
with that being said, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's got to be a low sugar situation, locked knees, something like that. I don't
or
think
vaccinated,
Oh, that's
not that serious.
We were just listing possible.
That's on the list.
That's we were.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and on that
Terrible disease, something.
Oh,
and on that, well, hopefully it's nothing serious, but people do pass out for things that aren't serious. I know that's hard to believe, but
this is his guy coming
Giving
back.
the update.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Time then here at the Rose Bowl, it's AC Milan at 2, Real Madrid 0, but that, of course, very much secondary to what happened ahead of the game. Obviously, my mate Shaka not here, but as it stands, it's good news. He's conscious, he's talking. I think he's a little embarrassed about it all. He's apologised profusely. Not a man who likes people to make a fuss of him. Obviously, far too early to make any sort of diagnosis, but the important thing is that Shaka's conscious, and we spoke to his family as well, because you imagine seeing that happen live. There can't be many more things that can scare you amongst the family, but fortunately we spoke to his wife, and things are looking okay.
Oh, right.
Matter of fact, they're calling that Shaka Khan.
Yeah.
Shaka.
Shaka.
Regan, I got news.
Shaka Khan.
I know they're speaking English, but I can just barely understand.
I can understand Shaka Khan.
Do you think Shaka, which what I would have done, he thought to himself, "Oh my gosh, I'm at a soccer match. How can I get out of it?"
And I'm in his suit and it's a little hot.
Right.
Yes. And he tried not to laugh a little bit in that.
And he's talking about Shaka's family scene, and if he's got brothers, they were loving it.
Hey, if there's a movie on and it's a maybe British actors or actresses, I have the volume so loud to be able to understand them.
Yes,
You could
same
probably
way.
hear it from on the street. You could hear the movie because I'm like, I can't understand them.
You have to do subtitles.
Especially when they're talking to begin with,
I hate
and they're not
subtitles.
being as clear and
Shaka.
talking to the camera.
Shaka.
I mean, I couldn't. For 1 minute, I thought, what language are they talking?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that is why we've never heard of him, because he's obviously on one of these Deportes.
If you're known for coverage of soccer, there's no way for me to know of you unless you pass out and we played on the show.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Now I know Shaka.
If this guy has a little brother who maybe has not been as successful in his career as Shaka has, and he's probably given him the speech a few times about you got like we were talking about coach speech, you got to control what you can control, and play through it and all that stuff. He's calling him right after that and say, "Hey brother,"
I got to tell you,
nice
Shaka,
move.
he was fighting too. He didn't just go down.
No, he
like
tried
this,
to work
he was fighting to stay up.
He was trying to stay conscious so bad.
So bad.
Well, because he's Shaka. on
His
the
expression of his face doesn't change the whole time he's going down.
He's like,
so the kickoff hour.
Greg,
he's grinning the whole time.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just grin when you don't know where you're at.
Shaka.
But you guys talked about this in the kickoff hour, but that's been a while back. So I think Jamie Foxx on 8 here, Adler, I think, speaking of health, I'm ready for him to give us his health update. My goodness, we thought Jamie Foxx was dying, and he's going to tell us what happened to him, but he doesn't tell us what happened to him.
I know, didn't say a word.
Do we get any information at all from this video?
No, and I've only screened the first minute and a half.
That's fine. That's all we
went on
need.
for 3 minutes, but he kind of explains, but not really.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that's prayed, man, and sent me messages. I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how it brought me back. I went through something that I thought I would never ever go through. And I know a lot of people were waiting, or wanting to hear updates, but to be honest with you, I just didn't want you to see me like that, man. I want you to see me laughing, having a good time, partying, cracking a joke, doing a movie, television show. I didn't want you to see me with tubes running out of me and trying to figure out if I was gonna make it through. And to be honest with you, my sister Deidre Dixon, my daughter Corinne Marie saved my life. So to them, to God, to a lot of great medical people, I'm able to leave you this video. I cannot tell you how great it feels to have your family kick in such a way. And y'all know they kept it airtight. They didn't let nothing out. They protected me. And that's what I hope that everyone could have in moments like these.
So we get nothing.
He doesn't really say.
He just says I was bad. I didn't update you because I didn't want you to see me like that. I understand that. But but we don't know what happened to him. So basically, all he really did was tell us he's improving and working back to 100%. But we don't know what happened to him.
Did he mention if he was vaccinated?
There you go again. There you go again.
I'm sorry. I'm just joking. I think.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
One kid stuck at school, and one that just went into the neighborhood and started staying at various houses.
Right. So anyway, we don't know how that's going to go.
I remember us getting on the road though, and us going, "What? We thought we were going hunting," and then we get around the corner, and we're like, "What in the world?"
Yeah, we thought we set it up. We thought we set it to the farm, baby. We're gonna hunt a little bit. So we'll see. Like Bubba said, they never go exactly the way. You don't go back and say, "Well, this is what happened last time. That's what's gonna happen this time." But it'll be something. The severity could range wildly. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're operating wide open. Span will join us.
Yeah. He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Span.
Time this year. But if you are going to the Super Bowl and you have a hankering for a Chick-fil-A sandwich, you better buy some and take them with you.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A will be closed, as always, on Sundays. And you have to think they're closed for most of the Falcons' home. Well, all of the Falcon home games, except the ones that play on a Saturday anyway.
Or Monday Night Football. That'd be the only one.
There's so many other events happen at the Dome. There,
a lot of concerts.
And all kind of things.
High school championships.
It's just
Soccer.
constant. If you go look at their schedule, it's just, something's happening there all the time. So, they sell them then. They won't be selling them for the Super Bowl.
So yeah, that is, this thinking. Do you think, of course, they're so established in what they do, and of course, they're not really, thinking if we don't have the Super Bowl, we're going to go under.
No, I believe they're good.
But I mean, you think about people though, they're going. You're going to have thousands of people, throughout an NFL season, and then on the Super Bowl, man. Surely, God's not going to be mad at you if you sell a few sandwiches during the Super Bowl. And but this is something they do as worship. They set aside this day and declare it their Sabbath, meaning they take a Sabbath every week, and they devote that time to God, and they allow their employees to have that day to themselves. I'm not that every single one of them, takes it and uses it, in that way, but they want to, at least for them to have the option. And they said the Super Bowl or NFL games are not a reason to go back on what they consider a principle.
Right.
So that that remember, it always goes back to that great life truth. You can say you believe all kinds of things, but it's what you actually do that reveals what you really believe. And so they're not just saying it; they're actually putting the money where their mouth is.
Do we have any of the Super Bowl commercials out yet? When will we be able to look at those?
But speaking, what's the status?
Well, I've been looking at that. They've got a sneak peek. It's about 12 minutes long, and it just gives you a little bit of idea of what's out there.
A teaser.
A little bit of teaser. And we saw a couple of them the other day when we played, three of them, I guess. Those are in this. There's it might have been off air. Was it off air or was it on air?
It was me and Speedy playing around with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
We never saw them.
Yeah. YouTube has got some out, and it's a preview of the funniest Super Bowl 53 ads.
Can I do something first? Greg, do you want to leave?
No, I've done accepted it now.
Okay.
I don't like it,
some
but
of
I have
it's pretty
accepted
confusing,
it.
to be honest with you. But
we don't have to do it right now if you need to, scan them up a little bit or something. But I didn't know, when do we think they'll be out ready to go to see?
Yeah, if you don't think this is going to give us anything, if you're not ready yet, just say, guys, I'm sorry.
I've got it right here.
But, I mean, do you think this is going to give us enough? I mean, are we going to know what's going on? I saw your face. I don't like your face.
Yeah.
You showed me one the other day, and I was like,
yeah. Are they giving us too little of it to even understand it?
Yeah. But, Budweiser's got the Clydesdales back.
But you have an uneasy face like you don't think we're going to like this.
Is there a Dalmatian involved? They always do that.
Oh, yeah.
I knew
Oh,
it
yes. Yeah. Wind in my, what was it? Wind in my
They're
face,
going
something
some
about
kind of
the
energy
wind.
route.
It's because the first one's got me freaked out. I don't know. It's got mermaids in it.
Okay, well.
It's got some water thing. Yeah, I mean, we can,
You scared of water? What?
We can roll with it.
Bubba, do you want to look at it? Let's just see.
I do. I want to see.
Let's see. And we
Ready?
may like, you got an uneasy face.
I know. I didn't like it. Just
We're the makers of Bon and Viv Spiked Seltzer. It's sparkling water and alcohol. It comes in fruit botanicals like pear, elderflower.
We don't see it.
We're not
0
seeing
grams
it.
of sugar.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we work our way back, we're getting more of your phone calls coming up. Some Biden stuff today. Yep.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
A Basement Joe. So a couple to deal with today. First one is there's a press conference and he's going to wander out of it again. They're acting. They want to question him about China, the allegations of them hacking some of his cabinet officials to get information. But he's not going to answer that. But then, once again, the confusion continues that he seems. I'm sorry, Speedy. He seems unable to figure out where he's supposed to go all the time. And then we have an update on his term that Bubba will be dear to you today. But just so here we go. Won't answer the questions, but he's not sure where to go.
Hacking of cabinet officials by China and Mr. President, can you tell us about the hacking of cabinet officials by China and the threshold of concern you have about that, sir?
Ready?
Yes.
How we get these guys down?
Everybody seems to be.
Did he say, how do we get these guys out of here?
Y'all
ready?
Everybody around him always seems to look like they're not sure what he's doing.
Right. They're confused by his move. Did you see that guy?
Yeah.
One guy's like, is he leaving?
Like, this is not what we rehearsed, or this is not protocol.
And the guys in the hall do not expect him to open the door and walk down the hall. You can tell that. So where would we get these guys out of
Can
here?
you tell us about the hacking of cabinet officials by China and the threshold of concern you have about that, sir?
Ready? Yes. How we get these guys down?
Look at this guy. He don't know what to do.
Look at the guy at the door.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, watch
like,
the guy
what?
at the door. He says that. He does his eyebrows like, what did he just say?
Watch
him right here. What? Did you see him raise his
Yeah,
eyebrows?
yeah. They don't know. Nobody knows what to do.
Yeah. Nah, it looked like he just saw a door and walked over to it. Nope,
Decided he was done.
What did he say? It sounded like he said, "How do we get these guys out of here?"
Yeah,
I don't know how
it was something like that.
in your mind. It always sounds that way.
Yeah, that's.
I think it was.
Hey, all right. So when we broadcasted from the White House,
And we all know you went to the White House, buddy.
we were told that Secret Service knew every step that President Trump made, what hall he was going to go down to, who he'd go to first, second, third, everything.
Not here.
You can tell when he finishes, it's not what they are scheduled to do.
Every time.
They don't know what he's doing.
Every look on their
Every
faces
time.
is, this is not what we talked about. You know,
Threshold of concern you have about that, sir?
Yeah, I still see him leaving through that
How
door.
we get these guys down?
What's his code name? Do y'all know?
Oh, it's been published.
Should be Granddaddy.
Say it again, Ad.
Should be confused.
I can't. Nobody can hear you.
Mr. Magoo.
Celtic. All
Celtics.
right. Do you think they go like to their wrist? Celtics on the loose.
Get ready for anything.
Celtics wondering.
Bad day for Celtics.
Celtics freelancing. Look out.
Celtics confused again. Confused Celtic. Confused Celtic.
Celtic went out the wrong door.
He's cussing and confused.
All right. So next, Bubba. CNN is going to give us an update on how America feels about the presidency of Joe Biden. All right, so here we go.
That'll be good.
In something titled, "Why is Joe Biden so unpopular?" Andrew Romano writes that at this point in his term, Joe Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history. Jimmy Carter was the first. Romano cites polling data from 538, where Biden's approval rating 910 days into his term stood at just 39%.
So, Bubba, second only to Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy is is advanced in years.
Jimmy's still setting the standard
and hanging on. So I'm getting off the Jimmy Carter wagon.
No, I
here
got
for
you.
now.
But you got it. You have to say he's still holding his record.
He's holding his own record.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Since the 70s, yeah.
And it was, and those people didn't live through it and don't remember the lines and all that. It's hard for them to imagine that was an America that we lived in at that time.
Right. So
and even with it that bad, he still did very well in the election. He didn't win.
Right.
Reagan won, but it was not the landslide you think it should have been for that time. As a matter of fact, right up just a few months prior to the election, Carter was actually leading in the polls.
Yeah.
Over Ronald Reagan. And then Reagan went in, and then his second term was probably the biggest landslide I'd ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
and I think we'll ever see again.
No question.
Winning 49 states.
Mondale did well, didn't he?
Well, if you're Mondale and you come back out and the whole country was just in a total disaster, and Reagan has turned it around over 3.5 years, and things are looking better, doing better, moving in the right direction. And you have a guy from the administration that had it so messed up come back and say, "Hey, I want to handle this again." I mean,
they sent a message back on what they
yeah,
call.
that's. I mean, that's.
Not even close,
we have short memories here in the U.S., but not that short.
Yeah.
In the 1980 election, Carter got 35 million votes, and Reagan got 43 million votes. So 50% versus 40%.
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly close considering he was so
considering
unpopular.
you might the most unpopular ever.
But no, 84 was massive. I mean, Reagan won 49 states, almost won Minnesota.
So, do we want to get into the word salads of Kamala Harris today?
Sure, Rick. Let's have a look at that mess.
Yeah. So, I don't know. What are Venn diagrams? I don't know what that is.
The circled with the overlapping circles?
Yeah. What are they for?
Just making compare and contrast. You've seen them a million times.
Yeah, the pie charts laying over other pie charts.
Yes,
that kind of thing? Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Overlapping.
She loves them, I can tell you that.
She's in love with them.
Okay, here we
go. I was pulling up a picture.
It's going to come with a laugh, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Take a look, because, there are a lot of teachers here. I think so. I'm going to tell you, one of the things I love is Venn diagrams. Any math teachers in the room? I love Venn diagrams. And I have done an exercise of looking to see from where are we seeing the attacks on things like voting rights, LGBTQ rights,
here we go.
A woman's right to make decisions about her own body, book bans.
Oh my goodness! It's worse than I
About
thought.
that wine she has in her voice.
I love them.
She speaking of wine, it sounds like she's always had some.
You're right, because a little slur there.
Here she goes again, Bubba. We're laying out another moment of inspiration for all to hear.
Yes.
About us being the North Star.
I just can't believe that this is America.
Hey, actually, top two we're looking at.
Right. Yeah. The last.
That's encouraging.
We are imperfect.
Yeah.
And we must be honest about that to understand then our history, where we've been, and then have a North Star in terms of where we must go.
Applause.
That's one of those people. Somebody says, "Why are you clapping?" I don't know. I just thought.
But now we're ignoring progress that has from where we've been to this point.
Yeah,
we're completely ignoring.
Look, I'm all for not leaving anything out, but I'm not for telling only the bad either. I don't want to tell only the good, and I don't want to tell only the bad. You really should take your Venn diagrams if you want to.
Yeah.
And you should
lay
tell
them out.
You should give the true history of the nation, good and bad. And then let people make be informed about not just the bad we've done while you vilify us, but the good we've done, but then also not being delusional, saying we've never done anything bad.
Yeah.
Just tell it all. But what they're doing is picking and choosing, which is just as bad as anybody picking and choosing. Phone calls are next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We haven't done a phone troll today. We will. We come back, and that'll let a lot of folks in here in a short amount of time. We've opened all 10 lines. If you dial us, you can get in now. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the things I love is Venn diagrams. Any math teachers in the room? I love Venn diagrams.
Talking about a little minute.
Well, you're having to describe it to me, man. I'm not getting anything out of this.
Maybe we need to rethink this thing.
That explains the email.
They're right.
They're right. Listen to mermaids talk makes no sense. You
I'm
can't
going
see
past
them.
the mermaid ones. I don't like it anyway.
Something about the mermaid.
Yeah.
Why are you so bothered about the mermaid?
I don't know. It's just weird. All right, I'll go with it. I'm going back.
Okay. All right.
And we're the makers of Bon and Viv Spiked Seltzer. It's sparkling water and alcohol.
That's all we need.
It comes in fruit botanicals like pear elderflower with 0 grams of sugar. Yeah, seems too good to be true, but let us tell you, the myth is real. What do you think, sharks?
I'm in. I want in too.
I'll double their offer.
Hey, this is my expertise.
No, don't go with them. Go with me. Go with me.
Funny.
Here's another
Play
one
off the
here.
Shark
Never
Tank.
give a how funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. The Shark
How
Tank
funny.
angle of it.
It's got people jogging and
They're at Top Golf, by the way.
exercising. The robots doing all this.
You have to explain it because you can't imagine.
Audience
It's like
is loving this. Well, in radio, all you hear is music.
I know.
It's only worth it if you can enjoy it.
Okay.
Michelob Ultra commercial.
So the exercise is not good if you can't go add a few calories at the end.
No. It's supposed to sound like this. Avocados from Mexico. Now you gotta hit those high notes. Do it again, only better this time. Schnauzer. Much better.
This is right up Bubba's alley.
From Mexico.
There's your sneak peek there, Bubba.
It's true. Humans would do anything for avocados from Mexico. No judgment. It was the 80s.
Avocados from Mexico.
Oh my God. Avocados.
Now we're in a
quite a
grocery
budget.
store here.
Got what?
Don't do that.
He's trying to help the audience that's driving right now.
It's Buble here.
That's funny, by the way. Nobody in radio knows how funny it was, but it was.
Boy, I think if they could have seen it, they'd love it.
I feel like we need to get out of this. I feel like it's going
I did
nowhere.
too.
Yeah, I think we need to
Eject.
stop.
Why don't we do
Pull.
like we did the other
Side
day?
pull
Watch them
cord.
off.
Hey, Rick, now you know why my face was weird.
Right. Yeah,
I wasn't sure about the
I
segment.
think if you like
You know
watch one and you go, "Hey, that was good" or whatever. But
Yeah,
it's
it's just got
In a
sneak
row, yeah, we don't have time to talk
It's
about
got
it.
sneak peeks of all of them, and that's really the only thing that's out right now.
Can I
It's
see the Little John Pepsi commercial one more time?
yeah,
So
let me
that's
see
the
if
one
we
I.
For some
can-
reason that
What
on
was
me.
so good about that?
Well, just
the way it goes.
just the way he does
Hey,
that.
hold on.
Okay,
I'll
You
give
know?
it to you right here.
Who's this?
Little John, the rapper.
Yeah.
I think he's a rapper.
Not to be confused with Lil
Yeah.
Wayne.
All
There's
right.
a lot of little rappers.
It may be Little Wayne.
It's a
Did I
lot
get it
of
right?
It is Lil Jon.
It is Little
A
John.
Little John. Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Some guy said there's a Little Wayne that everybody knows, but I'm gonna call myself Little John.
Yeah, I don't
Why
know
would
who
anybody-
came out first.
I think Little
That's
John
the
was
same
first,
person.
wasn't he?
You know,
He may have been.
let me
I
see.
don't know.
Whoever copied who, I bet when they play for a college team, they would have a star on offense and they would wear their number on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does anybody do
And
that?
look, it's not funny. It's just the way he says "okay" at the end and what he's doing. It just I don't know. It got
I think
me.
this might be it. I'm just slipping in it here.
It's really gonna be good for
Yeah.
radio because they don't even say anything.
Pepsi Super Bowl spot.
I don't think it's
Steve Carell, I like that.
He's reading the script here at a bar. For those of you driving down the road.
Tell us, Speedy.
or
Tell
at
us.
your
He's
drive-thru.
grinning. He's laughing.
He's laughing at it. He likes it.
Oh, we'll see.
That's pretty funny.
There it
Here's
is, right
Lil
there.
Wayne.
Oh, okay, hang on. He looks like Little Wayne.
It's Little John.
Is that Little John or
That's
Little
Lil
Wayne?
John. That's Lil John.
It's a little guy with dreads. I mean,
Okay.
What's so good about that?
Because that's his deal. That's all he does. He's gotten paid millions for that.
speaking of that, Bubba said. There goes the phone troll music as promised, and phone lines are available. Super P, Cam Solo taking those calls now. You can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear from you. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get an instant buzzer. So, the buzzer's here at 30 seconds. Unless you get a timeout from Helms or Bubba, but they've only got one apiece. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. All those things are not allowed in the troll. The troll is for meat and meat only. That means the largest number of people, the shortest amount of time asking questions, making comments, and bringing information to the table. The lines are filling up, but if you move now, I think you can get in. The relief factor is, been with the show for a while. I kind of tweaked my back a little bit, so I've gone to 3 a day right now, and definitely can tell the difference and the help that it's giving me. And some of you that are out there that never tried it, it's all natural. The over-the-counter stuff, not designed to be used every single day. There's bad side effects that come with overuse. But Relief Factor is 4 botanicals, all natural. And boy, are we getting great feedback, not only in our own personal lives, but in the lives of you, the listener. From West Virginia, Betty says, the results have been amazing, Rick and Bubba. My knee pain totally gone. Throbbing gone from our arthritic thumb joint. And it's reduced pain from the arthritic shoulder that I have, not soldier, with bone spurs. So it's even help with that, and it will. So go to relieffactor.com. The majority of the people that get the 3-week starter pack, the majority of them, like us, order more. So it does work for the majority of the people. So go to relieffactor.com. We hope it works for you too, and get that 3-week trial pack for $19.95. Matthew out of Huntsville, Alabama, got 30 seconds on the program. Matthew, go.
Hey there.
Hey, buddy.
My name is Matthew. We're with the Boy Scout troop out of Huntsville, Alabama, and we're at the National Scout Jamboree right now.
Okay.
Where is it at?
That is in West Virginia. It's got 30,000 Boy Scouts here. It's quite amazing. We just wanted to say
your topic says Venn diagrams.
Shout out to the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, sound like that was a shout out, which I'm sorry has to get a buzzer. Let's go to Chattanooga, Tennessee, where Pam is standing by. Pam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Question. Who is liable if a child is injured or harmed in a dressing room? In the Belk scenario, would it be Belk? Also, info to the table. I purchased what I thought was a skirt at a store, did not try it on, got home, put it on, realized that it was a skirt, which is a short and skirt combo. And then I realized there was a patch in the front of the short part that was left open.
Oh no! Oh, you're gonna start seeing some of that, because now biological men can still identify as a woman, and they're actually catering clothing. Of course, in the old days, a biological man that dressed as a woman was just called a transvestite.
Yeah, right.
I don't know why we've taken it to another place now, but So on the liable part, if your policy is men and women share dressing rooms, and if you have young girls trying on back to school clothing, and a man comes in the dressing room that you allowed, and something happens, I don't know that anybody's held liable if that's the way our society is now. But I guess the person would be in trouble if he did anything inappropriate just because he did something inappropriate, not because he was in that dressing room, because he was allowed to be in the dressing room. So I guess you would just hold accountable the person for their actions. I don't think Belk in today's society would be held accountable for anything, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
We're good.
Great.
Hey, this is really for everybody and Greg. I emailed Greg a while back about Collier, the little kid he met at the Piedmont Run. And I just wanted to let Greg know that cancer took him Friday afternoon. So he passed away Friday afternoon. And I was going to reach out to Greg, email, but I figured I'd call. If y'all can just pray for our family and stuff like that, that'd be great.
Sure, we will.
Collier, it was he got his picture made and he listened to the show and he was in he was.
So did you get that news?
I did. Yeah. Randa had I do the Venice's run through that she had posted something on it, and that's like I say, he was a good kid, and wow, what a battle.
Yeah, we hate to hear that.
That's sad.
Well, and the Lord is near to the brokenhearted, and we will join you guys in prayer today for your family, and all connected to Him. Julie in Georgia. Julie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just want to tell y'all how much I enjoyed your podcast from this weekend. Listening to all the letters that were sent in and y'all's replies to them.
Well, thank you. I like if we can develop some kind of series like that, because it really practically is impossible to get 40 guests in a year and then have to do it again the year after that, and then the year after that, and then the year after that. So we're going to have to develop some series that take up multiple podcasts, and we're getting great feedback on those, and I think that's one series that we can do. Because we don't want to go get a guest just for the sake of having a guest if we don't think it's something interesting or whatever. And
we're holding out for Elon.
Yeah, and I think you, the audience, I'm this way. I'm more drawn to podcasts that are done, especially if the people doing the podcasts are known for something else. And like us with the radio show, but this podcast might offer me a look into a longer conversation or more of the behind the scenes stuff than maybe the 10-minute segments on the show do. Yeah. So and based on the feedback, I think that was accomplished. And we may do it again this week. We'll see. But we definitely will do it again. Let's go to Patrick in Alabama. Patrick, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that the movie Oppenheimer must be causing people to just rip them in the bathroom, because that same situation happened to me after the. Oh, yeah.
Don't you think it's the length of the movie?
Yeah.
Because the length of it is
think
just
it's
so.
the length. I mean, I was in it wasn't the nice reclining seat, so it might have been the angle. I don't know, but that dude was laughing as he was ripping them. He couldn't hold it together.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a long time to be there, and
I think there's probably some anxiety with the movie too. I mean, there's a lot of loud noises, and things in it. So I think people get worked up, Rick.
And because there are so many people that you need to know who they are and what they do, if you get up and leave during the movie, you could come back and not know who this person is.
That's true.
Now, who is this?
It could be another century.
Look, let me tell you, it's right for who is this.
Mm-hmm.
If you deal with that a lot, I just must warn you, it's right for that. Russ in Salem, Alabama. Russ, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
What's up, guys? I just wanted to see if you have all seen the Facebook video going around of a hobby horse competition.
Oh, yeah. We did
played
that. Yeah, we did that. We did it Thursday or Friday last week.
That was very disturbing.
Very disturbing.
You should have seen Helmsy in here jumping over everything.
Now, Helmsy does look like a natural. I would give him
Can I
that.
tell you, I think Helmsy could win it. I'll go that far.
Right.
I don't know. They get some big air.
Right. Yeah, they do. You're right.
I think the prancing part you had it, though.
Yeah, the high knees. It really is high knees. You're running around high knees.
That's exactly what you're doing. Yeah. With a pole between you.
Well, what Helmsy brings to the table on stuff like this, which really all he does is tap into his mascot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got a lot to do. It comes from the same account.
It does.
Yeah. And yeah,
kind of like Speedy and his mom account.
Yeah. Well, really, all you did was just get on that hobby horse like you were a mascot.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
You pretended you were.
And went crazy.
I pretended for like 15 seconds that nobody could see me.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the key to it.
Didn't know who I was.
Is that what the mascot costume? That's the opportunity to afford you.
Absolutely,
You're in your own world
it
in
does.
there.
No one has.
Are you
a
making
clue.
faces in there?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll never forget when I was the country coyote. I was with Bubba.
Oh yeah.
And
with the floods.
Greg. And for some reason, Rick, I got a bunch of people want a picture with a country coyote.
Yeah, sure they
and
do.
even though they couldn't see me, I was smiling for every picture. When they would say smile, I'd smile, and I'd be like, "Why am I smiling?"
Hey, take another one. I wasn't smiling.
You already got a smile on that head.
Helms came out of the gate really, really hard.
And
he entertained for about a block, and then I think the reality of the situation set in.
It got hot.
I think that same energy got on that hobby horse.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
yeah,
That's true.
And I will tell you, he gave it everything he had. I mean, everything he had. I think we did do this, Rob. Robin Hoover. I think, Rob, you may have missed this. I think we've already had this, but you can ask Bubba anyway.
Well, Bubba, I share your enthusiasm for one Tom Cruise, and I actually watched A Few Good Men on the plane over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard him crucify Jack Nicholson on the stand, I got fired up about Mission Impossible 7. So give me a quick rundown, if you don't mind. We were actually just crossing over the Georgia state line just past Oxford, Anniston, Alabama. So
Go Big O. Go Big O. Yeah, Bubba, you gave a review of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's three pieces, right?
Well, it was good. I really enjoyed it.
Could y'all break down the pieces after he does that too? Because I've gotten emails.
Well,
about
3
that.
pieces a piece, it means he'd pay to see it again.
Yeah.
2.5 means that he liked it but would not pay to see it again, but would watch it again if it was free.
Yeah, on TV or something.
Yeah, and then anything less than that's not a good review.
Yeah. It goes south from
So
there.
that's I'm gonna go pay and see it again.
Yeah, I thought it was real good, and like a lot of the Mission Impossible series, it's dealing with things that we're having to deal with now. They've actually been a little bit ahead of the curve on some of this, and again, I think they're a little bit ahead of the curve, and it does deal with artificial intelligence. So, and that's no secret. So,
Of Indiana Jones,
they really carry it out. You know,
Of Indiana Jones, Oppenheimer, and Mission Impossible, which one of those three did you like the best?
I liked all of them,
of course,
but I think Indiana Jones was 2.5 slices.
Right.
Oppenheimer's 3, Mission Impossible's 3. I think it really depends the crowd you're with. If you're wanting a big adventure movie, Mission Impossible. If you're more wanting to talk about history and politics, it would be Oppenheimer.
Yeah. It's whatever mood you're in.
Yeah.
We'll be back. Because you are going to be asked to work a little in Oppenheimer. It's not a Mission Impossible. I don't feel like I have to work too much.
I think it will be a real good movie to watch the second time because now you kind of know, what's going on. You can fill in the blanks a little better. Mission Impossible, you probably could get away with watching 3 times easy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got that story with
I got it.
Yeah, involving the Office.
Yeah,
involving the Office. And I remember this episode because The Office.
Yeah, funny.
Golly, what a funny show.
Rick, Arizona.
Couldn't do it today, though. Couldn't do it today.
An Arizona mechanic saved a stranger's life using CPR he learned from the TV sitcom The Office.
That's unbelievable.
His name is Scott Cross, Cross Scott.
Right.
And he's 21. That's an odd name, though. And I looked at that.
Very
Wait a
odd.
minute.
That crossed
Your
up.
mind tried to fix it.
Yeah, he did. He was test driving a
Baby.
customer's car near a Tucson auto body shop where he works when he noticed a car on the side of the road with its hazards on. There was a woman in the front seat slumped over the wheel. He immediately jumped into action, pulling over and breaking out the window of the driver's car with a rock. He noticed the woman's lips were blue. He pulled her out, started performing CPR on her to the beat of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees, a tactic he remembered from a 2009 episode of The Office. Staying alive, staying alive.
Yeah.
The song has a tempo just over 100 beats per minute, about the same recommended pace for performing CPR. Scott, who coincidentally shares the same name as Steve Carell's Office character, Michael Scott, reportedly did not have his phone on him at the time, so he wasn't able to call 911, but 2 other women who passed by pulled over, stopped, and called emergency responders.
Gosh, I'd
That'd be my luck. I'd have a heart attack, and the one guy who ain't got a phone comes by.
That epised, if you've never seen it.
Oh, yeah.
It's yours to watch. It's too far with it. Look, and it all happened because he was afraid Stanley, because Stanley had a heart issue. and the fact they realized that Stanley's heart issues are directed at Michael, not that he's the one that puts the stress on him. So it's very, very funny.
Okay, that's hard to keep track. How many is that per hour?
How's that going to help you?
I will divide and then count to it.
Right.
Okay, well, a good trick is to pump to the tune of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
The important part is to remember Staying Alive, the chorus, if you have to do CPR.
Yeah, are y'all missing how hilarious it is that the first thing he was singing, I Will Survive, instead of Staying Alive? Y'all, I love that song. No, not I Will Survive, Staying Alive. Man, that show was good.
That was a TV
No way.
commercial.
No, if anybody even pitched some of the ideas they covered now, they wouldn't get on the air. Everybody would be so upset. The things they did involving some of now lives do not go there.
I know.
And buddy, they had no issue with it whatsoever.
That was a great episode.
Let me tell you, the show would not have aired the one episode when they did the whole deal where they were claiming they were going to deal with the political correctness in the office, and everybody had to pretend to be a minority or all these different things. You had to put it on your forehead,
right?
And then everybody came out and started talking to you, and you had to guess what was on your forehead. Let me tell you something.
That was precious.
There were no sacred cows in that episode, my friend.
You know, I liked the episode, too, where they rented the office downstairs and made it a disco. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a...
You remember the beach party where they're having competition to see who was going to get Michael Starks get his job when he left?
Yeah. Yep.
That was good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many of them.
Oh, yeah. I've watched every single one of them over and over and over again. Top of the hour.
Hey, you remember that time?
We'll be back.
We got more audio. Top of the hour.
What else are we going to watch, guys?
By the way, the Office station might as well.
Yep. Yeah.
They never thought that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to start with Tony out of Houston, Texas. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go! So as we make our way back, do have an Elon Musk update today. Hey! Boom! Dollar, 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 dollar. Yeah. Bubba, Elon Musk now ruling over Twitter. A lot of changes being made, and today a big change.
Well, you know, he already stepped down as the CEO, and he has a lady named Linda, and I can't say her last name. How do you say that, Adler? Do you know?
Yeah, Adler, you got any idea how to say it? No, why did you go with Adler on that? I thought that was an you thought you might know inside.
Well,
yet.
You know, he's
maybe it looks like Yacarino.
A little more hip to the groove than us.
Maybe Yacarino.
But Elon Musk has announced that Twitter has ditched its bird logo and will rebrand with the name X in the latest controversial shakeup.
So we're not doing the bird anymore?
So will you, if it's Twitter and you tweet, will you still be tweeting if it's X?
Or you be Xing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did y'all see my latest X, or did we say my latest tweet? I don't know.
So he tweeted a picture of the company's...
Can I re-X you, or am I retweeting you?
Yeah, he's tweeting a picture of the company's new logo. It's a white X on a black background late Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
And the new CEO said, X is here, let's do this. X will be powered by AI and will connect us in ways we're just beginning to imagine. She said the new changes are a step closer to Musk's previously stated idea for an everything app that would combine social media, instant messaging, banking, and other ventures.
Okay. So when does this take place?
I guess it's right away. I don't know.
My Twitter app on, I guess the Twitter website, I could call it, on my computer is already an X. Instead of, it used to be the old bird, and there's your X logo there.
I still got a bird over here.
Well, he's on the.
Yeah, I mean,
he's on the website.
Right. When will it change?
I don't know. That's
a
good question.
Yeah. Because out here just tweeting and tweet today, it's still a bird.
I like the bird.
Just a bird.
Yeah, I still got the birdie.
Yeah. So I don't know, but the website's already an X. Yeah. Today mine's working like it always has, but I'm sure that's going to change. I like some of the things that he's done, like allowing you to be able to do longer messages and He's working on the ability to edit a message like you can on Instagram. I think he's made some changes that are good changes. Yeah.
So this thing he loves the X, doesn't he?
He does. He's all about that.
I'm sure there's something weird reason.
Sure.
So, I guess we're gonna have to download a new app, Adler.
I think it'll update. Yeah.
You think it'll update?
Just change the name and it'll update it. Yeah.
But the question has been asked. What do we call it now? Hey man, do you mind going out there? Did you see what I and re?
Yeah.
Are
you still gonna tweet on X?
Aha! Good question.
Is it
Because
like-
you tweet because it was Twitter.
Is it going to be because of SpaceX? Is it going to be Social X?
Right. Like for instance,
Don't
you Helmsy in your
saying.
in your world, okay, and you're handling stuff. You go, hey man, just FYI, I just put out you might want to go read on
X
on the other platform. Are we? I just put an X up. I just put a message up.
I don't
you might
know.
want to remessage.
He's trying to supposedly make this app the quote everything app, so it'll even have like banking. You can do your banking within the app. You can do your messaging within the app, and it's supposed to be the quote everything app. And this is all part of X Corp.
Calm down.
Okay.
And you're gonna have an implant that you can put in your forehead, so it'll be great.
Right. Yeah, I can't wait.
I added that.
Real convenient.
I just X'd
Okay.
you something.
So Greg's getting an Illuminati update on this.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be. The X is some type of weird symbol we don't know. They're sneaking it in on us.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be where it's headed.
Right. Is it true they
Space
tried to
X.
kill Jamie Foxx because he was coming out with it?
Exactly.
That's true.
The gatekeepers
100%
of
true.
Hollywood are after him, and that's what that was.
The
about.
gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Are we still having the fight between him and Zuckerberg? Are they still going to fight?
You know, that kind of died down a little bit,
did.
didn't it?
But-
Well,
but-
Zuckerberg got his blue belt in jiu-jitsu.
I saw that this weekend.
Are
What does
they
that-
letting him win?
What
so
does
they
that
can break-
mean, Adler? I mean, going to a blue. What does that
I mean,
mean?
he's leveled up. He's one level up.
Is that big? Is
You
that
think they just
Is that a big
step?
jump?
Is that a big step?
If jiu-jitsu is a ladder, he officially has both feet and both hands on the ladder. So that's good.
So it goes white,
Yes.
blue.
White, blue, purple, brown, black.
Okay.
And
So
I'm a
he's-
white belt still. I know y'all want to. Yes, still.
he
Yes. I'm a loser. Yes.
He got
okay.
his blue belt in like, I don't know, 6 weeks or something, right? He went through this pretty
know
quick.
what
He's been training for a while.
You know what this is.
But you've been doing it for how long?
I did it for 2 years, and then the pandemic happened, so I stopped for 3 straight years. And then my kid was born at the beginning of the lockdown, and then the next thing I know, my kid is 3. I'm like, my goodness, I haven't been to jiu-jitsu in 3 years. The time flies. Don't blink.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
man.
Greg.
Like
Gets
we
all the
said
puppies.
Then you left
Yes.
your tribe.
Yeah.
And then I had to find it at lunch class, Greg. That's why. You don't have to.
You're with them
But if
now.
you'd have stayed
You're
with-
with them.
if you'd
Now,
have
you're
stayed with
officially a dad when you have to
Yeah.
do a lunch class.
I'm in the lunch class with the dads.
If
Yes.
you'd have stayed with it, you'd be blue though.
Yeah, thank you.
You know,
Speedy.
maybe even purple.
Right.
Or if you were like a billionaire, like Zuckerberg, they'd go ahead and bump you up.
Do you
Well-
think if you roll with him, he has to win?
Yes. And
I
they
think the weight
advanced
of his
him, you
money
know.
just weighs down on you so much.
I don't mean to be insensitive here. I bet Webby wouldn't let him get away with it.
No,
Webby
would
Webby'd
choke him
hold
out.
his
He's
feet to the
serious.
fire.
Webby's blue belts are like purple black. They're amazing.
So have
Right.
you seen him? Have you seen him do any of the jujitsu? Is he like legit?
He's legit.
Could
He's
you beat
working
him?
hard. He's
Could you
working
beat him?
hard. I think I would have. It would be a good match between Zuckerberg and I. Y'all, he has the best people around him. He's got unlimited time. I don't think he has kids, does he?
No.
He's got unlimited time, unlimited money, unlimited resources. He's probably learning it, and
Could you
he's
beat him?
smart. He's smart.
Could
I
you
think
beat
we'd
him?
have a good match, but I would eventually my cardio would win out. I'd take his back, sink in the rear naked choke, and it'd be lights out. It'd be donezo.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Hello, Tony. Welcome to the program.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm just down here in Houston getting after it, trying to grow the Rick and Bubba Army down here a little bit.
Thank you.
It's a little tough to do, though. Hey, I listen to these guys on the radio. They're going to watch commercials and watch some TV shows and tell you all about it. It's a great show.
I know. It's a bad. I mean, we can't break it. It's almost like we're smokers and we know we need to quit smoking. We just can't.
That's all right. We'll change it up and then listen to Tom Brokaw on TV after that. That's a good change up.
After you heard him, you're like, you know what, Rick and Bubba, not so bad. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Let's go to David out of Oxford, Alabama. David, go ahead. You got 30.
Hey, guys. Good talking to you.
Thanks.
in my 67 years, there are some events that I think stick out, and one of them was 33 years ago today when the Challenger exploded 73 seconds after liftoff. And that's in your mind. You just can remember exactly where you were and when it happened.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was today, but you're right. That was a man, just one of those days where uncontrollably you just went into a dark sadness. You really couldn't, and you keep thinking it's going to be all right, and then you realize it's not, and what happened, and the footage of watching those family members and everything is just it's awful.
Yeah, I remember being at college and hearing that and leaving. I just left class, so I got to go home and see what's going on.
Yeah.
That was a tragic day. I remember it too, and Reagan was president, and he made I thought a very memorable speech that night at the White House and then at the funeral. So, and you knew too it was going to set our space exploration back till they figured it out, which they needed to, but you knew it was going to delay everything, and just kind of a depressing deal all the way around.
I tell you what also adds to it is to think that was 33 years ago.
Oh, I know.
That's a lot of time.
How fast is that going by?
That's a lot of time.
A lot of time.
I was in the meat department at Food World working.
Really?
How weird is that?
That is weird.
Still remember it because we saw the playback. I don't know how many times. Looking at it.
Yeah.
When you hear the controller say, Challenger, go for throttle up, and you think, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah. I actually don't recall where I was. But I remember. I really don't.
This was one of those first moments.
I really don't. I'm just. But that doesn't mean it's not traumatic. It just means I can't remember things well. That's all that means. I remember the event. I remember how I felt watching the replays.
Yeah.
But I can't remember watching it live. Maybe I didn't. I may not have been watching it.
I didn't see it. I just remember one of the ladies from the bakery of all places walked over and said, "Hey, the shuttle just blew up."
Wow.
I was in third grade, and I remember this being the first thing that got to me like this.
Yeah, because you were probably sitting in a classroom. They were showing it to you,
third
right?
graders. I don't think we were watching it.
Really? Because I know a lot of schools watch it.
Because of the teacher.
But because of the teacher on board, many of the teachers were, as they were finding this out, obviously upset. And but I remember it being the first thing that impacted me like that.
Yeah.
I remember.
Well, you kept thinking surely that the shuttle part of it was going to fly out of that, or they were going to parachute out or something,
Yeah, it was bad.
They're in one of those pieces falling right there.
Of course, if you really want it to bother you, watch all the documentaries now that show that it was absolutely avoidable.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of rush.
So many times.
Had us a publicity thing going. We couldn't be told anything because it was going to mess everything up if we didn't.
Well, we never really tested the rockets below freezing.
Yeah.
It really wasn't usually a big deal in Florida.
We continue 866.
It was an exceptional cold snap, kind of like what we're going to have tomorrow.
Yep.
Days after.
Polar vortex.
Let's go to Tom in Alabama. Tom, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
And the gang. Long-time listener and a long-time hemorrhoid, which you guys understand.
A northerner that came south. Yeah, it didn't go back up. I got you.
Anyways, I wanted to say about the there was a call on that play at close to the end zone, and they only showed it one time, and it wasn't the center camera that's on the cable. It was off to the sideline behind the line judge, and
I was trying.
30 seconds is it.
Much like that,
he had
it was
the
a
play
no call.
Yes,
You just said you weren't going to do that.
he had plenty of time to get that in, guys.
What was he?
He
talking
stammered
about?
a little.
Was he still talking about? Hey, was he still
He was
going
about
back
to tell us what? Had
Another angle of the call or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We continue.
You think the guy thought the ball was past him?
Did you look right there?
We have a play clock, and he didn't get the playoff. Bottom line.
Yeah. We continue. Matt in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Matt, go ahead.
Talking about the Challenger. I don't know if you saw it. They're coming out with a movie, Challenger Disaster, and Les Miles is starring in it. You can look it up on the trailers out. So
now, why is he in it?
You're a kid.
I'm being careful with everything I say next.
I know.
Not a clue. But
okay, so
Bleacher
you're
Report put it out the other day.
So you're not trying to do something because you wouldn't joke about something so serious. You're just saying this is just a fact.
What the heck? The trailer is out for the Challenger.
Yeah, they're saying
movie.
Les Miles is in a Challenger movie.
Dean Cain. Yeah.
How about that?
Okay. All right.
This
my
can't
gosh.
be right.
I didn't know that.
I'm watching it now.
Let's go to $50,000. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready for another hour. We've got interns, Super P and Cam Solo, taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There goes Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, got to get on the road a little bit this past weekend, traveling around. Went to see in-laws on Saturday. Friday, Bubba went over to the land of Thurlow. 96-1, the land of Thurlow, in Starkville, Mississippi, and had a great time there. What we're doing is in 2024, after the success of the first ever Man Church Conference in 2023, we're going to do two in 2024, and we're going to do one in Birmingham on February the 17th and 18th. Is that right? 17th, 18th, or 16th, 17th? Let me look at the calendar. What's the Friday, Saturday there? Whatever that is in the middle of the year, middle of the month. Let's see, 2024, that would be 16th and 17th. Okay, so the 16th and 17th, we'll be doing the Wright Center at Samford University. We've got a great lineup for the Man Church Conference there. And then on March 8th and 9th, Starkville, Mississippi, we'll be there at Bettersworth Auditorium on the campus of Mississippi State University. So, you got to go over and you got to look around, you got to kick the tires, you got to find out what's going on. And so I went over to meet Raymond. It was funny. I knew I was in for quite a treat. Every city's got a Raymond Brooks. You know what I mean? And Raymond, he's the mover and the shaker, and he's high energy, and he's a big fan of the show. And Thurlow had, connected us there and to see if we could make this happen. But you know how when the minute you step on the ground, when you've got somebody that's going to have fun at your expense the entire time, you know what I mean? My foot has not even, it's just barely on the pavement. And Raymond says, "Well, what a pleasure to meet Sherry Burgess' husband."
Uh-huh.
And I thought, well, here we go. Yeah. You know what I mean? We are off and running.
How did Andy handle that?
Andy struggled a little bit because he had to ride with me over to Andy Blank's, because we've got the team over there. And then we met Les Bradford with he and Andy, of course, with Iron Hill Press. They publish all our curriculum, and then we do these conferences together. And Andy struggled on the way over there because I let him in on some stories that you wanted me to make him uncomfortable.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course,
Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, and of course, I would. He loved any moment for anything to take place. That he said, "Y'all got to stop us. I'm starting to sweat." So I would do things like, why don't you get up there and let's set the lighting with you up there and that kind of stuff. And but Raymond was a great host and, kind of took us around. And I didn't realize this. He asked me how Big Love was doing. And I said, well, he's doing great. So the minute I text Brooks, who graduated from Mississippi State University, and I took pictures of where we were. And, of course, he immediately knew where we were. And he's like, Dad, what are you doing at Mississippi State? And I said, well, we're doing this. And I said, and then he said, without prompting, tell Raymond I said hello. Oh. So Raymond was like, oh, yeah. He said, me and Big Love, we were tight. He said we did all these, when they would have freshmen come in and they have the
orientations.
Yeah, the new maroon camps and all that. So I remember the first time we went when Brooks was going to orientation, we were in that theater too for one of the presentations. And they said now Mississippi State has grown so much and continues to grow. That they've had to move it over to the hump now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they've just got so many people coming in now as freshman classes and stuff like that. They needed more room. So, but it was interesting because Les Bradford, who's on our team, he was at a camp with one of his kids. So he said, I'm already in Mississippi, so I'll just meet y'all there. So his son's a big golfer, and he's into golf and all that. And so he started texting me going, look, I'm already here. Y'all are still about 40 minutes out. Where can I grab lunch and watch the golf tournament? Because I figure, Birds, you'll know. And I said, yeah, I've spent 4 years over here in Starkville. And, of course, I said, well, I mean, I got to go to Bulldog Burger.
Okay.
And he said it was an incredible experience. He said I could have stayed in there all day.
Good.
And now I understand that I might should have gone, with Dewey, but I was like, I thought Burger for him going in and watching, stuff like that.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, and but it was so we're looking forward to that. I think it'll be a big opportunity for us having Thurlow and 96.1 there. We've got two really big happening churches that are doing the strategy there. So just those two churches alone, and they're both big and they're both active and in it. So I think it'll be a big success. But a lot of people are asking when those tickets go on sale for next year, and it'll be sometime this fall. But if you were at the Man Church Conference in Oxford, Alabama last year, then you got on the mailing list because we put up there these dates, and we were still trying to solidify them. So you'll get a chance to get tickets first. And you'll get a link before they go on sale. You'll get a little pre-sale action, and then for everybody else that weren't there last year or you didn't say you wanted to be alerted, then we'll have something for you too. But we'll have Birmingham and Starkville. And I was talking to one bunch out of Texas. They're like, "Hey, we're coming to both of them."
Oh,
so it won't be the same lineup. I mean, there'll be some people that'll be the same at both, but kind of like our special guest slot will be different in each market. And we're working on the special guest for Starkville, which I think y'all love. We've already got Robbie Gallaty for Birmingham, so he'll be our special guest on that shot out of Tennessee. And you remember Robbie's the one that you and I talked about, who's a fellow ham, and also attacked the guy who tried to throw a bomb on stage when we did a men's conference together many years
I
ago.
follow him online.
Yeah,
He's quite a unique individual, and glad he's on our side.
Yeah, and does a great job. His church, Long Hollow. Oh my goodness, his church up there is at Hendersonville. It's right outside of Nashville,
just above Nashville.
Yeah,
above.
Yeah, it's really really happening, and I think he and I might get a chance to do something in January because they're going to start the Man Church stuff there at his church in January. So I think I might have an opportunity to go there and kick that off, which would be cool. But we'll update you. But just want to thank, Starkville, how long have they been with us on the shows? 96.1. Good night. It's been a long,
it has been a long
time. And that's part of the reason, when we're sitting around talking about doing these things, we always take into account, do we have a strong affiliate there? Do we have somebody that can work with us and help us promote and all that. And of course, there we do. And of course, Birmingham we do, obviously. The first one we wanted to just kind of kick the tires and see how it went, and thought it'd be cool to do it in my hometown, and we'll move it around to different markets. So this year, after the response we got in Oxford, we were really surprised, and I guess I shouldn't have been, but it's a credit to the show. We were really surprised how many people came from so far away. So we realized hotels, stuff like that's a little more important than we thought it might be.
Right.
So we Birmingham offers you an easy fly in to and more hotels and things like that. And of course, it's a little bigger this time. It's about double the size of Oxford. And Oxford, they were great hosts, and we hope to go back and do it again with them too in years to come. They did a fantastic job. I love that room. But now we can kind of double the seats in Birmingham, and then Starkville. It's about 1,000 seats, which is a good size for a market that you haven't done one in yet. And so I think I definitely think Starkville will sell out, and hopefully Birmingham will too. But we'll see. But we'll tell you that'll be this fall. We'll put tickets on sale this fall. But it was good to be in Starkville. I had not since Brooks has graduated, I hadn't been back there in a long time. And they said that coming up for dog fans, they got 8 home games this year.
Yeah, these college towns change at an alarming rate.
Oh,
I mean, you miss out a year or two, and it's totally different.
Even while Brooks was there, and it's the money that these SEC programs bring in now. I watched the growth of that campus and that town in the 4 years that Brooks was there. It was unbelievable.
It doesn't even look the same since I was there.
No.
I mean, they changed
but
the
I'm
way
talking
you
about
get around campus, everything.
Yeah, even from Brooks's freshman year
Just
to his senior year, I was shocked at how much growth there was. There was quite a bit. So it was.
So what you're saying is you got Ron Polk to come by. Is that what it is?
Well, that's it. I didn't want to give that away.
All right, I was wondering.
But
what it was.
but no, it was. It was great. I love being back there. I love that town, and they sure were good to Brooks. He had a great experience there, and thanks for all your hospitality, and we look forward to being with you guys coming up in March of next year. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kyle in Tuscaloosa. Kyle, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, he's in Fansville.
He's one of the actors.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I had a weird story. Had a friend that was supposed to meet his wife after she got off work, and she couldn't get in touch with him, so she got on the Live 360 app, and he'd been sitting in a restaurant for 5 hours, and turned out he had a massive stroke.
Oh, my.
And nobody in the restaurant had checked on him the entire time he'd been there.
What? I mean, is there never?
Right, these last two calls.
Yeah, I was about to say, does no one ever go back and say,
it might have been full.
Because I've actually been in there with friends, and we're there for a conversation. And they'll 5 hours.
We got to check that.
So then they would come by and even say, "Do y'all need anything?" Now look, you don't have to rush if y'all are meeting and just hanging out fine, but you sure y'all don't need anything? And they do that periodically, like about every.
Couldn't have been a Starbucks.
Is that what
about every half hour.
You see him acting out.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know how he was.
I mean, it just seems.
By the way, Les Miles is in that movie.
Guys, we got to watch the trailer.
So Les Miles is
in a serious role.
Yeah, Les Miles is just an actor in the movie.
He's not stealing the national championship trophy or anything like that.
If we want to play more video, then we.
I hope his acting is better in this than it was in that.
I got to go. Let me say this again, okay? Because
it's a very guy that had a stroke.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive topic about the Challenger.
Yes,
I just find it hard to believe that I'm going to do a movie about it. Okay, now that I'm shocking we hadn't had one already.
They say he's one of the main characters in the best part of the movie.
And somebody,
what is this movie on?
I thought he just took the job at Kansas.
About the Challenger disaster.
I know, but who's showing it?
And then somebody says, "Who do you want to get for this movie?" And somebody says, "I tell you who I'm thinking about." Now hear me out. I'm thinking about Les Miles.
It looks like he's a lawyer.
He's available.
There he is.
This is where all the engineers are having a debate about whether they should launch or not. And it's like three groups of engineers that are on a conference call in the scene I've seen.
And Les Miles is one of them?
Yes, he's one of the groups, yeah.
Y'all, Les Miles is just sitting there as an actor in this movie. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Speedy says we have some footage to look at. Road rage. Look, if there's anything out there I can relate to, it's road rage.
Mm-hmm.
My wife says I'm a little quick with the horn. As a matter of fact, on the way to church yesterday, she ostracized me correctly for saying she should have blown the horn at the sheriff's car, and she said, "Rick, I'm not going to honk at the sheriff." And I said, "Well, it's probably a deputy." I said, "But he clearly pulled right out in front of us." And I said, "You can't let people get away with pulling out in front of me." And she goes, "But that was plenty of space. I barely had to touch my brakes." She said, "That's a honk situation for you." That's an absolute honk for me. And she goes, "Even in a sheriff's car?" And I said, "I might have rethought that, but my instinct would be honk." And I said, "You let too many people get away with a non-honk." So I really struggle with people who pull out in front of you. People who, my favorite's when they pull out in front of you and then they won't come up to speed, and then they never turn on a signal, and then also out of nowhere they jerk into a turn.
Yeah,
Then I said, "Well, you've just been as annoying as you possibly can." You said, "Let's hit them all here." By the way, I would like to say something else I'm noticing. We've talked about some of the biggies, but something I've really started noticing is signaling just out now.
Oh, I know.
Do we no longer signal anymore?
It's that big. Yeah. It's that big lever on the steering wheel by it. You can do it. You can do it, and it'll even cut off automatic.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is I think people like you. I think maybe when we buy cars now, or I don't know if it's driver's ed is happening. What's that? We're not talking about signaling anymore. It's almost like people get in a car and they go, "I don't know if it has a signal or not."
Yeah, I can beat them to the spot. What's the big deal? Well, just let me know what you got in mind so I can accommodate your move.
Yeah.
The one that gets me, Rick, and there's a lot of truckers out there and a lot of things pro and con about having these big giant rigs on the highway with us, but and most of them I think do a good job. But when you see a mountain coming up, a mountain, get in the right lane. Get in the right lane.
Right.
There's no need that you pile up 26 miles of traffic behind you going through your gears up a mountain.
Right.
Up a mountain that you had to stop at a red light at the bottom.
Right.
You see the mountain, Rick, 10 miles out.
Yep.
You know mountain's coming. Get in the right lane.
Yep. And if we're going to construction and it says all truckers use left lane, through a construction area, let's do it even if the police isn't there. Because what I've experienced just this trying to get home this weekend was none of the trucks were in the lane they were supposed to be in, and they saw the flashes up there of the policeman who's sitting next to road construction.
Oh, yeah.
And then at one time, they're all coming over. And I'm like, well, I'm here. I got to find some way to get out of your way here. Well, here we come.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so we also wanted to update you today that the goat has been captured in Mountain Brook, Alabama.
What'd they do with him?
There's a picture of people actually holding the goat down, and it looks like
He covered some good
Billy,
ground.
come here, Billy.
It looks like they may have got him over there near the Levite Jewish Community Center.
Okay.
I know where we're at.
Yeah, I know exactly where.
I
it is.
played tennis there several times.
Yeah, it's
I know you're Jewish.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't either that day. Wore those pants that were loose enough.
Old Billy the goat.
Oh, Billy! How about he was running wild? Wasn't
Does
he?
anybody know where Billy came from?
All right.
Anybody claiming him?
So it says what was funny is Span actually had done, I guess, was the final shot of his final glorious shot.
Yeah,
he had one more run, but I mean, Span had one before this one where it was actually on the move again.
Just running down the road. When he was in that abandoned building looking out of it.
Yeah. So they
like to get high, Greg.
They've been after this goat for a long time, I mean, several days.
Yeah.
When he was on the ledge of the old Montclair Hospital, standing there
looking over
looking
that is
at
the funniest
looking
picture.
out over the. But it looks like that he was apprehended. Multiple people finally got him down.
Yeah.
And
so what did they do with him when they caught him?
It didn't say.
He looks healthy. He's got to belong to somebody.
Yeah, and it says it doesn't tell us what they've done with him or who he belonged to, or because he looks like he's a pretty well taken care of goat.
He does.
But
I bet he'd butt you.
To me, the goat's look really made it funnier.
Yeah.
If it was just one of those kind of like, I mean, the fact it was one of those long hair goats,
had the horns that go up and turn out,
had the beard and the horns that turn out.
Yeah.
And he had a pretty good stride about it.
Yeah. Lake Martin, Alabama. Tony standing by. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Good, man. How you doing today?
Hey, pretty good. Hey, that flashback with Greg's grand puppies, just for the blue-collar people that love Greg and the Minions, please, God, tell me that ain't an orange Tennessee hat he's got on.
No, that's a Thompson hat.
That's a Thompson hat? No. Greg likes old Rocky Top.
He likes the volunteer.
You about lost me, Greg. You about lost me.
That's
Named one of
Thompson Warriors.
He actually named one of the puppies Smokey.
Yeah.
It is the same team, though.
Hey,
then the other thing is there's a flashback the little guy with the hair Adler plays during the break, but it was when Deontay Wilder was punching some dude dressed up like a taco or something.
Oh yeah.
And Rick is beside himself. Like, how is this even approved? But yet he's the same one knocking the safety off a 270, shooting it into a box with speed in.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
you
did. Well, that was different.
Yeah. But I mean, I was told to shoot into that.
We trust you.
And plus, I knew the product would work. No one has ever proven that a mascot head can take a punch from Deontay Wilder.
Right.
But
there's no data on that.
As a matter of fact, he proved that it can't be done.
Right. And Conor McGregor just backed it up.
He did.
Yeah. So and Conor McGregor did it again too.
And then he went to the bathroom and groped somebody.
Greg, you and Adler are UFC people, right? Are y'all sort of?
I dabble. He's more qualified than me.
That's my favorite one right there.
There was his last stride. That was his last glorious run.
He's always in a hurry to get somewhere.
I know.
He was never just hanging
He's
out.
always rapid. It's like he knows everybody's coming after him.
Where's he going?
Look
I
at
don't know,
him.
wherever
He's
he
following
walks.
the sidewalk.
I
Wherever
mean,
he walks.
He's showing up on golf courses at the mall. I mean, this
He
goat had a
covered a
good
long.
time.
Can I
He
tell you,
covered a big distance.
the goat slays me. I think that is hilarious.
It looks funny how he stays on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the UFC thing, because you guy talked about Deontay Wilder. I know that he's a boxer, but it reminded me of because Conor McGregor punched him in the face. Conor McGregor. So I saw I was just passing, and there was some show. Is it a reality show, whatever, where there's Team McGregor, and then he's against another guy, and
then they fight at the end.
and they almost have like a tournament of all their fighters,
The Ultimate Fighter.
and then they learn from the guys whose team they're on. Like I saw McGregor sparring with
Does the
them.
winner in the end end up getting a shot in the UFC or something? Isn't that what it is? Robert?
Yeah.
What is this show?
So the Ultimate Fighter is a reality show in which a lot of times they'll have like really famous fighters be the coaches for the teams.
Okay.
And they've been doing this for a long time. This one is getting a little more press because this time around it is Conor McGregor.
McGregor
versus Michael Chandler, who's another.
See, I don't know who that
famous
is.
dude.
Yeah, I don't know who that
Now,
is.
when did they fight?
He's a former Michael Chandler's a former, I think, he's national champion, like D1 wrestler, and then he made his way through Bellator and was the champ there. Now he's trying to become the champ in the UFC. As far as their fight, Conor McGregor, as far as I know, is still not in the USADA doping pool. You have to be in the USADA testing, and that is like United States anti-doping agency or whatever it is.
Acronym.
But he's supposed to be getting drug tested for at least 6 months before he fights, and as far as I know, he's not in that testing pool. So he's at least 6 months away from being, or they're going to have to make an exception, which they have done in the past for like Brock Lesnar, who was a big WWE guy, and he made his way into the UFC, who ended up popping.
But this was a reality show that.
I thought McGregor retired.
Yeah. Well,
what about this legal problem he's having with the bathroom?
He's getting a check on a reality show. Right?
That's the latest. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the big story for like a week, but I have not heard anything about that since. So I don't know if it went away or if he
wrote a check.
He's writing a check or whatever. But here's just in general, just don't fight anybody whose ears look like this.
Black cauliflower ear.
If their ears look all messed up, don't fight anybody that looks like that.
Yeah.
That's just a good life.
Those ears have
advice.
always been like, I think I'm out on this kind of fight.
Tough. Yeah, I don't want.
I don't think the ear's worth it. All right, so an update. Now, those of you around the country, we'll have to give you. All right, so what's the distance between where we are right now, or Mountain Brook? Let's go to Mountain Brook and Calera, Alabama. So that's about a 25-minute
That's
ride.
a 25-minute ride.
Yeah, well, they're saying that's where the goat's from, and the owner has taken the goat back to Calera to the farm.
He came that far,
and no one knows how it ended up in Mountain
Somebody
Brook.
had to grab it and take it there.
Had to have.
Yeah.
And I would do that.
Yeah.
Because he seemed like he wasn't scared of people, the ones that were petting him. If you mean
This has got Mountain Brook teenagers written all over it.
That sounds exactly.
So somehow the
40
goat.
miles.
Yeah,
It's 40 miles.
It's 40 miles where
I
the
think
goat's
somebody
from.
got him. And
And
then
the
they
fact-
sobered up and thought, what are we going to do with this goat?
Well, the fact they dropped it in kind of an upscale
That's
part
a
of
good
town,
one.
it all. I mean, I love the idea. I would have.
I do too. I wish I would have thought.
I would have been all in on it.
I, from the looks of it, the goat had a great time. I mean, he just looked happy running down there.
Yeah, Greg, just the times he had the coffee shops alone.
Oh, yeah.
I
You see
mean,
how
what
Bodie
about
had
when
his
he got
chest?
to be in that
abandoned
He did.
building?
he was kind of walking with a little West Coast strut.
He kind of liked his new world.
I think he liked it.
Rick. Yeah,
Sure
look at this guy.
Yeah, and I don't know why he's shirtless.
I don't either.
But
I
thank
don't think
goodness.
I think he wanted to not wreck his shirt. He's like, I'm about to tackle a goat. I better take my shirt off.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
And there you
Did
go.
he dive over the goat?
It looked like he
The
did.
goat juked him.
Oh, he sure did.
He's an ankle breaker.
He stepped up.
Yes, he's an ankle breaker.
Phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big. All the lines are available to you now. Super P and Cam Solo are ready to find out what is on your mind. 866 We Be Big when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because we want to be
I'm back here.
We want to be in the left lane. We go by the police officer or the trooper. But anyway, I understand. I'm not saying road rage is right. Don't misunderstand me, because you need to control yourself, and I don't let it get the best of me. But I can understand it. But this case, this guy's gone to another place by jumping onto a car.
Yeah, the package says kind of really explains everything. It's courtesy of ABC News. Take a listen to this.
Frightening scene of a high-speed road rage in Massachusetts. Look at this, a driver racing down the highway, a man clinging onto the hood of his SUV at up to 70 miles per hour. Here's ABC's Ariel Resha.
Golly!
Tonight, that shocking cell phone video of a dangerous road rage incident on a packed Massachusetts turnpike. A white SUV reaching speeds of up to 70 miles an hour with a man dangling from the hood.
I thought he was going to run over me.
The driver, 37-year-old Mike Fitzgerald, at times appearing to hit the gas.
I just kept telling him, stop the car, and he wouldn't stop.
Horrified onlookers trying to flag him down. The car traveling nearly 3 miles as 65-year-old Richard Komrowski clings to the gap by the windshield. Watch as the husband of the woman capturing this cell phone video gets out of their vehicle, trying to intervene. Another man walking into frame, wielding a gun, ordering Fitzgerald out of the driver's seat just as officers arrive. Police say the heart-stopping ordeal stemmed from a minor sideswipe, spiraling out of control after a verbal altercation. Komrowski jumping on the front of the car as Fitzgerald drives off. Both men arrested at the scene.
Tom, no one was hurt, but both of those men now face charges. As for the guy with the gun who coaxed Fitzgerald out of the car, police say he owned that weapon legally and will not face charges.
Yeah, he's the one that got it stopped.
Good. No,
Once again, a guy who legally and knows how to use a firearm walked up to this situation that nobody could get under control and said, and now I have arrived with a weapon and we need you to stop this. And he did. You know why? It ain't worth this. And
see, when I first saw it, I thought maybe the guy had carjacked his car and he was hanging on. But they'd been having some, they'd had some side swap before that. So I don't even know whose car the guy was on. It may have been the guy driving it, and he just jumped on it because he thought had hit his car and left. I don't know who was in the wrong there.
It sounds like to me that the guy's mad and got out of his car,
standing in front of this guy's
and stood
car.
in front of the guy's car.
Came at him,
and the guy was like, "You're not going to hold me here. I'm leaving." And then he put him up on the hood, and he's grabbing hold and hanging on.
Yeah.
So
because he said he thought he was going to run him over, so it looks like to me like you're saying he came at him and he jumped on it to not get run over.
Hit.
Yeah.
So really, I mean, I'm not trying to say what the guy did was wrong, but the other guy getting out of his car got himself in that bind too.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's not worth all that. I mean, I understand you get upset, and we joke a lot about things that frustrate us, but it's not worth all this.
70 miles an hour holding on.
Yeah, that's 3 miles.
He's lucky to be alive.
Do you realize I know 3 miles goes by pretty quick if you're going fast, but it didn't go by that quick.
No.
1 mile goes by pretty quick. That's still a long time. 3 miles
if I'm
on the
hanging
hood?
on the hood. It's
that 3 miles is a long way on that hood.
You feeling all that wind too.
Yeah. And at any moment, if you come off, you're run over.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, and then think about, have you ever thought about this? You're trying to help, but now you're getting close enough to run over him if he falls off. So now you got to figure out your distance.
See, if you cut him off, try to stop him, it could launch him.
Oh, yeah.
So
you don't want to be the person who tried to help, and then I'm the one that ran over you when you fell off the hood.
Yeah.
It's a very tough situation. Thankfully, they got it stopped, and the guy with the gun got the guy to decide not to continue. But they're both in jail, and they're both in trouble.
Yeah.
What if you're on the interstate and you look over the left and there's somebody on the hood?
If you don't have Blaze TV and you haven't seen this, you got to see the footage. It's unbelievable the guy staying on. All he is hanging on to where the hood meets the windshield.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a great grip.
No.
Look, I mean, guys, look at that. I mean, just look at that. I mean, you're in traffic and you look over and see that. Because you got a huge story when you get to work.
You sure do.
But
you can just see him screaming while he's holding stop.
Yeah. Of course, that guy's saying, well, he was coming here to get on me. I mean, he got himself in that bind, too. Yeah. That's not the right thing to do. Neither one of them did the right thing. But you can kind of see if a guy's trying to get in your car and get mad at you. But at some point, you got to stop.
I know that this format has been out for several years, but I had not.
$35 past the hour. the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Hey, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We're going to phone calls now. Looks like we got about 3 lines that are still available if you want to join us. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Delicious food delivered right to your door. It is the recipe and all the ingredients for every meal that you pick out. But it's not just meals. You can pick out for the family on the go this summer. And I know we're getting close to, believe it or not, I know some of you heard you talking about going to back to school stuff. I can't believe that. But anyway, glad that world's kind of over. But HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You can go there right now and start doing your meal plan and get it set up. But they'll send you snacks and stuff, too, if you need that. They have that. I'm talking about recipes that are ready in 15 minutes or less. We're talking about fresh food directly from the farmers to your door. All the meal planning is done. It saves you money on takeout. It saves you money on your total food bill. You're not wasting time having that hanging over your head. What's for dinner? It's all handled. And right now we get you 50% off plus free shipping. There you go. Using our code, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Then the code Bubba. Find that HelloFresh link you need, too, to get 50% off at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Sue out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Sue, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good.
Well, I was just going to tell you, I was listening to y'all that talking about Billy, the goat.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the morning show this morning with Janice Rogers.
Really? So did he get to talk,
Yeah.
or did he talk?
He was so wore out, he was just laying there. But his owner, he does have an owner. His owner had him up there, and he lives in Chelsea, I believe, or Calera, on kind of a farm area with some more goats.
So did they talk about, Sue, how he ended up in Mountain Brook?
No, well, the guy said he was buying the goat or going to get the goat from somebody, and he was transferring it to his truck, and somehow the goat turned around and got away from him.
Oh, I wish
And
that
they
was
have-
okay. Okay, so he was up this
Did that
way.
guy
trying
think
to-
he was gonna catch him?
Yeah.
This guy we're looking at.
So he's getting the goat, going to take it back to his
Ah,
farm,
and he
maybe?
busted loose.
And he said, "See you later."
And what's funny, you never see him standing. He's always in motion.
He's always in motion. Big old broad chest.
He's having a ball. He can't wait to tell him other goats about it.
He took to the sidewalks really well.
Oh, he stayed right on.
Oh, yeah. Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how are y'all?
We're good. Hope you're well.
I'm doing good. Hey, listen, I was in the golden ticket seats about 3 months ago, and I was heavily pregnant, and y'all were so sweet and had me on the air and did a baby prediction. I don't know if y'all remember.
Sure. Yeah.
But y'all predicted I was going to have a little girl, and look, I need to apologize because I'm pretty sure I gave you bad information. We ended up having a little boy about 5 days later.
We're like computers. If bad information goes in, then bad information is
Junk
coming
in,
out.
junk out,
Where do you think
I know, and I felt terrible. I felt so bad. I thought, my goodness, I'm going to mess up their statistics, so I had to call and apologize.
Well, what did you do to send us down the wrong road? What question did you not answer correctly?
I couldn't think. I was trying to recollect that the day that we were having the baby, and I thought, what did I mess up? The only thing I can figure is my cravings, because after I had the baby, they turned sweet real quick, and I thought, I wonder if I got duped by the cravings question.
Well, probably
'Cause
so.
Everything else was pointing to a little boy except for the cravings question.
See
But
there,
anyway.
You see there? Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah. and-
Well,
and-
I just wanted to thank y'all so much for being so sweet to us. We appreciated it. And
it's our pleasure.
it was a ball, and I'm just glad we didn't have the baby during the show. That was
we all are. But Speedy was ready.
I was.
Cole in Mobile, Alabama. Cole, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Y'all doing all right?
We are. We're doing great.
Good. Y'all were talking about passing gas earlier in farting, and I went to the Navy Aviation Museum in Pensacola this past weekend, and I'm just turned 62 in June, and I know y'all are close to my age, but if y'all come up with you don't feel it, but all of a sudden you just have a fart and it comes out and you can't do anything about it. I had one of them in that museum, and I never missed a lick. I just kept doing what I was doing. I didn't look around to see if people looked.
Don't bring it to
yourself.
Yeah, no, I haven't got there yet. I still have control in that area.
Well, I think Rick, I think everybody at some point has reached down to pick up something and one got away.
But I'm pretty good there. You know, an unexpected laugh might be an issue, but
It's in the Naval Museum.
All right, let's go to. I love that he was specific.
Which had echo.
Hey, he just kept right on going. Didn't even acknowledge.
Well, you got to watch museums. They're kind of like bookstores.
Oh yeah,
you know.
There's something about being calm and relaxed.
I don't know what it is.
Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Good. Listener since day one.
Thank you so much.
That's very kind. Yeah.
I want to see if you guys have ever seen Tech Ball.
Say it again.
TEQBALL.
I have not. No.
What is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
It is. You think soccer's bad? This is a combination of soccer and table tennis.
Oh my!
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yes, I
On
have
the
too.
Ocho.
Yeah.
I don't
With
know.
a curved
I'm not sure
table.
what
Yep.
that is.
Yeah.
Really not sure how they even pull this off.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's just
crazy.
they're using their feet and their legs.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw
Their
you a
head.
curve in there, Adler. I'm
Yeah,
not.
head.
But nowadays people are always sending you videos on reels and stuff like that, and we've done it before. So this is not me. I don't know.
I kind of like that.
It's crazy.
What do you mean you like?
I like that.
It's different.
You can use your head or your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically
Just can't
soccer.
use your
You're
hands.
playing.
How many
double tennis.
times you got to put it on the
Oh,
table?
that's pretty good. Yeah, I can watch that.
Could you, Greg?
Yeah, I could.
Says the guy who visited his puppies.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Heading to Kentucky.
But what I'm talking about, and I know, Greg, this was one of your favorites. Somebody kept, these things come through, and I guess whatever. But those people that got in those balls inside the big old, balls you run around in,
let
there's
the bulls hit
let
'em.
the bulls hit. Greg, I couldn't believe how
the
far
big air.
how far the bulls would hit them.
It's unreal.
Greg, this one person got knocked by a bull all the way back up into the stands.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean,
How are they not killed?
The air that they get is unbelievable.
I kind of want to do it.
I know. But
I want us all in one.
Yeah,
Get some
how
words.
far they can knock those things?
Oh,
and-
if they
when
get
the
you
bull
hooked just right.
punctures the ball.
Right. Yeah. The one I saw, it was.
Some of them are
it's
unbelievable how
unbelievable,
much
yeah.
air.
The one I saw was at night, Rick. Is that the one you saw? And the guy literally flies up
did.
in the stands.
Yeah.
The only
Gosh, dude.
bull I seen throw somebody further was that, and they lit his horns on fire. You remember him?
Yeah.
He wouldn't eat that guy.
Oh, my goodness. We continue. Let's go to Buddy in Millbrook, Alabama. Buddy, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, having a great day.
Thank you.
This is how I picture the goat turning out. The farmer made an example of that goat. He called all his goats together on the farm and carried them over to the tower. He said, "Bring the goat." They brought the goat up the tower. Hurl the goat.
Right.
The goat is being hurled.
Yeah, that's
not bad.
That's a Rick and
I'll
Bubba
accept
classic.
it. I'll
Yeah,
accept
I will too.
It took a turn.
I will too.
The bull was me.
It started out.
Brett in Nashville, Tennessee. Brett, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, going back to the length of the Oppenheimer movie. Years ago, like Ben-Hur, the Ten Commandments, they had intermission. In a movie that long, would that be something you guys would bring back?
I'm not so sure it wasn't warranted. Yeah, you're right.
Intermission wouldn't hurt.
Gone with the Wind. Yeah,
Sorry, we're in the middle of watching this, and
Brett,
people getting hit.
I'm not so sure that wouldn't have been a bad idea. I think they're asking us to sit through a movie at a length that nobody can really sit that
that's
long.
terrible. No wonder that guy had gas.
I got a question. Mission Impossible has 1 and 2. This latest one, correct? One is out now, and then 2 comes out next year.
Yeah, it's a two-parter.
But how long is 1? Is it really, really long?
It had that 2-hour,
They're normally
15-minute feel
I was
to
wondering,
it.
could there be an Oppenheimer 1 and 2?
Well, they
And
are two
split
movies.
it-
You are asked to sit through 2 movies.
Yeah, that's what I'm
because
saying.
Because
Should there have
movie
been-
1 is up to the blast and then the dropping. Movie 2 is what happened to him afterwards.
Right.
There's really 2 complete movies.
Yeah.
Brings me to a question. I've never watched
243.
this.
Wow.
With all the streaming you can click and it just shows movies from everywhere. There's an Alec Baldwin movie, and I don't think it's any good. And it's only an hour and 10 minutes. Now, shouldn't there be at least an hour and a half minimum on a movie?
Don't look a gift horse in the
Good
mouth.
night. What is it?
I mean, that's an episode of a series. I haven't seen it, and I don't think it's any good. But he'll show you the time, and it said hour and 10 minutes. I thought that's not a movie.
That's like a
That's
short
almost
film.
a TV show.
That's an episode of Quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Made you mad.
I'm mad about it.
Really like his quarterback thing. Thank y'all.
Yes,
I appreciate y'all pointing me on that.
There's a couple of new things coming out here soon that we're all going to love. Is Netflix is the one with the Florida Gators with the Aaron Hernandez thing, and then this new thing, Johnny Manziel. I didn't know it was coming, but you talking about that's going to be good.
Yeah, that's coming out in August.
So is the Netflix thing? Is that the crime story thing?
No,
No.
It's
No,
really
it's a different
of when
I
Tebow.
think it's about Florida.
It's about Florida
the
in
whole
general,
program.
but he had, they
That
highlight
era.
that as well.
About a 4-year span.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming
Murder.
up.
Rick and Bubba.
Really locked into Major League Fishing. Have you ever seen their show on TV?
All right, now this is not what I've normally seen, bass tournaments that are done by BASS.
No, it's a different group,
Bass
and they've
Masters?
got their own rules. But what I like about it, each boat has a referee and a cameraman on it, and they have live scoring where they know who's in the lead and all that, and they have penalties if you mishandle the fish.
So you carry an official with you. It's not
Yep.
like, it's not a gentleman's agreement anymore.
No.
It's not you have people, you come in and then we start assessing after everybody comes in. They're assessing what's going on at each boat as it happens.
I would say
Is that what makes it different?
Yeah, it's good because they're doing catch and release. They weigh the fish. Anything over a pound counts, and they put it right back in the water. So it doesn't go in the live well, doesn't have to do all that. No big weigh-in and all that. But what is funny to me is to hear the fishermen talking about the other guys and when they're not catching fish, how disgusted they are. See, that owns me.
Yeah.
And you don't know that you're losing until you hear, the referee tell you you're losing. So you know you're behind.
He's getting updates from around the
When
lake.
they update the score tracker, he announces it to them, and they'll just, the comments and all's funny. And I know the format's been around, but it's very entertaining to watch on TV.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was another format. I didn't know anything about this format. So this is like another association.
Yeah, they call it Major League Fishing, MLF.
Easy.
Hey, now.
That's just what it stands for, Major League Fishing.
Okay. I never heard of it.
Well, yeah, I hadn't either. I had not seen it till a couple of weeks ago, and at the hunting camp, we got to watch it. We've almost missed a few hunts. We got so into it.
Right.
Dang.
Bubba, one of the things they do, and as someone that grew up on the river, this always bothered me. Okay. And because I know the river is anybody's river, get it, okay? But they have a ton.
The power company doesn't think so.
You're right about that too,
Yeah,
brother.
very good.
But what drove me nuts about, and this is what I love about what they're doing, is you'd have these weigh-ins. And all these fish that I'd see these guys catch right in my backyard, they'd go release up at City Hall next to.
Yeah.
They're not coming back home. Like I feel like you've got the fish that I like to catch.
Right.
Y'all come in here all the time and do that.
Right,
And I know fishermen are going to take offense to that. I don't care.
Right, yeah.
I didn't like that because I knew that all these big bass that y'all just caught in here that I try to catch every other day, well, they're not here anymore. Because y'all took them up there by the bridge.
Well,
and
see,
let 'em
you don't
off.
have that with this. They
That's
put 'em
what
right
I'm
back.
saying.
Oh,
That's
right.
that's the whole point of this. Is I do like that because of that.
If you don't put that fish in the water right, they give you a penalty. If you drop it in the boat, they give you a penalty. If you cup it up against your body while you're weighing it, they give you and it's a time penalty.
Oh boy,
you have to sit out like 2 minutes. So they'll sit there and they can't do
It's like a
anything.
penalty box.
Yeah, and they sit there and their comments while they're sitting is so funny. Some of them are like, "Well, I needed a break."
Right. Trying to be a smart aleck to
And
the
then
river.
I got one. I saw him. He just stared at the referee the whole time. Wouldn't say a word. Just stared at. It was silent.
So you got to have a lot of referees.
Yeah.
It's a lot of boats.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of volunteers and folks that want to go out there and watch them fish that get to do it.
It's an entertaining format for TV because I love their comments because they know these other guys and you hear, oh, he's got this. Oh, yeah. Oh, so-and-so.
Yeah.
He's had a hot stick.
I don't know, if there's some kind of Ford versus Chevrolet and I'm about to get myself in a bind, but to me, seeing that logo, but
scared me to death.
But me,
God, it scared me to death.
But
especially with who's talking. I mean, my goodness.
me, gosh, when I'm talking and I hear what y'all are saying.
No, Wesley's on fire now, by the way. He's been rolling here lately.
Shouldn't
his sunglasses?
Bubba is all in about this.
Listen,
He really is.
He's been wearing his sunglasses. You can tell that.
Shouldn't this be the format that everybody
You
goes
would
to?
think everybody would stop.
If it's all about
this,
having conservation and always having good fish to catch, the process of holding them in live wells and bags and trying to get them to survive and release them, as you said, at a completely different point of the lake, doesn't it make more sense to do it the way this bunch is doing?
Well, you want the excitement though when they bring them in. You don't know, and you pull the bag
I
out.
guess
Everybody
so.
starts
Well,
screaming.
there's an
I guess
excitement to that, but this also has a good excitement
you
to
already
it.
know
And
who the winner is.
It's been fun to watch them do it, Rick, and it's just funny some of the comments they make.
Yeah.
And there's one old guy we love to see him lose because he's the funniest guy when he loses. He sounds like us.
Oh, yeah.
How he start dogging
That
himself.
just hates himself?
Yeah, I won't call him names, but he sure is funny.
To Ray out of Tuscaloosa. Ray joining us at 866 We Be Big. Go ahead.
Ray.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Helmsley said about the fish don't come back to where they were caught. A lot of cases, they do come back to where they caught. They've done studies on them and tagged them, and they know for a fact that they will return.
They've tagged them.
Ray, have I seen you on TV fishing? Your voice sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah. You probably have.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. If you didn't get Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, it is available now. Bubba and I do letters from you, the audience. We had a great time with that. May do that again this week. And we will definitely do a series of this because there's more letters than we can do in one podcast. So if you love the behind-the-scenes stuff and questions from the audience, check that if you haven't already seen it. Get great feedback from that or listen to it. It's available wherever you get podcasts or also on our YouTube channel, and also you can get it audio out there wherever you get podcasts as well. So, Bubba, you were telling me, so the British Open, it's not called that
Rick,
anymore?
it's just the Open.
Just call the
anymore.
Open.
Just called the Open.
I saw a little bit of it yesterday, and the weather over there is always seems like it's just horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt bad for the golfers, Rick. It was like trying to play with someone, spraying you with a fire hose or something.
They got real lucky, except for that last round, and it was miserable.
Yeah, and it looked miserable, and the announcer sounded miserable being there.
The caddies, that's who I feel bad
for.
Yeah, the caddies.
Yeah.
So it was just terrible.
But, just a blanket of rain just the entire time. Wind
rain.
at 15 miles per hour.
That doesn't. What part of is it in England?
I don't know where this one was.
It's Liverpool. You said the city.
Hoylake.
Hoylake is the city, and Liverpool Royal was the golf course.
So it always rains.
So the winner of that was a U.S. golfer named Brian Harmon, and he is now, quote, the new U.S. golf's latest superstar.
Is he really?
Now, a couple of things about him, Rick, that make him a little bit unique. He is the shortest player on the tour at 5'7".
Oh, tiny.
He's an avid hunter, and he once postponed his wedding because it clashed with a Georgia college football game. So he sounds like he's more one of the boys from the South.
Been around. Yeah. He's been around for a while. He's 36. He's one of these guys that's never won a gigantic tournament like this. He's just kind of been in the mix all the time for his whole career.
Finished top 10 in a second.
Yeah, and so he's a lefty. He waggles a ton, which drives a lot of people nuts. But
what's a waggle?
You stand over the ball and you just continue to move your club back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I mean, he'll do it 9, 8, 10 times.
Yeah, unfortunately, I counted.
He'll stand over the ball like this. He'll get ready to hit it, and then he'll do this. And then he'll do this. He'll do it.
But he looks up every time, so it's like this.
Looking at his target, looking at his club. And it's like 9 times before he will hit.
And what's normal? What's normal?
Oh, 1 or 2 times and go.
Just a few times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Garcia was known to do it like 20 times.
Right.
And so this is not that big a deal, but it is noticeable.
Greg, is this guy kin to Bruce Harmon?
I think it
out
is.
of Pensacola?
Yeah, it's his cousin.
We played ball with?
Yeah.
It is funny,
Bruce is a
Rick,
great
because
golfer himself.
he has a lot of pictures online of him hunting big game. He's an elk hunter and, does all that kind of stuff. So, of course, they give him nicknames like Brian the Butcher this week. International media, they're having a field day with that.
So, I was going to ask you, what does it – you have the world of golf, and then you have the British world of golf.
Right.
And I would think that there's another step. The Europeans and us hunting and fishing – for a lot of them is odd, and can they handle these pictures of him shooting things? And is that why they're calling him the Butcher?
Yeah. I don't know how it'll end up playing on the world stage. I mean, from here in the South, we're like, hey, cool dude, man. I'd like to go hunting with him.
As a matter of fact, in the break were trying to get me interested in a golf story, And you were like, Rick, it's a big story, which I agree. And then you said, but you're also going to like this guy. And I do. It seems like he's the kind of guy I'd like to hang out with.
And they also, make light of the fact that he is such a Georgia Bulldog fan that he moved his wedding so it wouldn't conflict with a Georgia football game. But see, what people are not thinking, and I had to point this out to a guy one time.
You have many times,
He's also moving his anniversary.
Correct.
So it's not going to conflict with certain games.
Often overlooked.
Yeah, you gotta look at the big picture here.
Yeah, it was, because we think immediately about that in our culture. I mean, immediately. And, people plan like we're getting ready. I've got 2 weddings coming up this fall, and they're within 30 days of each other. One is Labor Day weekend, and then one is October 8th, I think. And so anyway, we were planning. I mean, when I got ready to plan certain things, it being the fall, every time I would tell Sherry outside, I check the football schedule on that. So it's because I mean, it really, and I laugh all the time about when churches they'll just try to fight me on we really shouldn't have a major men's event during football season in the fall, and they'll make that statement, which is understood. Well, it shouldn't be like that. And I said, well, I know it shouldn't be, but it is like that. Right. I mean, so we've been told, by our Lord and Savior to also be savvy and understand the culture. And you trying to have a major men's event in the middle of college football season in the South on a Saturday at some prime time is just not very wise.
Yeah,
I mean it's just so we normally
poor planning.
We normally don't do it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, no need to fight that battle. There's enough to fight out there. You want to be smart about when you attack.
Well, like I said, men's ministry, the most sought after time is February. Football and deer season are over, and baseball and turkey season hasn't started. So for most places, if it's going to be down south, so that's that you'll notice that's the most packed time of year when it comes to men's ministry, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
and you might get away with doing something in the summer, if you'll plan around, but you going after the fall, that's just. I think if you went and told Jesus about it, he'd go, I wasn't very smart.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I gave you common sense.
I told you to be as wise as a serpent. Sorry, Bubba. Sorry about that. Also, we mentioned it earlier in the program. We were talking about Oppenheimer and movies when sometimes there's things to work around, but it's a historic movie and may have some sort of redeeming value to it. Did you know that today is the day that Saving Private Ryan debuted in theaters?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
That was
what in 88?
98?
98.
Yeah, in 98. And I don't know that they're. It's kind of like. I want to know where you are on this. Like when we see the courtroom scene from A Few Good Men, no matter what cable channel it's on, whatever, we'll always watch it.
Yeah, you pretty much have to.
Do y'all watch the beach scene in Saving Private Ryan, or is it so troubling you almost have seen it enough and you struggle watching it again?
I watch it.
It's tough.
It is tough.
I do
it
struggle.
It's one of the toughest things in movies to endure.
Did you feel like that you were put there by the Spielberg and the gang? I did.
Oh yeah.
I think they did a great job recreating that. It's so it bothers you.
Yeah.
It's so good it bothers you.
I just can't. I mean, I'm just blown away. That
and the ending always. I can't help it. It gets
well, there
me.
you go. Yeah.
I mean, the bridge scene where Tom Hanks dies and then he
Mm-hmm.
whispers and then. Then it goes to the graveyard and the family's there with him.
Yeah, so you're just going to take us there.
Wow.
And
go ahead, take us home. It's
just tough, man.
When the guys are in the boats and they don't even make it out, they didn't even get to start.
No.
You're just like, my
Well,
goodness.
the whole thing about talking about have a redeeming quality when he was looking.
See, that's how it would have been going into Japan back to Oppenheimer.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're right. Sure.
When he was told, by the character that Tom Hanks plays, to be sure that all this we did for you, be sure your life was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of like the Apostle Paul talking about the grace he was shown by Christ. He said that grace is never going to be in vain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to earn salvation because I can't, but the fact that that's what it took for my salvation, I don't ever want Jesus looking down at me and going, wow, he didn't treat that with very much value.
Right.
He said he's going to get a return on me.
It's good.
Yeah. So, top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us and our time together is over, we'll chat with you tomorrow, Lord willing. If you got more Rick and Bubba content today, enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.